don't know how many sub-chapters there are, right? So, I could be totally out of my depth. But I do think we might witness the end of the game today. I also today was thinking that I want to increase the sound effect volume, a little bit of a horror factor. Just thought it'd be funny. We'll do that. Let me just fix my headphones here. Okay. So if I remember correctly, so I'm trying to remember correctly where the fuck we were. I know that... Oh god. Okay, so we're at the end of sub-chapter 7. I don't know how many sub-chapters there are. I'm guessing it's somewhere in the realm of 10 to 14. We went through 4, 5, 6, and 7. Now, this is the info that we've got so far. Tomitake is dead after the summer festival. There seems to be some kind of ritual-like murders. Maybe not ritual-like, but murders that are repeating every single year on the day of the festival. And we know that the villagers seem a little gun-shy to talk about it. Whether or not it's because there's a village conspiracy that we don't know of, or if a lot of them are just bought into the whole curse that the detective was talking about. But regardless, we know that Tomitake was shit-talking about the curse at the festival with us. He was with some girl who they gave her name, but I don't remember it. It was like, her last name was like Tanaka or something. I forget her last name. But some bad shit happened. And he's dead now. He died in a very odd manner. It would seem that he was attacked. On top of being attacked, he also clawed his own throat out. So, I question, and it seems the detective as well, questions the validity of the suicide theory, because it seems as though something happened first. I'm just trying to remember exactly where my train of thought was. So the other thing that we learned was Mion had talked about everyone in the village fighting against the dam project. What she didn't tell us was that her family was literally like the spearhead of the movement. And so the detective has told us to not tell any of my friends about Tomitake's murder because it's currently classified. Especially Mion, because it seems that if there was a village conspiracy, she would probably be knee-deep in it. That's my understanding so far. Let's get the show on the road. No. We already watched the tips yesterday, so... The only other thing I remember as being... Turn my volume up a little bit here. The only other thing that I remember as being a little bit questionable was that Tomitake knew, and maybe it's because he was friends with this Oishi detective guy, But Tomatake knew about the fourth housewife's murder, and he said that all the details he knew he picked up through newspapers. However, from the tip that we got, the fourth murder, or death, I should say, was never reported on. That could just be me misinterpreting the situation, but there's something fishy about the fourth murder that leads me to think there is a village conspiracy going on, just because, assuming the fourth murder wasn't reported, so that nobody would think that the curse was continuing after the priest died, it would seem odd that the village would then kill again a year removed afterwards if a majority of the village didn't know that the murders continued. If that makes sense. I was a little bit all over the place, but let's go. Sleepy. Whoa, that was a really big yawn, Keiichi. I'm usually awake once it's time to eat, but doesn't look like I can do it today. I was watching TV until late last night. I'm so tired right now. Was one of those raunchy TV shows you love so much on last night? How extremely vile. Wait a second, don't imagine things and jump to conclusions. It's perfectly normal for boys, nothing to be ashamed about. Rika not patting my head only made me feel worse. Could you just let me pass out this lunch break? No, seriously. My, you think I would just sit here and allow that? I'll get really angry if you disturb me. Really angry. Yawn. Clearly my guy's a little bit troubled. So I'm expecting after the last episode that we kind of lit the powder keg and now we're just waiting for everything to explode. This was dreadful. Just so sleepy. I slumped my head onto the desk and drifted off into an afternoon nap. It seemed that Satoko had responded, but I pretended not to hear. Cut it out, Satoko. Keiichi fell asleep. His sleeping face, so cute. You can take him home later. Let him be for now. Let's move over there. It'd be rude to Keiichi if we bothered him now. Rika really is a good girl. Let's not wake him up, even if the teacher comes back. I take that back. Of course, it was a lie. The excuse that I didn't sleep much last night because I was watching TV was a lie. I was in bed at the usual time, but because of the conversation with Oishi that afternoon, I didn't get much sleep. Just spending the day like this, it's almost as if the incident with Tomatake didn't happen at all. It made me think, was Oishi just trying to deceive me? But it was probably the truth. One thing was certain, I couldn't speak to anybody about it. He wanted my assistance, but I really didn't know anything about it. If I knew I wasn't going to be of any help, I probably wouldn't have listened in the first place. It ended up with me again, regretting learning something I didn't need to know. If I had never learned about it, I would without a doubt be goofing off with the rest of them right now. I couldn't help but resent Oishi for this. Huh? When was that? I heard he wasn't there the next day. It appears he vanished the night of the Watanagashi. Mion whispered to keep others from listening, but I could hear it clearly. On the other hand, Rina's voice was even harder to pick up, but I could still tell that she was quite upset. It couldn't be. Are they talking about Tomatake? Lee Itake? Not sure. That's all I know. Let me move my mic up here. It's in a weird spot. And get it closer to my face. I would have to feign ignorance about this topic because I needed to keep it a secret, rather than waking up and being forced to lie to join the conversation. It was much easier to just sit here and pretend I was asleep to listen in on their discussion. Wait, did I have to pretend to be asleep while eavesdropping on my friend's conversation? The guilt stung. So, and me, there are others, right? Too? But they don't know if it's from the curse, or if this was an Onikakushi. Note, that's the title of the chapter. Onikakushi. Onikakushi. No, Oni means demon. I don't know what this means. To be hidden away by a demon. There you go. What a mysterious phrase. I did, however, get the feeling it meant nothing good. Yeah, there was another, right? I'm guessing, there was another, right? Right? If it's Oyashiro's, yeah. But, this year at all? Grandma and the mayor had talked about it. Seems they talked to the police about it beforehand. They said they'd take care of whatever happens this year without causing a commotion. Then, without us knowing it, someone had... them, you mean? Maybe. Next could... me, I wonder. Don't worry, you got home safely. But is not allowed, right? That was a long time ago. Let's stop talking about this. Amidst the uncomfortable mood, both of them went silent. Fuck, I keep right-clicking. The entirety of the conversation was still a bit unclear, but a few parts caught my attention. First of all, the term, Onikakushi. Oh, they're just gonna title drop us like that. To be demoned away. By the context it was used in, I would guess it's similar to being spirited away. Not a sponsor. I suspected that was what it meant, because Tomatake and the woman, it really bugged me I didn't know her name, vanished after the Watanagashi. The next thing that stuck out was when Rina said, "There's another one, right?" Mion also said, "If it's Oyashiro's, yeah, responding to something. If it's Oyashiro's curse, then there had to be 2 victims. Is that what she meant?" Let's think about that. 2 victims. So I don't know if it means 2 victims in the sense that it has to be like a double murder. I won't I can't believe I can't think of the word. I won't fuck with this idea for too long just because I don't know specifically what they're talking about, but let's pretend now that we assume that every Watanagashi murder has actually been 2 instead of 1. How could we make it fit? So the first one's pretty obvious. There was the foreman that died and the guy that went missing. The last member, the ringleader, who they said rumored drowned in the swamp that's nearby or whatever. So that makes sense. The second murder, I want to say that was the couple that fell. So right off the bat, that's 2. Now this is the one where it gets weird. Gotta remember that the 4th murder wasn't reported. The 3rd and 4th murders were the priest, and I believe it was the priest's wife. I might be remembering that wrong. But that might not necessarily be 2 murders, but they are connected, if that makes sense. And if we're gonna pretend that there was 2 this time, then it might have been the girl and Tomatake. Obviously, we know Tomatake is dead. So, but I don't want to play with the idea too much because they could literally just dispel it in 10 seconds. So it's not worth the time. Come to think of it, I remember Mion saying at the beginning that they didn't know if it was from the curse, or if it was a case of Onikakushi. It seems that the curse and being demoned away are different things, and that they were phenomena that were paired together. I recalled Tomatake's terrible end. That wasn't something as elegant as disappearing. That horrendous end would best be described as cursed. And true, we know. Well, we don't know, because the girl could have got... I don't know if this is a verb. She could have got Onikakushi'd. But we definitely know Tomatake didn't. I wonder if that's what they mean in the sense that if they're paired together, you have the death of the curse and then you have someone being spirited away. Because then that would also... but that doesn't really fit the second one then, or the 3rd murder in this. What I do know, that there's normally an even number of victims of the curse proper. And the last point that bothered me was Rina. Rina was frightened. For what reason, I didn't know. However, she knew that something had made her a potential target for Oyashiro's curse. Well, thinking a little bit, the same reason probably that my guy should be worried. Because we're both technically outsiders. And so if Tomitake, or if Oishi's statement about the town, again, we're gonna assume this is like a weird town cult thing, not like some literal metaphysical thing happening. If this is a town cult thing, Rina and I, and our families, I guess, I don't know Rina's family, but my family and Rina and her family would be the most outside people. So, if I recall correctly, Oyashiro should be the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. Isn't the guardian deity supposed to defend the citizens and drive out invaders? If I recall correctly, yesterday Oishi said that originally the targets were enemies of the village, but recently there was no longer any distinction between them or regular outsiders. If that was the case, then I would think that I'd be the more likely target, having moved here more recently than Rina, but you're both still outsiders, From her composure, I could infer that she was grimly certain that she would be next. I wonder if there's like a hierarchy to the outsiders. Maybe the outsiders, it's more so like the outsiders that arrived the farthest. That's not the correct word. The earliest. Because we know that Tomitake had been coming there for years, right? So maybe it's not going after recent outsiders, but outsiders that have been present for a while. Because then that would make sense why Rina thought she might be next. Now, just making it make sense could all just be bullshit. I should probably relay what I heard just now to Oishi. Informing the police of what I heard by eavesdropping on my friends while pretending to be asleep, it made me feel terrible. It raised a few questions and left me with a bad taste in my mouth. Would it be better not to seek the answers to those questions? As I continued to learn more and more, I felt like I had fallen past the point of no return. I would definitely regret this one day. I would definitely regret ever having learned of these events. But back to school life! The teacher approaches. Keiichi, you must awaken. In the distance, I could hear the ring of the handbell signaling the start of afternoon classes. I couldn't sleep at all. I hastily opened my eyes and raised my head up. It was in that moment when I leaned against the back of my seat. Jesus Christ, you got fucking clocked. Holy shite. There was a thumbtack stuck on the back of my chair with tape. Circumstantial evidence was enough. Satoko. Guilty without trial. Capital punishment. I furiously jumped from my seat, and I tripped as if my feet were tangled up. My shoelaces have been tied together. Not bad, Satoko. While I was sleeping, you were able to conceal your presence to pull off this fine piece of work. The teacher came in right as I was about to pull off my shoes and tackle Satoko. Oh ho ho! Did you not notice that our teacher has arrived, Keiichi? Take your seat. Clomp clomp, wish whiff. Not caring one bit, I made her eat a flick to the forehead. Jesus. Hey, don't pick on the younger kids, Maybara. Apologize to her. Oh man. I saw Satoko stick her tongue out at me, that little brat. Come on, Maybara. Yeah, I'll apologize. Sorry, Satoko. In any case, I apologized, even if it was in a completely insincere tone of voice. Damn her, I'll remember this. KK, get your revenge at the club meeting. Take your seat. I sat down after Mion told me to. I can't not trust Mion, though. I like her. I trust her more than anybody in the group. This might come back to bite me. She'd switched to class representative mode. With the boring classes finished, school was finally over for the day. Now then, what should we do for our club today? Personally, I'd like to play that deduction game one more time. I was hardly able to play it last time because of Oishi. Rina and I weren't even able to test out our strategy. That's right, today Keiichi and I will be victorious. What should we do? We've never played the same game 2 days in a row before. Why not try asking me? Mion looked over her shoulder as we made eye contact. She slowly tapped her palm with her fist as her face suddenly lit up. She was... Oh, I see what she was doing. I'm like, what the fuck is she... Oops. I completely forgot. I need to go help my uncle today. Sorry guys, not today. Helping your uncle? Aren't you a little goody two-shoes? Sorry, really. I really did forget. Well then, sorry guys. This old man's heading back home now. Mion left us with that and rushed off to the exit after snatching up her bag. You see, she sometimes goes to help out at her uncle's shop in town. Ah, I thought she wasn't the type to get caught up in such bothersome stuff. She said that she gets paid for it. It's quite a bit of spending money from what I hear. I see. She was able to pay for that mountain of games that she saved up from there. But wouldn't you call that a part-time job? Isn't that against school policy? Wait, is that actually a thing? You're not allowed to hold a part-time job? Do they fucking sign a contract to go to school? I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea. But... whatever. Is that what she's calling it? So what now? Pass on the club today? So, we're done today, I guess. Won't it be fine even without the club president? Let's do this. I opened the club locker and began searching for the deduction game from that ever-growing pile of games. Ah, here it is, the deduction game from yesterday. Man, I had to stop just as I was getting the hang of it. At the very least, I wanted to replay Satoko for what she did during the afternoon break. I do not mind. But is that fine for Rina and Rika? Had a stroke there. If Keiichi wants to so badly, I wouldn't mind playing for a bit. I think it's better if we do it when we have everyone together. When she says it like that... I wanted to go shopping if there wasn't a club meeting today. Going to buy soy sauce and other things. Oh, that's right! I completely forgot. Well, I guess since it's been a while, I should go treasure hunting. What's this now? Everyone was no longer in the mood for club activities? If I kept on trying to push the matter, it may make them realize I had a trick up my sleeve. Oh well, I'll give up this time. Man, I really was looking forward to playing it. I shuffled through the cards as if I was still caught up on it. At the next opportunity, I shall give you a sound thrashing. Oh ho ho. The murder is Satoko, the murder weapon is the pistol. It was you after all. What did you say? Then I'll just... Satoko looked through the cards on the desk and stuck out 3 of them at me. The murder is Keiichi, in the lounge with the rope. I don't need no rope. I'll just strangle you like this. No! Keiichi is such a beast. Oh my lord. Dude, I'm sorry. If you're losing to like an 8-year-old, you gotta step up your game. Well, I guess it's good that I got that out of my system. I remember this Keiichi. She was used as a plaything for quite a while. You poor thing. Everyone got ready to go back home. I also helped gather up the scattered cards. I suddenly paused. They were just the suspect cards, but I noticed something strange. Rina, Satoko, Rika, Keiichi, Mion. Satoshi. Not all the cards were made by us. Or at least, every card besides this one had the name of a club member. Does this mean that this Satoshi fellow is a member? Was there someone in the class named Satoshi? I couldn't find anyone named Satoshi on the class roster stuck up on the wall. This seems like this guy is reading way too deep into this. I get he's like paranoid because of what happened, but this is like, you're like 3 levels too deep on this. Keiichi, let's hurry up and finish cleaning up. Being rushed by Rina, I finished up quickly. Satoko and Rika had already headed merrily for their lockers, so we were the only ones left in the class. Right now, Rina had already gotten her bag, and she was ready to leave. Rina, there must be quite a few people who transfer from the school, right? I tried asking Rina in a bit of a roundabout way. Rina made a troubled face and then answered. Yeah, Hinamizawa is a rural town, right? Some people transfer out every now and then. Then is Satoshi another one of those transferees? Sorry, I don't really know. There was a bit of a pause, but the answer was pretty much immediate. Uh, um, I'm not saying it to be mean. Just last year, I transferred in, so maybe I just missed him. So I didn't hear much about him. Sorry. I mean, pretty innocuous. Innocuous? I keep saying innocuous. Innocuous. I am not sure. Sorry. Her answer was a lot like when she refused to tell me about the murder at the dam. I think this guy is going way too deep on this. This feels way too like. He's got his conspiracy brain. He's got his Illuminati brain out right now. This is a little bit too deep. I was saddened by her denial and felt a little bit of anger. I'm their friend, aren't I? Friends don't keep secrets from their friends, do they? Though I do appreciate that they kept that unsettling curse thing from me. But if everyone is worried about it, I'd rather be worried with them. That's what it means to be friends, right? For a moment, I wondered just what kind of face I was making just then, with these mixed feelings of sadness and annoyance. Heichi, you're making a scary face. Why is it? Why? It was probably exactly the kind of face Rena said it was. It appeared my grim expression had frightened her. Ah, sorry. I was really looking forward to the club today. I'm just feeling down about it. I rustled Rena's hair. Let's go home. Dragging that awkward mood with us, we headed home. I wonder why. Why have I been getting this dumb feeling lately? I didn't know anything. I had nothing to worry about. I was just enjoying my everyday life. My long, outstretched shadow gave no answer to my naive inquiry. Keiichi, are you tired, maybe? Maybe. Rena timidly questioned the reason behind my mood. I'm sure my expression made the situation even more unsettling. You think so? Yeah, you seem to have been a little out of it ever since this morning. Maybe a cold? Physically, I was pretty sure I was in perfect health. It may not seem like it, but I've had perfect attendance since elementary school. I'm what you'd call the attendance king. Rena continued on, since I didn't give her an answer. It could be that fatigue from moving has finally caught up to you. It's completely different from where you used to live, after all. Of course you've gotten tired, since there's so much you need to get used to and remember. Maybe that's it. Yeah, it has to be. Rena was also like that at first, too. I don't like characters that talk in third person, okay? It's odd. I think the only character I've ever been able to look past it on was Mayuri in Steins Gate. But otherwise, man, it's just a little odd. It's offsetting. There's something weird about it. Why do I have 9 messages? Holy shit. One sec. My friend's computer is broken. I'm reading this. My PC turns on fine. Everything else doesn't work. My monitor doesn't turn on. Same with my keyboard, mouse, and mousepad. I unplugged it and turned off the power supply for 30 seconds. And it didn't do anything. Unplug and replug everything and try again. Try a different port on the wall. If you can. Could be bad power from that port, possibly. Okay, sorry, let's get back to this. Yeah, it has to be. Rena was also like that at first, too. I can tell, you know. You know? I wondered if Rena had also experienced a slight bit of alienation last year that I was feeling right now. Thinking so, I felt that she was the only one who could understand how I felt. She's the only one who knows how I feel, man. I'd like to hear about when you first came to Hinamizawa. How was it? Feeling I had been drawn into the conversation, her face suddenly brightened. It was the same as Keiichi. I didn't know the villagers' names at all. Me and the rest were all very kind, so I wasn't lonely, but I did still feel a little out of place. Rina told me all the details of when she had moved here. All of her first acquaintances and surprises, worries and good times. So, Satoko got you too? Yeah, there was a thumbtack put on my chair. Poke, then with that eye. Yeah, that really takes me back. When were you invited to the club? First day? Nah, there wasn't a club at the beginning. Oh. Oh. This changes things. Because, again, well, there's three possibilities. One, she could not know. Or the other two, which seems a little bit more likely considering this info. How did she not know who Satoshi was? There's like an inconsistency in what she said. There wasn't a club. There wasn't club games. So the club games all were bought and existed after Rina showed up. If that's the case, how does she not know who Satoshi is? She can't use the excuse that he was an exchange student from years prior. It doesn't make sense, because if the games were bought when she was there, she would have to know who he is. One day she said we should stay after and hold a big game tournament. Come to think of it, Mion did say she was the first club president. Now I get it. This is a secret, but Mi used to be really bad at the beginning. She'd never win. Huh? Mion, really? I can't even imagine that. She had to do most of the penalties that she came up with. Seriously, don't tell. Can't believe Mion was like that. So she gradually transformed into a monster who used any means necessary to win during that time. Mion is at her best when she's fighting dirty. I began making more friends besides me after that, but yeah. It might have only been since you moved here that I had finally felt like I had gotten used to it here. I guess Rina had also been left in the dark about Oyashiro when she had just moved here. I guess when they finally told me about Oyashiro, I'd be considered one of them. I wonder when I'll finally be considered one of them. Huh? Did you say something? No, sorry, just talking to myself. Keiichi, you're silly. Rina was poking fun and laughing at me, and I couldn't help but laugh as well, but I suddenly stopped. And after making up my mind, I spoke. Hey, Rina. The music stopped. The cicadas stopped. What's happening? Rina? No, dude. Is there something that everybody is keeping from me? Huh? No, not at all. You're lying, aren't you? Rina suddenly stopped. Her expression was cold and intense. What do you mean by that, Keiichi? Her tone was still the same cheery and light-hearted one as before. You are, aren't you? Keeping something from me? After understanding what I meant, her expression grew more intense. Seeing that face, I regretted saying something so rash. But she came back at me in a way I didn't expect. Whoa! Holy fuck! Don't do that, man! Nah! Well then, Keiichi. Aren't you keeping something from us? Huh? Her tone didn't change. It was the first time I'd seen this expression from Rina. With how her gaze pierced through me, I couldn't help but think how beautiful her blue eyes were. I couldn't believe this was the same Rina. Aren't you? Lies or secrets? Aren't you? You are. Secrets. She didn't actually say that part, but she looked as if she did. The incident with Tomitake, and how I felt alienated from the group. Even without having to think about it, there were things I knew that I felt guilty about. But I didn't tell everyone about what happened with Tomitake, to be considerate. I was keeping it a secret, just the same way they didn't tell me about Oyashiro. Then, aren't we even? Sorry, I was reading that wrong. Aren't we even? No, I'm not. No lies, nor secrets. Liar. Her answer was instant and it shook me. Rena stared as if burrowing through me, watching me like a hawk. Why would you say I'm lying? Didn't you say that you were called into the teacher's room yesterday during the club meeting, Keiichi? I know you didn't go into the teacher's room. I swallowed hard. It clearly wasn't a bluff. She knew what happened. The teacher said you had a guest, didn't she? But you didn't talk at the entrance. You talked inside of the car near the school. Oh, fuck, dude, she knows. With some man we don't know. Rena knew everything. She knew that I was called out by Oishi, and that I heard about the incident with Tomatake as well. Did she know all of it? Exactly who was that man? I don't know him. Why did someone you don't know have business with you? I want to know that myself. Then what did you talk about? It has nothing to do with you guys. It was a lie. Jesus. Rena's scream echoed through the streets, sending frightened birds into the air. I couldn't exhale the deep breath I had just taken. No, it was like I wasn't allowed to exhale. It was here I first realized. The person in front of me, she wasn't Rina Ryugu. Then who was it that was standing before me right now? Let me think here for a second with this picture on screen. I wonder if they're going to do a split personality meme. I wonder if that's what we're going to get here. If we're going to say that Rina has, like... So there's two things about this, two ways you can read this. It could be a split personality. It could be that it's like two faces of a coin, right? But she only shows you the nice side. Who had assumed Rina Ryugu's appearance? I had held my breath for so long, I could feel myself suffocating. Right? And then she made a facial expression that Rina normally would have made. It didn't matter that it was Rina's usual smile. It chilled me to the bone. She drew closer to me. I felt her breath against my face. It wasn't the least bit exciting. Whoever this was with Rina's face was going to chew my nose right off. I cowered as I imagined that. Then she smirked as if she was able to see right through me. We also have secrets, just like how Keiichi has secrets. It was Rina's usual smile, but her eyes were still like that of a hawk's. I wonder if they're gonna say that this could be like demon possession or something too? Like, I don't know, there's a lot of ways they could go with this. Bringing her face close enough to mine to almost bump into my nose, she kindly persuaded me. I could nod or shake my head. This person standing in front of me, this person who looked like Rina, frightened me to my core. I was terrified knowing that she could hear the sound of me swallowing nervously. After what felt like an eternity, after a long empty silence, she finally spoke. Let's go. It's getting chilly. It was Rina again. Smiling at me once more, she started walking as if nothing at all had happened. When I was released from her gaze, my legs gave out from under me and I slumped into the ground. I wasn't able to lift a finger until Rina was out of sight. Who was that? I felt cold. My body was drenched in sweat. I was finally able to form a coherent thought and ask myself once again, who was that person? Who looked like Rina Ryugu? There's a lot of thinking to do here. Man, there's a lot that this could mean. Sorry, I don't want to waste too much time just sitting here saying nothing, thinking, but I was out of it and couldn't bring myself to do anything until dinner, except stare blankly into space. Was I terrified from Rena going off on me? No, that's not right. That was someone else who only looked like Rena. Then who could it have been? It was a dreadful feeling. Was it Yoshiro, maybe? I mean, like, who knows? Knowing that was someone else, not Rena. So tomorrow, I shouldn't have a problem talking with Rena like I usually do. That thought was strangely comforting. I concluded that I should just calm down and clear my head, though those thoughts continued swirling around my mind. Finally, I returned to my senses. I heard my mother calling out to me from the bottom of the stairs. Keiichi, it's a call from the bookstore. Bookstore? Can't think of why they'd be calling me. I went downstairs and picked up the receiver anyway. Oh god, it's Oishi. My apologies for calling so late at night. It's me, Oishi of the Oginomiya bookshop. Oishi? Oh, it's Oishi. Sorry. Since your parents picked up, I said I was from the bookstore. It puts people off when I say I'm a police officer. Oishi was, in his own way, rather courteous. Even so, I didn't want my parents hearing me talk to the police. I brought the cordless phone with me as I dashed back up to my room on the second floor. Okay, now this is really weird now. Oh, man. I'm gonna pull, like, the shonen protagonist here. I want to believe in my friends. I want to believe that Rina and Mion aren't guilty. Because I just don't think it lines up. I don't think it makes sense. Like, they might be keeping secrets, but I just, excuse me. I don't know if I think that it makes sense lined up with everything else, you know? I don't know if it works out. Sorry for calling so late. That phone number on the piece of paper I gave you yesterday was the old number. My apologies. Can you copy down the number I'm about to give you? Ah, yeah. Okay. He gave me the number from his direct line as I wrote it down. Fuck, man, there's so much going on here. I wonder. Dude, how's my friend's PC broken? This guy's a monkey. One sec. Because, like, look, this is my thinking, right? My thinking about this is that this is like a Danganronpa meme that they're doing here, okay? It's too fucking easy. Too easy to make the obvious suspect the actual suspect, right? There's gotta be more to it. There's gotta be like a, oh, like there's this, oh, there's that. Like there's something else to this, right? There has to be. I refuse it. I refuse to believe that it's so simple as like, oh, well, this person that you just met is the bad guy. It's like, oh, I don't know. Like, it seems kind of boring, kind of straightforward, right? I thought that was the end of it, but he began making pointless small talk, and it was pretty hard to hang up. So how's it been, Maebara? Anything strange happened recently? I see. This was the real reason. He really beat around the bush there. His adult conversation skills left me slack-jawed. Are you from around here, Oishi? Yeah, I am. Born and raised in Okinomiya. He's from around here. You might know. Oishi. Do you know what this Onikakushi thing is about? I believe that's when somebody suddenly vanishes because they've been abducted by a demon. It's a special saying from around here. It has the same meaning as spirited away, like everyone else says. I have to make sure that my definition makes sense here. Okay, so spirited away is just someone disappearing without any, like, notice or trace. Okay, it's pretty straightforward. One sec. I gotta talk to my friend here because this shit's broken. I'm gonna call him real quick here. So if you need to take like a 10-minute break or something, I'm gonna talk to my friend real quick. I will put a thing up on screen here. Oops, I just totally... Oh. I don't know how to reset the fucking thing. I have no clue. Yo. Yo, what's up? Yo? Yo, what's up?
Hello?
Yo, what's up?
I'm on my phone too.
Yeah, I don't know. I just want CPAN to get in here because it's easier to talk about this.
Where is he?
Yeah, I have no clue.
Can you hear background noise?
Yeah, I can.
My phone isn't the best. And I'll just mute myself until CPAN gets here.
Okay. Here we go. Look, because I'll tell you what I think it is. What I think is up. My thinking... Because I don't know what he means when he says the PC turns on but everything else doesn't. So there's like two things that's happening here. It's either the connection, the wire from the power button on his PC to the motherboard is doinked. It either got unplugged, the cord's messed up, something, or maybe the motherboard just shit out on him.
Could also be the power supply.
Could be, yeah. But if the PC is turning on, it would seem he should test his power supply, but I don't know if he knows how to. Yo, you're here.
He's here.
Hello?
Yo, let's figure this out. Explain.
Dude, I don't know. What do you mean explain? There's nothing to explain. I turned it off last night, like regular, right? I
Okay.
turn it on today. PC turns on. Nothing else turns on.
Okay, so when you say the PC turns on, nothing else turns on, what do you mean?
Like usually when I turn on my PC, my monitor turns on. My
So like the
keyboard lights
components
on,
are fine.
yeah,
Okay.
it's just my peripherals and monitor don't light up. Nothing turns on.
Okay. Okay, so there's two. This is weird. So because the weird thing is, right? Like if it was just your like mouse and keyboard, then it would be like, okay, well, maybe your GPU is being weird, like switch the display ports. Like I don't know if you tried that, like switch the whatever the port that the monitors are plugged into.
Yeah, that doesn't do anything.
Yeah, and the only reason why I think it's weird is that if both your monitor, which comes from your GPUs, or your GPU, your monitors, which come from your GPU, and then your keyboard and mouse, which come from your motherboard, it's probably a motherboard thing. Because I thought what you were saying was that when you turn on your PC, that like your stuff, I don't know, it doesn't matter what I thought. It wasn't what I thought it was. I think Hassan's right. You probably should try resetting the CMOS because it sounds like it's a motherboard thing.
I did. I took out the battery, waited 30 seconds, put it back in. Nothing.
You should take it out for like 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Yeah, it's got to be out for a little bit. The other thing you should do as well, when you do it, make sure that you take out all the plugs, like everything that's plugged into it. Like if you have your peripherals and stuff in it, undo your peripherals because you want it to totally reset. So
Yeah.
anything like you don't have to like undo the power supply or anything, but I mean you probably should to be safe. But what you really just have to do is make sure that any of the things that aren't working aren't plugged in when you're resetting it. I'll see if I can find anybody online that's having the same thing. Hmm. Okay, look, I'm gonna send you this message. I'm assuming you've probably tried this already, but do this as well if whatever we just said doesn't work. Mm-hmm. Let's see here. The other thing as well, make sure that your RAM is seated properly.
Yeah, I've had that in for a while. I've had my for a while.
So this just randomly happened this morning,
Yeah.
or when you woke
Wake
up.
up. Yeah, turn this shit on. Nothing works.
Yeah,
Boys,
that
is
is
it
weird.
time for a new
The
computer?
problem is that it could be like multiple points of failure. So like, are you positive that like nothing's the matter with your power supply? Or do you not know?
How can I check that?
You'd probably have to take it out of your case. Because the only thing you could check would be to see if any of the capacitors in it are blown. Because you probably wouldn't be able to like tell.
You know, I did for a few seconds when I still had my PC on my desk. I did smell a little bit of a little smoke. You know what I mean? Something smelled off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's not good.
I would take out the power supply and look because put it this way, like it seems really rare to me that it would be the motherboard because motherboards don't really like motherboards are usually like it's a very rare thing for your motherboard to be like the thing that breaks. Usually it's going to be something else. Usually it'll be like, "Oh, like this isn't seated properly. Oh, like this isn't plugged in. Oh, something is not connected properly." And then if that's not the case, it's probably just your power supply's fucked. Do you have a paper clip at your house? Because there's a way you can test your power supply if you have a paper clip.
Uh,
Or really just anything that's metal that can bridge, but it has to be like pretty thin.
I can go look for one. Give me a minute.
Yeah, do a check. Sorry about this, folks. You can't hear me, but I'm sorry that this is for the whole one of you that's probably watching. I'm sorry for this delay.
Oh,
Whoa! His house is burning down.
Yeah.
Whoa, my power supply's on fire. Maybe that's what's the matter. I'm gonna have to find the fucking thing. Because I forget what the ports are on the power supply that you have to bridge. How to test a power supply with a paper clip. Okay, yeah. Dude, the problem is that depending on what power supply he has, you might not be able to do that trick. Because
Oh,
I know on my old power supply that went broken, um, a lot of newer power supplies will have like an idle feature where it's like, oh, like if you're not doing anything intensive, then the fan on your power supply doesn't start spinning. So the problem is that if you just like bridge it, the fan like just won't turn on some models because it's not meant to. So then you're like, oh, my power supply is broke, which is why then you usually have to go to like a Canada Computers or like some computer store to get a multimeter and have it tested, because that's the only other way that you can. And I'm assuming most people don't have a fucking multimeter sitting around, so. Because normally you would look. I'm assuming that his power supply. Because I think he's still using his original power supply. I don't think that was one that I gave him. I don't remember though. I don't think I did, because I think I kept mine. Regardless, I'm not sure what power supply he has, but I'm sure that the normal power supply test will work.
yeah, it's weird all the peripherals don't work. It's like they're not getting power.
Yeah, because there's two things. It would either be like something is fucking up with your. There's two things, right? Either his power supply is fucked and the power is just not being fed to the motherboard, and that's why nothing's turning on. But the weirder thing is that if his PC is turning on, I wouldn't think it's his power supply. The only thing it could be, however, is that it might not be getting the proper voltage.
So maybe the motherboard.
Well, the problem is, until he takes it out and tests his power supply, there's not really any way to know. It's either probably, well, again, I'm not a fucking computer expert, but it's probably his power supply or his motherboard. The question is whether the power supply is not giving out enough power or is not working properly, or if it is, and then it's the motherboard that's doing something wrong. That it's not, because my thinking is, and this isn't necessarily true, because again, like I had a fucked power supply that still powered my computer for a long time, and it only like broke and then eventually had issues. But normally, if your power supply is fucked, your PC's just not gonna turn on. And in CPAN's case, it seems more like he turns it on, and his peripherals just aren't getting power properly. Because if his power supply was broken, you would expect that he probably has more issues like, oh, like I turn it on, the fans in my case don't spin, or my GPU doesn't light up, or like blah, blah, blah. But if everything is lighting up fine and just his peripherals aren't turning on. Yo.
Hello?
Any update?
Yeah, I couldn't find a paperclip.
Okay, it's fine. Pop. If you've taken the battery
Get the
out,
fork.
put the put the battery back in.
Okay.
And so this is the thing: when you turn on your PC, everything lights up, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Because the problem is, there's two problems that I was telling Hassan. It's kind of hard to know whether it's your motherboard or whether it's your power supply. It's most likely it's one of those. Because there's two situations, right? Because at least from my experience with having two fucking power supplies that have died on me, usually when a power supply dies, your PC just doesn't turn on. Like, it's just not responsive. Like, you press the button, nothing happens. Or you get really noticeable weird things, like, and this could be potentially what's happening with yours, where some things in your PC turn on and work normally, and then other things don't. But then the other thing is, like, if everything in your computer is lighting up, then the question would be, is your power supply giving out the wrong voltage, or is your motherboard just not responsive? And that's kind of a problem you can't really know. You would have to take your power supply in somewhere to make sure that it's not fucked, and then you would have to go from there. Because if you don't have even with a paper clip, it might not be able to test it properly. Worst case scenario, I don't know if I would bring your whole PC in if you have to. firstly, what I would do is just bring your power supply in and just ask them if they can test it. I don't even think they'll charge you. I know when I went the last time they didn't. And they can just
In
smack a
Canada
multimeter.
computer fan.
Yeah, that's where I did go, unfortunately. And you can just go there and they'll just slap a multimeter on it and they'll tell you if it's delivering the proper voltage. Because this is the problem. We're going to get to a situation where it's not going to be possible to know whether it's... Because clearly your power supply is not broken. It might be fucked, but it's not broken because your PC is turning on. But then the question is, it's going to be hard to know whether your power supply is giving the wrong voltage or not enough voltage, whatever it would be. So that, let's say, maybe... The only weird thing is, though, I would expect that if your power supply had fucked voltage, that like your computer just wouldn't turn on, or there'd be more problems. Because your motherboard interfaces with everything else. So if your GPU is turning on, like, and if your PC is, like, booting and your peripherals aren't going, then it's kind of like, well... I mean, like, nothing else boots if the motherboard isn't powered. Which then makes me think that it is your power supply just not giving proper voltage. But then if that's the case, it's like, okay, but then why is everything else still working? It's sort of a... The problem is I don't think you're going to be able to tell necessarily, unless it fixes itself. I don't know if you're necessarily going to be able to tell which one is which, but... Did you put the battery back in?
Yeah. Still not.
Yeah, the only thing that I would say now... So, like, write down on a piece of paper what's happening. And then I would just take out your power supply. I don't think you need to bring the whole thing. Make sure you write down, like, okay, like, and I know they're probably going to give you, like, the, well, we need it all here. Just shut the fuck up. Just tell them, I think my power supply might be messed. I think it might not be giving the proper voltage. Can you test it? And then if it...
Did you try plugging it in?
And then, if that doesn't work, the only other thing I would think is to then just have the piece of paper that has all the issues that you have it written down, like, what's happening. And then you give it to the guy or you tell him, like, yo, this is what's going on. Because, unfortunately, without a multimeter, which I'm assuming you don't own, because I don't think anybody does, you're not going to be able to tell just by paperclip testing your power supply. Because all that's going to tell you... Normally you do the paperclip thing if your PC doesn't boot. Because it tells you, like, okay, like, my power supply is still working. So it's not that. And when you also take it out, they'll also probably look at it and they'll be like, oh, like, because they can check there and you'll probably be able to see if there is. But when you look inside, you'll see, like, these little, like, cylinders, which are the capacitors. And if they're, like, bulging or if they're broken, then it's like, well, your power supply is probably not working properly. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's much you can, because the only other thing I would do is I don't know if you did the thing that I just sent, but try that, because what this guy was saying is that, that basically his PC is stuck in, like, a weird, like, like, hibernation mode, and you have to, like, reset it. So I would just try that thing there, see if it works. I'll read you what this guy says here. It says, PC boots, peripherals won't turn on. Basically, his title states, my PC powers up fine, fans on, LEDs working, etc. But my keyboard, mouse, and monitor are not powering up with it. Not sure how to fix. Can anyone help? This is what this guy said. Okay? I'll read this whole response. So this guy said, 1, does it happen every time you boot up the PC? I'm assuming you've done this multiple times, so yes. 2, are the peripherals plugged into the back motherboard ports, so like the I/O shield area, instead of like the case? That's another thing you could try. Did you switch them to the case ports, like the ones at the top or on the front? You could give that a shot. See if you change the ports, if it works. Like if you switch from the back to the case ports, if they turn on. Obviously, you can't do that with your motherboards. With your monitors. But like with your keyboard and mouse, at least try that. then the only other thing you could also do is it could be any singular thing fucking up. Like, it could be like maybe there's like some maybe there's some, I don't know how to put this. Like, maybe there's some software that's a part of your thing that's interacting when your PC boots. And then my only other thing, if it doesn't work when you switch it to the front ports, would be to unplug one thing at a time and start it up with one specific thing unplugged each time. I don't think your monitors would be a big deal. It would be more so like your mouse and your keyboard. So look, I'll send this guy's post here, and maybe this will do something for you. Okay, I'm gonna get back to playing the game. Let me know, like, you can message in here, I'll just keep reading it, and I'll see what's up. Just try that, and then the one that I sent above it. If not, you're probably gonna have to go in somewhere, unfortunately. But good luck, Godspeed. Hopefully it's fine. Talk to you later. Hopefully it's fixed. Bye-bye.
Good.
Okay, sorry about that. We can continue now. Oh, wow, apologies for that. Hopefully it's fine now, though. Okay. I think I already read this, so we'll just... Whereas my friends would say they didn't know when I asked, this older man gave me a direct answer. It made me a bit happy that he answered me directly without trying to hide anything. Hinamizawa was... I'm not sure how I should tell you this, Maebara. Don't try to play this off. If you're not going to talk, then I'm not going to tell you anything. No. That's not what I meant. It's just... It may make you feel bad. You see, long ago, Hinamizawa was feared as the village where demons reside. Demons? By demons you mean those pitchfork-carrying things in hell. More like human-eating monsters. They'd go down to villages, snatching people up and gobbling them down. That kind of tale. Demons snatching up people, is what this Onikakushi really means. They said that the curse and being demoned away happens together. What does that mean? I already knew about the mysterious deaths happening 5 years in a row, but I didn't know there were people disappearing for those same 5 years. The curse and being demoned away happened together. First time I've heard of that. Is that how it is, Maebara? That's what I want to know. I heard Rina and Mion talking. They said that if that really was Oyashiro's curse, then both the curse and demoning away would happen. Oishi began hemming and hawing on the other end of the receiver. Maybe something about that came to mind. Maebara, do you know the first incident? The murder by dismemberment? Yeah. One of the 6 perpetrators is still on the run, right? Hypothetically. This is what I said earlier. I didn't mean to do that. Oops. Hypothetically, what if he isn't on the run but was demoned away? Huh? It was an outrageous hypothesis from Oishi. The incident 4 years ago was a particularly ghastly one. The police already knew the perpetrators, so they posted tons of wanted posters with his face on them. They staked out various locations and investigated every possible escape route he had. But after 4 years, there wasn't even a hint of where he might be. Unless the police were completely incompetent. Sorry, fuck, I'm trying to close something on my monitor. I keep scrolling by accident, and it's advancing it. But after 4 years, there wasn't even a hint of where he might be, unless the police were completely incompetent. Even if it was an outrageous hypothesis, I couldn't simply laugh it off. And what about the incident the next year, where the man who supported the project and his wife both died in an accident? Well, actually, it was only the husband who died in the accident. His wife's body never surfaced. Okay, so it seems as though that theory from earlier has been somewhat confirmed. They seem to come in pairs, and it's murder, disappearance, murder, disappearance. So, or death, disappearance, I should say. Maybe, not necessarily murder, but death, disappearance, death, disappearance. So we have the death of somebody, and then the disappearance of somebody related. First case, foreman death, perpetrator disappeared. Second case, husband dead, wife disappeared. Third case, priest and his wife. I'm pretty sure his wife ran away, right? That was the story, I think. Or was she beaten to death? I don't remember. That's the only one which I'm guessing they might address here. Because the third and fourth year incidents are somewhat intertwined. If I'm remembering right, it was the priest and his wife. Wait, actually, that doesn't make any sense. Well, actually, I'm sorry. No, never mind. I'm thinking of... Never mind. The priest and his wife. I mean, again, that's the only, one where it's it doesn't really fit. Because obviously, the Tomitake and this girl that went missing, they obviously, that fits. But we don't know all the details. So we just found out we didn't know all the details of this. Unless we find the body, then it's considered a missing person by law. At the time of the incident, with the river below the cliffs being muddy rapids, the police divers had searched every branch off the main stream of the river for dozens of miles. Should be kilometers. Fucking disgusting imperial system. But in the end, they weren't able to find her body. But that's just them not being able to find the body. She's still dead, right? Isn't it different from her being demoned away? We can't say someone is dead without their body. I just told you that, you fucking idiot. Until a certain number of years pass, by law, she's treated as still alive. This is true. This is like the Jimmy Hoffa, or Hoffa? I think that was his name. Jimmy Hoffa? The guy that, he disappeared, but they just declared him dead. Because it's when somebody has been gone for, however many years, they're just they're probably dead. They've been gone for this long, they're probably dead. We can't say someone is dead without their body. Until a certain number of years pass by, they're still treated as they're alive. I'm not sure if it was right to call that being demoned away. The wife is missing. At least that part was reality. How about the third year? The Shinto priest died of illness, and his wife committed suicide, Maebara. That's actually the exact same scenario. The wife had supposedly thrown herself into the bottomless swamp deep in the forest around Hinamizawa. Meaning it's all circumstantial. They simply found her suicide note in front of the swamp. A diver was able to recover a few of her articles, but they weren't able to find the body. The investigative headquarters believed that she had faked her death and was still alive somewhere. Okay. But I thought that the third year and the fourth year were connected. Because I thought that the fourth year was a part 2 of the third year, right? I want to see. Can I view the tips? No, I can't. Fuck. Well, wait. We gotta be close to the end of this chapter. To be fair, I did fuck around and do shit. But, Because, the question is... Because I thought I remember the fourth year case. Oh, excuse me. I thought I remember the fourth year case that was her. But wasn't it someone was beaten to death? I think I might be remembering wrong. I'm not sure we could refer to these cases as being demoned away. It's just as you said, every year one person does go missing. The incident this year, the one with Tomitake, has gone missing. Then what about the incident with the housewife? Thank you, okay. Who went missing? I believe the perpetrator was caught, right? Yeah, we arrested him. He was just a miscreant with a record of narcotic abuse. He admitted to the crime while being questioned about a different incident. Well, you see, after he was arrested, a child from the victim's home went missing. It's still under investigation as to whether the disappearance had anything to do with the crime. Okay, so now this makes sense. So, that did happen. So the fourth year, okay, so they were separate. So the fourth year wasn't the priest's wife. Okay, now we got that flattened out. So yeah, everything fits so far. There's a murder or a death and a disappearance every year. But you said you caught him, right? Did he have an accomplice? No idea. It was most likely only the one perpetrator. Moreover, we can't even check now, because while under investigation, that man, he died in his holding cell. He swallowed a spork and choked it. Okay, dude. It's not known whether it was an accident or suicide, meaning for the last 5 years, there's always one person who dies and one who goes missing. It's about right. No, actually, I'm surprised as well. I've never realized that they had that in common. Well, you're not a fucking good police officer then, man. It was just something that they had in common. Could it be that those demoned away have something in common? Oishi mumbled as he seemed to be thinking about it. So I summarized these events. The first year was the dam employee. The second year was the wife of a dam project supporter. The third year was the wife of a Shinto priest. Was the victim's family child. And the fifth year was the victim's girlfriend. Female. We don't know the genders of the other ones. With the exception of the first year, wives and girlfriends, those do stand out. Yeah, but you could just say, so like, we don't know the gender of the child. We don't know the gender of the damn employee. I think they said it was a man though, so never mind. Fourth year was the victim's family's child. And the fifth year was the victim's girlfriend. Yeah, with the exception of the first year. Okay, yeah. Does seem like these are a lot. And that means the fourth year's victim child was different. It would have really stood out if it were all married couples, except it's not married couples, but parents and children as well. Come to think of it, I believe Tomitake also told me the younger brother is alive and moved, if I recall correctly. That child that went missing in the fourth year, who were they? Apparently he was quite mature. Okay, so it was a he. It's gonna be Satoshi. Yup, Satoshi Hojo. Oh, Lord. Okay, well, my theory of it being female is the theory just died. Yikes, man. We're in, one awkward situation, don't you say? Holy. Fuck, I'm trying to think here now. I remembered that name. Didn't they tell me Satoshi transferred out last year? He was at your school up until last year. Didn't they tell you anything about him? God, dude, this is so weird now. Because my question in all of this is, what is Rita's, like, what is her reasoning? What is her thinking? What is her... Man. Because this is the thing, right? Like... because I'm just trying to think of Rina's involvement. It doesn't make sense to me. But parents and children as well. I mean, well, you could just be simple and just say, like, well, they were... So the first year of this is actually the real sticker. Because you could just say that the rest of these here were just family members, right? Significant members of their family, whether it's a significant other, whether it's, but it all fits, wife, child, girlfriend, right? It's not a female thing because we know that this is Satoshi, who I'm assuming maybe wrongly so, but I'm assuming is male. And my understanding is that the first one is male as well. So it's not a gendered thing or a sex-based thing. And we know, God, dude, Rina is really confusing. God, she's really confusing. And where I sat once belonged to the one who was demoned away was his seat? I recalled the cold sensation that came from that desk. It made my hair stand on end. This string of mysterious deaths, no Oyashiro's curse. I now knew how it connected to me. That chilling sensation, it was the feeling of Oyashiro caressing the back of my neck. Oyashiro's curse, huh? Could Oyashiro's curse really exist? In all honesty, I was beginning to believe it, and I was scared. That's why I wanted to say it was a plot crafted by a man and not the work of a curse, but the more I dug into it, the less likely that it seemed. No, the more I dug, the more mysterious it became. If I kept digging eventually, I'd reach the point where I learned something I really shouldn't know. To either be none the wiser or to seek an answer I may regret, which one would I be happier with? Maybe it'll be me next time. My execution could only be delayed for 1 year. That was when I remembered. Rina. Rina said she may be the next victim of the curse. You mean Rina Ryugu? She transferred in last year, and she's your classmate, isn't she? These incidents really might be a bit too disturbing for a girl. She's not just scared, is she? It wasn't that. She said it might be her next. She said it in a way that made me think she had a concrete reason behind it. It felt like she was convinced, almost as if you could say she was frightened. Her sudden change in demeanor. That someone who looked like Rina but wasn't Rina. That might be unrelated. All the strange things that I felt from Rina today came back to me. I see. I'll be doing a bit of investigating on this end. Please continue your observations of Ryugu. Maebara. Are you asking me to keep Rina under surveillance? That's not what I mean, Maebara. I just want you to watch out for your friend so she doesn't end up the next victim. Fuck, man. There is a lot going on here. A lot going on here. There is way too much going on here. Oh, man. Sorry, I'm just trying to process all this. Because I'm trying to think of anything that would be... Because okay, so this is where you gotta understand. Most of my enjoyment from playing mystery-based things, which I'm assuming is how most other people get it as well, is from trying to solve the mystery before it's solved for you, right? So I'm trying to put on my detective cap here and think, what is the connecting thread between all these? Because there's obviously something. Because we clearly have an exception with the first person. Otherwise, it'd be quite easy to just, like... You know what? I'm going to try and hold off for now. I'll go over this when we get to the tips part, okay? At that moment, just as my mouth was... Because this is going to take me way too long, and I'm going to repeat shit over and over, and it's stupid. I'll just wait till we get to some sitting point. At that moment, just as my mouth was agape because I was so impressed with his mature, clever way with words. Knock, knock. Sudden knock at the door sent my heart racing. In an instant, I had pointlessly covered up the end of the receiver. Keiichi, get the door, please. On the other side of the door, I heard my father's oddly upbeat voice. What could it be? It's so late. Sorry, my dad just came in. Can we leave it at this for tonight? Yeah, my apologies again for calling so late. If you find anything else, please let me know. I'll tell you if I make any progress on this end. Well, then have a pleasant evening. Keiichi, hurry and open up. Daddy's got his hands full. What's Dad doing? I'd stayed in the same position while on the phone the whole time, so my joints were aching. When I opened the door, I saw my father was standing there with a tray. On that tray, cookies and 2 cups of black tea. Fairly fancy spread for our household. There was even sugar and lemon slices on the side. Everything you could ask for. It's quite the show of hospitality. Well, what's going on, Dad? What's all this for? Come on now, don't play around, Keiichi. I'm coming in. Dad was in high spirits and had a smirk on his face, but for my entire life, I'd never seen him act this hospitable. What's gotten into him? So what were you talking about? I jumped. It's not something I had to keep from my father, but how could I explain it to him that I was how could I explain to him that I was talking to a detective? I'm assuming he was. This late at night. Wait, what the fuck? What is this? It's not something I had to keep from my father, but how could I explain to him I was talking to a detective this late at night? Oh, a detective. I'm assuming he was a detective. Okay. Nothing much. It's just a friend. I don't mean the phone. She was here, wasn't she? Rena. She wasn't here. Come now, don't try to keep it from me. She just came over to play. What the fuck? What? They got chills from that. She just came over to play. You two were chatting away. I thought I'd bring some tea. It looks like I just missed her. I had no idea what Dad was talking about, but a cold sweat dripped down my back. How long were we talking? Rena went upstairs about half after, so it was close to an hour, I guess? You saw her come up to the 2nd floor. Yeah, I did. I also told her that your room was the door down the hall up the stairs. Rena came into my house about an hour ago. Dad met her at the door and called out to me on the 2nd floor. Probably didn't hear him because I was so focused on my conversation with Oishi. I didn't... Dude, was she eavesdropping on my whole fucking convo? No. No. No, dude. Dude, no. No. Dude, no. I'm fucked. We're fucked, dude. It's over. We're fucked. We got caught. She thanked my dad and went upstairs. I think I skipped one here. Oh, I didn't reply, but he knew I was in my room, so he had her come inside, then told her my room was on the 2nd floor. She thanked my dad and went upstairs. Then about an hour passed. She passed by my dad just as he was bringing up tea and left. She came upstairs and about an hour passed, then passed my dad and returned home. Where was Rena? There's only a short hallway between my room and the stairs, meaning Rena had, for about an hour, in the hall. She couldn't have been standing in front of my door all that time. The door to my room wasn't particularly thick. You could easily hear everything being said inside. All of those unsettling and unguarded things I spoke to Oishi about began rushing through my head. Honey, don't tease him. More importantly, you need to clean up your studio. It's a mess again. Mom yelled up at Dad from downstairs. Dad left the tray with me and went downstairs with a disappointed chortle. Oh my god. I'm fucked. So she was standing there in the hall for an hour, eavesdropping, like I was doing to her in class. What the fuck? I followed my dad out of the room with my eyes. I looked down at the floor around the door where Rena might have stood all that time. Just now as I was talking to Oishi, with my back turned, Rena was standing a mere 6 feet away the whole time. Jesus Christ. All that time in this dimly lit doorway. What did she see? What did she hear? For what reason? Dude. I'm just trying to process this now. Whatever, we'll keep chugging along. We'll think about this in a minute. As the steam from the two teacups ominously wafted and twisted, the aroma of black tea filled my room. What the fuck, man? Okay. Okay, let's think about this now. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is going on, man? What is happening, man? Notice from the police chief. This is probably just going to be about what we talked about. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of interesting info from this. July 1st, 1982. The departments 1 through 12, blank prefectural police headquarters, Director General blank, to the chief, constable, and all facility managers, regarding cases situated in the Hinamizawa village, notice. As cases in Shishibon City, Hinamizawa village have been reported by certain sections of mass media, it has drawn global attention, which is causing serious repercussions for the local residents. This has become a very serious situation. To protect the livelihood and prosperity of the residents, the following notice has been issued. 1. Designate the following criminal investigations as classified. Okinomiya Station 1982, case number blank. Hinamizawa Village housewife murder. Dated June blank. Okinomiya Station 1982, case number blank. Hinamizawa Village student disappearance. Dated June blank. Non-disclosure of information. Okinomiya Station 1979, case number blank. Hinamizawa Village site foreman murder. Dated June blank. Shira Station 1980, case number blank. Shirakawa Natural Park falling incident, dated June blank. Okinomiya Station 1981, case number blank. Hinamizawa Village Shinto priest wife disappearance, dated June blank. Requesting self-restraint from each organization concerning the release of sensitive information. Please see attached reference materials 1, 2, and 3. Management, blank prefecture police headquarters. Internal line blank. Police affairs department blank blank. So yeah. So basically, they're just putting out like an NDA to not fucking talk about this. Make it classified. Cover it up in wraps. It's drawing too much attention. It's making shit bad. So this chapter was a little bit monk of W. We learned some things that maybe we didn't want to learn. So, fuck. Now we gotta think about this. So new info from this chapter. The murders are tied with disappearance. I keep saying murders. The deaths are associated with disappearances. Numero uno. So that's scary. Sean, how's it going? What are you up to? I'm pretty good. We're playing like a horror mystery game. Visual novel. It's been pretty good so far. What are you up to? You can help soften the mood here. Some Warzone? Losing? Unfucking fortunate. It's okay though. You'll win soon, I know. Okay, so look, let's think here. Thoughts on Dota show. Okay, I'll give you my thoughts. I think it'll be good for the game. As long as the show is not literally terrible. I think it looks pretty good. I'm worried about the CGI. I know you don't watch anime. Or if you have, you haven't seen a lot. I am worried about the CGI in it. It did not look good in the trailer. The hand-drawn animation looked fine. It actually looked really good. But the CGI was a little bit yikes for me. I think for the most part, it'll probably be pretty good, and I think it'll be good for the game in general. Dota's kind of always ate shit compared to League in the marketing department, you know? So it's nice that maybe they try to not, you know, get dunked on like they always do. Okay, so let's think here. I should get a text document here. I'm gonna get a notepad here. Yeah, I kind of agree. Put it this way, I probably should be excited, but I'm more worried that it'll flop and that it'll make the game look really bad. That's what I'm most worried about. Even if it's, like, not great, I don't think it's going to be terrible regardless. But it might not be as good as we want it to be. Okay, boom. Here's my notepad. Gonna go over my theory so far. So... Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna write this down here and then we'll talk about it. Okay, this is like all the important information that we know so far. I don't want to get like 9 levels too deep because again, like a lot of this will probably end up being like dispelled or, you know, whatever. So we know so far that the deaths, I don't know why I put an apostrophe here. The deaths and the disappearances are somehow linked together, and that every year at the Onikakushi, or the summer festival, there is a death plus a disappearance. Oh, I should also write here. Okay. With the exception of the first case, however, every single victim has... Well, actually, we don't know. It could very well be that it's also true of the first case, but we just don't know yet, and I don't think so. I feel like we would have heard by now if that was the case. It seems as though every single that case, the person who disappears is of some family or significant other relationship to the victim. So again, excluding the first case, the second case was a wife, the third case was a wife, the fourth case was a child, and the fifth case was a girlfriend. Originally, we thought that it might have been... Oh, dude, Fosabot came in hard. I didn't even see the message. We know that... That fucking derailed me. We know that they are of some relationship to the person who's gone missing. Now, it's hard to make any sweeping claims yet. I guess I'll also put like my take down here at the bottom right now. I don't think that Mion or Rena are responsible. Rena's second personality thing might be, but it's hard to say since we don't really know what it is. Going by the... Okay. So this is my take so far. So we know, we'll go over this quickly, hopefully in a coherent way, and then we'll continue. We know that the deaths and disappearances are somehow linked together, and that every year on the day / night of the Onikakushi, there is a death and a disappearance that's related to it. And with the exception of the first case, which this could hold true as well, but we don't know because we don't have enough info to say. But I feel like it would have been said by now, if it was. But everybody who's gone missing, not murdered, but gone missing, has had some family or significant other relationship to the victim. Rena has a weird split personality shit going on, or meme going on. It's like she's possessed, which maybe is what they're going for, given the whole, like, demon thing. The only thing is that it seems as though their personalities are very different. Like, normal Rena is quite, like, you know, normal, I guess. Her second form is very, like, malicious, like, very cunning. Seems quite evil and very aggressive. But at least the Rena that we're aware of, she seems to be, like, pretty straight-laced. We know that Mion and Rena, probably as well Satoko and Rika, can't say for sure because from what we saw when Keiichi was, like, faking being asleep, it was only Mion and Reno. I don't know if there were other ones there. It might not be them, but I don't know. We're gonna assume that they are. They're keeping secrets from me. They're keeping secrets about what happened at the damn construction site. They're keeping secrets about the Oyashiro's curse. They're just not being forthcoming with a lot of info that you think somebody would want to know. Now, on the flip side of this, Rena, and I'm not sure if... So this is the thing, right? If we're doing a split personality meme, I'm not sure if both Rena and her weird second half share memories at all. I'm not sure if they are connected in that way. They might not be. Like, the second personality could be, like, a total opposite side of her. And if that's the case, then I can't necessarily say Rena's at fault. But her second half, for sure, and potentially her, I guess, real half that we've known for most of the game so far, knows that Keiichi lied to all four of them about where he went. She knew, and I think she said we. Now, when she says we, I don't know if she means Mion and her, or if she means, like, Rena, because she talks in the third person a lot. But she said that she doesn't know, or she knows that we lied, that we went and got into a car with an old man that they didn't know. And as of the very end of this, it would seem that Rena, or whatever her weird second form thing, demon possession shit meme going on is, that she just eavesdropped on our whole conversation with Oishi, where we basically spilled the beans to him about everything. Which is no fucking bueno. Now again, I'm assuming this is Rena in her weird, like, evil glass-eyed form. But this is my takeaway at the end of this. I personally don't think... I should say... Right here. First things first, unless Mion has a strict and steep change in behavior, I think she's pretty chill in my book right now. I don't think she's done anything too bad. However, Rena, the regular Rena, and again, like, this could change here if Rena becomes more, like... Once we get more details about what the fuck is going on with that whole, like, two halves of the same coin meme going on, I don't think that Mion or Rena in, like, her innocent form are guilty or responsible for anything that's been happening. At least by themselves, because we know that this would have to be a much greater group of things. The way that Mion and Rena talk to each other doesn't really sound like they're guilty of, like, a crime in a certain way. Like, again, we eavesdropped on them in class, and, you know, Rena was more concerned about being a victim of a next murder / disappearance than of perpetrating it. You know, she wasn't worried about covering something up. She was worried about being the next target, which doesn't really seem to link, you know, if they were responsible. However, I don't know what the fuck is going on with Rena's weird second personality thing. And if it holds true, like if this is like a JoJo Part 5 meme, and spoiler alert, cover your ears for 30 seconds. If this is like a JoJo Part 5 meme in the sense that the villain is actually two different people in the same body, and only one of them is strictly evil and the other isn't, and they don't share memories, then Rena's second personality could be at fault without Rena herself knowing, if that makes sense. Like, for instance, Doppio didn't know that he was the boss, or that the boss was within him, or at least, you know, as far as we understand. But he was. So, Rena's second personality, and they didn't share memories. So Rena's second personality could be at fault, and Rena herself in her regular form might not know. That's why I'm saying that this weird second form of Rena could be guilty, and Rena herself in her regular form might be normal. I don't know if this is like a demon possession. I don't know if this is a split personality meme. I don't know. That's my take on it for the time being. We're going to keep going here, because I don't want to waste too much time. Yeah, let me take a drink here. Wariness and a headache. Not a very nice way to start the day. What's wrong, Keiichi? You don't look so well. When did you go to sleep? It seemed that my mom had noticed my sullen state. I didn't respond to her. Yesterday, I kept waking up in the middle of the night. Without a doubt, I felt a presence. I felt the presence of someone standing in front of my door. I told myself repeatedly that it was my imagination and forced myself to try and sleep. Except not being able to stand it, I gathered up my courage and opened the door. Of course, there wasn't anyone there. I think I did this 3 times throughout the night, or maybe I just didn't remember doing it any more than that. Even though I was able to get to the breakfast table without incident, I still didn't feel at ease. It might be a cold. I don't really have an appetite. My, you do seem a little warm. Well, can you make it to school? Technically, I did go to a school, but it was mostly self-study. It wouldn't matter if I missed a day, would it? It could have been that I didn't... I don't know why I said didn't. It could have been that I hadn't been feeling well for the last few days because I really did have a cold. If I took some medicine and got a good day of rest, I may be able to greet everyone with a smile tomorrow. Startled, I looked back and forth between the entrance and the clock. It was 10 minutes later than when I usually met up with Rena. It was Rena. Rena came to get you. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna take the day off? Rena was a good girl. She might be somewhat quirky, but she was certainly cute. The lunches she made were delicious, and she always looked out for me. Why should I be scared of something like that? It wasn't Rena's fault, it was probably mine. It had to have been my cold. It had to be. I'll rest. Sorry. No, you dumbass! You fucking dumbass! Yo, you're right! Is that Hypexis XD? Oh man. You're right. In second here. The Sabres fan part, maybe not so much. But I am pretty cool. Mom headed off to the door. I'd have to pass by the entrance to get back to my room. This guy's such a fucking pussy. I think he's taking the total wrong play of this. This guy is just making the absolute wrong read. I feel like if he just confronted this head on, this would go over a lot smoother, but... I was so sleep deprived I quickly fell into a deep slumber. I had only intended to lie down for a bit, but it was almost noon when I woke up. I called out to my parents, but they didn't seem to be around. On the table I found lunch prepared in a note. Mom and Dad had apparently driven off. Oh no. Oh no, dude. Oh no. Okay, it was for tonight. I was about to say he's gonna be home alone now. He's gonna get fucking attacked. They would be back for dinner, but might be a bit late. On the note it said, the insurance card is in the cabinet. Take it and go to the hospital. There was also a well-drawn map to the hospital. That's right. I hadn't been there before, so I didn't know exactly where it was. I had a light lunch, although it really was just leftovers from the morning, and just in case went to the hospital. When I got to the hospital, Rena was there. She asked me what the fuck I was doing. Normally, I'd never be here in the middle of a weekday. Just walking around like this had me feeling guilty. It was an odd feeling. Following my mom's map, I took a road I usually never used. After walking for a bit, the hospital's sign came into view. Irie Clinic. Oh no, dude! Wait! I remember this name! There's gotta be a way that you can look at... What's it called? The tips. Is there a way to look at the tips when you're in the game? I want to look at the tips. Regardless, I remember. One of these motherfuckers, one of the people who was a victim, was from this clinic. I remember reading the name and thinking it was weird. The clinic wasn't very big, but based on the scale of the rest of Hinamizawa, it was far too grand. There was a parking lot and even a reserved spot for buses. They must be making a mint. Whenever the music stops, my heart kind of drops for a second, thinking that something's about to happen, but it's usually just it looping. I spaced out in the air-conditioned waiting room until it was my turn to be seen. Maebara, please make your way to the examination room. After half-heartedly answered... Oops, I didn't mean to do that. After half-heartedly answered... I just had a fucking stroke. After half-heartedly answering all of the chatty doctor's questions, he responded with the old, it's probably a cold. They gave me a shot and 3 days worth of medicine. I thought it was a little overboard, but if it would clear away the gloomy feeling I've been having lately, then it was worth it. I'm sorry, sir, you're depressed. You're gonna need SSRIs, not a fucking shot of... Not a shot of a fucking antibiotic. I settled the bill and took a quick trip to the washroom. As I was leaving, I overheard a conversation between some elderly people who seemed to be regulars at the clinic. Of course, I had no intention of eavesdropping, but I did, if it just wasn't for that word. Must have been an Onikakushi. I wonder. She was still pretty young, might have just eloped. With whom? The man from Tokyo who visits every season, that young one with the big camera, that's code. Didn't you know they were getting along pretty well? Were they talking about Tomatake? I could feel my ears perking up. I didn't know about that. But you have to make preparations before you elope, leave a note or quit their job or something. It's an elopement because they didn't leave a note or message. The thought that I'll never see that young... Okay, so she was a nurse, that's what it was. I remember hearing that it was in the one tip where it was talking about the girl, that she was a nurse here at this clinic. That's what it was. Takano is an upstanding young woman. She'll be fine wherever she goes. So her name was Takano. That woman with Tomatake. And she worked at this clinic? Oyashiro's shadow was following me everywhere I went. I started listening more closely, but they began talking about fishing, and it didn't seem like they were going to revisit the topic. I gave up and left. Thus, even though I was separated from the daily monotony of school, I wasn't able to escape from Oyashiro's shadow. But of course, Oyashiro was the guardian deity of this place, of Hinamizawa. As long as I was in Hinamizawa, I wouldn't be able to escape. Man, I don't like this. And the music stopped. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Maybe it was because I was walking outside, but my appetite had suddenly returned. I might as well buy a snack with the change from the examination fee on the way home. Contemplating that, I turned onto a familiar street. This is the one that I used to walk with Rina. At that moment, I heard a car horn abruptly honk behind me. Was I really walking so far into the middle of the road where I'd be in a car's way? Or alternatively, it's someone you know. I moved farther off to the side, but the horn was still honking at me. I turned around, peeved. Oh, it's Oishi. Meibara. Good day to you. It was Oishi. He stepped out of his car, AC on full blast, and waved at me. I'm Fat Professor Oak. How's your day been? What's up today? School on break? Just not feeling well, so I took the day off. I was about to buy lunch and head back home. That's great. I'm just about to get lunch myself. Would you mind going together? If you're not feeling up for it, then don't mind me. I'm telling you right now, I just... I think you should believe in your friends, okay? I don't know why they're doing this. It seems a little not good idea. It seems like this dude just brings problems wherever he goes. So I think you should probably not be involved with him. And I didn't really have a cold. I'd expect you'd rather avoid using one of the local places. Let's go into town. It's a bit of a drive, is that alright? I know a pretty good place. I'd finally began to understand Oishi's roundabout way of saying things. He probably wanted to talk to me about stuff that would be difficult to discuss for a while in Hinamizawa. Okay, well this is maybe a better idea. We're going out of town. A night on the town with the boys. He's gonna tell me about some other brutal murder or someone's guts that got splayed out. I went with Oishi. Also, can we let's be real. Let's be realistic here, okay? What the fuck is up with this old man inviting like a 15-year-old boy into his car, tell him he'll drive him into town and feed him, okay? Well, that's all I gotta say. It was almost as if the bright sunlight outside was a lie. I'm sorry about calling you so late last night. Did your parents get angry at you? No. I recalled Rina, who had been listening to the phone conversation all that time, separated from me just by the door. By just the door. Even now, in the brightness of the sunlight, the thought still creeped me out. With a big bump that jolted the car, the road connecting to the city changed from dirt to pavement. My head swiveled back with a sudden realization. That's right. This was where Tomatake died. I hit a snag on the investigation regarding Tomatake. This guy just can't not fucking... this guy's just trying to make my dude's life harder. Oishi spoke while peering at me from the corner of his eye. They believed it was caused by hallucinogens, given how he was clawing out his own throat. But a drug that could cause that to happen so suddenly is extremely hard to come by. Bear in mind, of course, the autopsy was done with that premise in mind, but we didn't find any leads. You know that thing you see in comics all the time, where there's a drug that doesn't leave any traces after being consumed? It exists. Some fucking organic chemical name. Well, it's pretty common. But you see, there doesn't seem to be any kind of drug that would cause Tomitake to react like that. Then you're saying the police concluded that Tomitake just died from the curse? I couldn't help but feel that the police were worthless. True that. True that. I just wanted the idea of a curse to be dissociated from Tomitake's mysterious death. Unfortunately, that's how it looks right now. But putting aside the cause of death, without a doubt, he was surrounded by a group of people and had taken a beating before he died. That was no curse, but an incident that unquestionably involved other humans. True. Now come on, let's go to my favorite grilled cheese place. We passed in front of the rather desolate, but still busier than Hinamizawa, train station. The car pulled into a restaurant parking lot, and I followed Oishi into the shop. When I went inside, Rina was there. It was pretty crowded, but there were only adults at this hour. Of course, there wouldn't be children in here in the middle of a weekday. 2, please. I'll make do with non-smoking. This way, please. When you're ready to order, please call me over. We were led by a peculiarly dressed waitress to our table. I sat with Oishi in the booth. That Professor Oak is back. So what do you think? Aren't the waitress's outfits here cute? Okay, this guy's a fucking perv. I guess. The shop is always quite busy. It's more about the waitresses than the food, you see. Uh-huh. Oishi, you're leering. Am I really? Yikes. Regardless of how the waitresses looked, the food was decent enough. Finishing our meals, while talking about some inane topic, Oishi's after-meal cup of coffee arrived at the table. Yesterday we talked about Hinamizawa's past, didn't we? Yeah, that it was the village of man-eating demons or something like that. I didn't know much about it myself, so I asked my mother about it this morning. Was Professor Oak's mom ever in Pokemon? I'm not sure about that one. Oishi took out the notepad that was stuffed in his breast pocket. Turns out that Hinamizawa used to be called Onikakushi, the Demon's Abyss. Onikakushi? It's quite the name. The name is still around. I was about to say, yeah. They called the swamp that. This was also where they thought that the first guy went into. The name is still around. The swamp where the Shinto priest's wife drowned herself is still called Onikakushi. It's said that the depths of that swamp connect to the realm of the demons. Of course, nobody had told me anything about such an ominous swamp. And you see, it appears they were both feared and revered. A respect born of fear. I guess you could say it was a kind of deification. A village of inhumane creatures, almost said inhumane. Seems the demons were senin, or mountain-dwelling mystics of sorts. Villagers with incurable illnesses would be taken to Onikakushi to be healed, for example. Even if we are calling them demons, Tengu, long-nosed goblins, or senin would be a more apt description. It's pretty rude. Call them fucking long-nosed goblins, bro? Chill. They don't seem like such terrible people, even though they were called demons. But they were still man-eating demons. According to the story my mother told me, as payment for treating the son's illness, let us eat the mother who brought him here, was apparently how things went. The price of curing her son was herself. That's unsettling. Of course, the mother took her son and ran. Then, you see, all the villagers of Onikakushi, the demons, chased, surrounded, and captured them. So in reality, there's no demons. The demons in this case were actually just other people. Or other creatures, something. I don't know. The entire village, apparently. It's quite a frightening thing to imagine. In the end, it seems both the mother and son were caught and eaten. The end. There's a problem with this story. Both witnesses in the story were eaten, so nobody would be able to tell the tale. There are plenty of old fables like this. In contrast to the ghastly tale, Oishi laughed heavily while sipping his coffee. Oh great, now we get the music coming in. I know for sure this guy's drinking a double-double. Is anybody else, like, not convinced? I mean, look at him. But, well, there are quite a few other tales, where the demons from Onikakushi band together to capture their prey. I recall that Mion said all the villagers united and fought against the dude. This guy, give this fucking main character a reacher grabber, because, buddy, he is reaching. I saw similarities with how that part about unification overlapped. They would always hunt down a single person, and they chose who it was going to be beforehand. Huh? That caught my attention. Oishi also appeared to be pondering what it meant. My mother told me that you must never interfere with the demon's hunt. You should just hole up in your house and hide under the covers, she said. So what does this all mean? It means you mustn't ever help or protect the prey. As long as you don't disturb the demon's hunt, no harm will fall upon the village. Why do I keep fucking right-clicking, man? It seems there's that kind of rule. Basically, don't help the victims. Oh. Pretend you didn't see the atrocities. In other words, what will happen if you break the rule? Well, they're man-eating demons after all. Many part of that tale caught my attention. Yeah, so if we look at this more symbolically instead of literally, this could also be the reason why Mion and Rina wouldn't say anything. Because it could be interfering. You know? Even if it was the whole village, it was conceivable that the villagers were hiding under their covers and leaving them to die. When there's a group that was on their hunt, wasn't it? I didn't dare speak it. The Noishi, I guess it looks like it's either the entire village or a group of villagers perpetrating the crimes. What do you think, Maebara? Excuse me. Another cup of coffee, please. That's what I wanted to know. I'm thinking it's more likely to be a small group. Probably. It seemed that we were both waiting for the other to say that last part. He waited for the waitress to finish pouring coffee before speaking. Last year, I had a nagging feeling when Satoshi disappeared. Yeah, and man, not to jump back to what happened in the previous chapter, but Rina lying, or maybe not lying, but not telling the truth. There's some odd shit that's going on with the board game. Because why the fuck was his name in the board game? And then why... So look, I'll lay this out again because I said this earlier, and basically, we found the name of this Satoshi kid who was missing. I asked Rina about Satoshi, like, yo, who is Satoshi? Why is his name in our game kit? She says, I don't know. I transferred here a year ago. I don't know who he is. You know, maybe I missed him. Then, literally right after, we asked her, yo, when did this whole club activity of playing board games together start? She goes, oh, it was right after I showed up. So, put the two and two together. How on one hand could you not know who Satoshi was when we only knew him from the details of the cards in the Clue board game? How could you not know and say that you missed him when the board game would have been purchased while you were there? Because you were there for the formation of the club. So if you were there for the formation of the club, there's two things. Either Satoshi was never in the club and you guys were fucking around, or you guys are just straight up lying. And in both cases, you're still not telling the truth. Oishi muttered as he watched the milk swirl around in his coffee. So those friends of Satoshi, meaning your group of friends, Maebara, I had a bit, really, just a little bit, okay, of background checking done on them. If Oishi had said this to me before, I would have gotten angry at him for calling my friends into question, but as I was now, I couldn't. This might sound pretty stupid. Maebara, if you feel that it's stupid, please say so. I'll just stop. Oishi was wearing the most serious expression that I'd ever seen from him. It was as if he was telling me to prepare myself and listen. There were quite a few things I regretted hearing from Oishi, but none of them were as threatening as this. A little voice inside me was screaming like an alarm. Stop, Keiichi. This was probably the last one. I took a deep breath and silenced that voice. I would not run from the truth. Please. Dude, my guy is fumbling the fucking bag, man. He's just losing. He's fumbling the bag at every opportunity. Believe in your friends. Believe them. That was all I could utter. Oishi stared into my eyes silently for a few moments. After he was certain I was ready, he began. The victim of the incident in the first year was the overseer. The foreman, yes. A few weeks prior, he had an altercation with Mion Sonozaki. Multiple altercations. Oishi had said before that Mion had defied the dam project vehemently. Yeah, that she had even criminal charges from it. It wasn't hard to imagine how she'd be if she got worked up. In the second year, the married couple who supported the project died in that accident, right? Their daughter was with them at the time. Her name is Satoko Hojo. My friend group is the target. My friend group is the fucking target. But that seems sort of weird. Why then, on the same face, would Mion ever want to be friends with the daughter whose parents supported the dam project? You know? Okay. Oishi's look told me that my voice was too loud. I realized it as well, and I quickly quieted down. The Shinto priest and his wife who died in the third year, it's probably Rika. Their daughter is Rika, yeah, because that's why she was the shrine maiden. The housewife who died in the fourth year, you know already, don't you? It was the step-aunt of Satoko Hojo. She was in her aunt and uncle's custody as she had lost both of her parents in the accident. She lived in the victim's house. I could tell my lips were getting dry. Wait a minute. So, if she lived in the victim's house... Yeah, I was about to say, you'd have to be... That's what I was gonna say, yeah. Oh man, dude! This just gets weirder. Wait a second. It took everything I had to finally say that. I gulped down a glass of water and once again wiped my face with a napkin. Calm down, Keiichi. But Oishi was relentless. Instead of waiting for me to finish sorting out my feelings, he started speaking again. It's probably going to be about Rina here. The last of the things I shouldn't have heard. I mean, yeah. All of the victims seem to be connected to your group of friends. That has to be just a coincidence. Maebara, keep it down. Everyone's looking. Mion? Satoko? Rika? So what if they're connected? You're telling me all of my friends? It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. Oh, Rina's different, isn't she? Rina isn't connected with the victims at all. Rina Ryuga was living in a suburb of Ibaraki Prefecture up until last year. Well, it's true she hadn't directly met any of the victims. He said it in a roundabout way. Is he saying she's also connected? Actually, I looked into her. Before Ryugu moved away to Hinamizawa, she was suspended from school. It seems she went through her school building and broke all the windows. Rina did that? She broke all the windows at her school. That same spacey Rina had... I couldn't even imagine it. It seems that after her 3-day suspension, she didn't return to school. She went to a neurologist and was diagnosed with dysautonomia. Or dysautonomia. Search that up. A person's automatic nervous system does not work properly. This may affect the function of the heart, bladder, intestines, sweat glands, pupils, blood vessels. Sort of a weird... I wonder if it was something like a nervous breakdown. I'd heard that happens to people who are really methodical or overly sensitive. Neither of those matched Rina's easygoing personality. And in the counselor's medical report, he recorded all the conversations he had with Rina. It shows up. And quite a bit at that. What did? I pressed forward carelessly. There couldn't be anything more for me to regret. She mentioned the word Oyashiro. It felt like someone's stone-cold hand was caressing my back. Why? Why had Rina spoken of Oyashiro before she even came to Hinamizawa? Seems that Oyashiro she spoke of was like a ghost appearing in her house at night, every night. Standing over her pillow, looking down at her, my mind froze. I couldn't process what I was being told. A while after that, she moved to Hinamizawa. Ah, that's right. She's not an outsider. Huh? According to their residency register, the Ryugu family used to reside in Hinamizawa. They moved to Ibaraki just as Rina entered elementary school. Oh, Lord. What does it mean, Mason? What do the numbers mean? I don't know what the fucking numbers mean right now. God, I'm trying to think. Oh, dude. So I wonder if her thinking is that she feels like Oyashiro is like following her, similar to how my guy feels like Oyashiro is following him. I don't know, dude. Something's off here. It was similar to the static you'd see on a blank TV channel. My ears began ringing as I lost all sense of comprehension. Maebara, are you alright? Shall we stop? The words brought me back. I couldn't let it end here. Now I know about Rina, then how about the last victim, Tomatake? Who is he connected with? Irritated, I let out one final reprisal. All of them? Have you forgotten, Maebara? Didn't you all spend the night of the festival together quite merrily? Quite a few of those officers saw you enjoying yourselves. Exactly, yeah, I mean. And it was clear that Mion had some kind of a relationship with him before that. Like, she knew who he was. They clearly were acquaintances at some level. Now there was nothing I could respond with. I fell silent as my brain turned to mush. We should get going. Ah, Maebara, did you take your afternoon medicine? Completely forgotten about the medicine I had gotten today until Oishi said that. That's a little bit odd. Did I ever tell him about my medicine? I don't remember telling him about... Seems this place is called Angel Mort. I got another glass of water and we left the shop after I chugged it down. We got in the car and returned to Hinamizawa via the rough road. I never really paid attention when I was on my bike, but did cars normally shake this much? It was almost as if the road was desperately trying to tell me something. Ba-dump. That big jolt was from the difference in elevation of the roads when it changed from cement to dirt. I was certain that I heard Tomatake scream. I sat in silence, just letting myself be shaken by the car. I'll drop you off at your house. You missed school because you were ill, correct? My apologies for the long conversation. Why did you talk to me? I blurted out that question. Really just blurted it out. Didn't expect an answer. I did check with you first, didn't I? If we should just stop, not that. Why did you reach out to me? I understood quite well that Oishi was investigating this string of suspicious incidents. But why was he telling me all this? I knew nothing and I couldn't help. Everything Oishi spoke of was news to me. First of all, what could I, having just moved here, possibly know? By chance, if there was a reason for Oishi to reach out to me, then it would have to be that I was part of Mion's circle of friends who looked suspicious to Oishi. I'm retiring this year. I plan on moving away after retiring as my mother wants. So while I'm still on this case, I want to bring the truth behind this incident to light. So Oishi, you suspect them, don't you? All of them. Oishi didn't really give a response. It felt a little late, but I thought it was his way of showing a bit of consideration for my feelings. This is mostly my intuition from 30 years on the job. Maebara, you're the one in danger. Huh? I wanted to reply with "that's absurd," but in my downtrodden state I couldn't bring myself to say it. I'll be retiring this year, so I won't be at the Watanagashi next year, so I want to settle things. In other words, he was insinuating that on the next Watanagashi, I might be the next victim. I've been warned by the chief as well. Each incident in this string of cases has been solved, so don't bring it up again, or so I was told. This is the pressure that I'm facing. Pressure from what? Someone in Hinamizawa. We've arrived. Is this fine? Yikes, man. So there's someone that's exerting pressure on the police department of the town to not dig into it. This is like a really deep-rooted thing. This is like a whole town is a part of like a fucking doomsday cult. Like, after some time, the car finally reached the path to my house. The clock read 2 p.m. I was surprised. So little time had passed since we ate. I don't like when the music switches, man. It makes my heart skip a beat. It was hot outside the car. The chirping of the Higurashi hurt my ears. I won't mind if you just forget everything I told you today, but I'm still going to keep investigating. I'll end Oyashiro's curse this year. So you're saying I should contact you if anything happens? It's fine. Just contact me when you feel you have to, Maebara. I wasn't collected enough to understand Oishi's roundabout way of saying things. Be sure to take it easy. I'm sorry for throwing all of this at you while you're taking the day off because you're sick. I didn't really give any sort of response. I'll always be on your side. If anything, believe that. I'll be off now. Dude, my fear here is that this guy, whether he's doing it intentionally or not, which I think he must know he's doing it intentionally, is just driving a wedge between my friends and me right now. Like, he's just like, he's making a fucking chasm that's just like impossible to cross again. Like, how the fuck is my guy? I think my guy should have just went, should have just nutted up and been like, hey guys, I just want to know what's going on. Like, skip the bullshit. Let's lay it all out. We're friends. I trust you. We chill. But instead, this guy is, like, suspecting his own friends who I don't know. Whatever. It felt like I was watching a boat only throw me a lifesaver in shark-infested waters before disappearing into the distance. That was the first time I thought Oishi was being unfair. Telling me I was going to be the next victim, then just saying to contact him if something happened. This wasn't a criminal investigation. He was fishing. And I was just the bait dangling off the line. Would the fish be the perpetrator, or was it really just Oyashiro's curse? Either way, the bait would be swallowed whole. Damn it, I don't want to die. For some time, I could do nothing but stare at the puddle of water left behind by the AC from the car. Oh. I don't like being in this room, considering that people have the tendency, apparently, to sneak into this guy's house and not say anything. I wonder how much time had passed since I laid down. It was getting dark outside. My body was soaked in sweat. It would probably be a good idea to change my sheets. At that moment, the phone downstairs began to ring. Probably Mom. Mom was quite the worrywart. Maybe she had called many times, but I didn't notice it. Hello, this is the Maebara residence. Oh, he's alive! It's my girl. Hello. This is Mion. How you doing? This is one of Keiichi's friends. Keiichi's resting now, but shall I put him on? Huh? Is this his dad? I'm sorry. Idiot, you fell for it. Huh? Okay, I'm not saying that shit. After our exchange, we both had a good laugh. Except I was suspicious of her, even as we were laughing. Okay, thanks, man. We know. You don't... Trust your friends, dude. Was everybody really involved in the incidents? The fact I couldn't say no saddened me. I'm relieved that you seem well. Rina was really worried, you know? Satoko was happy and said you got what you deserved. Rika said how unfortunate he's sick. Looks like everyone's making a big deal out of it. Well, you know, it's okay. Is now a bad time to come pay you a fucking visit? A visit? No, it's okay. It's not like I'm dying. My grandma made a ton of mochi, you see. I was told to share them, so I'll bring you some. Hey now, you'll catch my cold. Not to worry, both Rina and I are too stupid to catch a cold. See you. Be there in a bit. She hung up cheerfully. Rina's coming too. That's what it sounded like. I was still concerned about meeting Rina, but I guess what she was with me on. This is what you need, dude. Nut up or shut up. Things are either gonna go bad or they're gonna go good, okay? I'm gonna go to the washroom, because it sounds like shit's about to go down. So I'll be right back. Okay? Be right back. Should be like 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. So, shit's about to go down. It's my gang, dude. How you feeling? Take your medicine and rest? Did just that. Thank goodness you look well, I was worried. Sorry, I'll be fine by tomorrow. Mion showed a complete lack of concern for someone who's recovering, and Rita looked like she was worried about me from the bottom of her heart. didn't look like there was anything besides or behind those expressions. Thought we might hang out for a bit, but it looks like you're not quite in the condition for it. You don't say? See, my face appeared a bit sullen. And here, Keiichi. These are the mochi Mii's grandma made. Rina held out the package, wrapped in newspaper. There might be about 5 in here. It's quite hefty. Thanks. Send my regards to your grandma, Mion. Yep. There's one I made in there as well. I wonder if Keiichi can guess which one. This is Kei's homework since he missed the club meeting today. There are letters on each mochi, so I'll ask you tomorrow. Were you checking if I was feeling better, or did you just come here for club activities? Yep, looking fine. Guess we'll be able to make it tomorrow. Man, what are you gonna do if my fever comes back because of your shenanigans? We shouldn't be making such a racket. Let's go. The other people here will get angry. Both of them thought my parents were home. It was because the entranceway was a mess. You're right, let's get going. By the way, Kei, yeah? Music switch? What did you eat for lunch? The sudden question startled me, and I went wide-eyed when I saw Mion. I had never seen her like that. It was a highly unsettling visage. Visage? I know a visage. But why is she asking me about what I ate for lunch? Okay, I have a new theory. It's a game. Something supernatural is going on. There is an outside actor demon thing that is possessing people. This is I'm calling my shot right now. What she said was so inane, it was almost meaningless, and I almost just had a fucking stroke. The way she said it, it was almost like she didn't even care at all about what I ate. I ate out. She must have suspected that I was with Oishi. Anyway, I felt that if I hesitated or tried to change the subject, then they'd read too deep into it, so I tried answering as quickly as possible. Except, contrary to the efforts I had made, there was a pause before they replied. So you ate out for lunch, Keiichi? The glimmer from Rina's eyes had changed at some point as well. It was now sharp, as if to make me feel the feigned ignorance behind her words even more. As if she already knew. That's how it looked to me. Well, was it good? Why are you asking me this? Mion was speaking in an unusually low tone, almost as if she knew that I had eaten at the restaurant in town. No, I'm overthinking this. I mean, both of them should have just been in school at lunchtime. There was no way they could have known where I was. Seems you were with a rather austere-looking older guy. Who was he? Flop. The package with the mochi I was holding slipped out of my hands. I could tell the blood had drained from my face, making me go pale. Oh? Keiichi, who was he? Could it be the person from before, I wonder? Not to kill the mood real quick. I want to hear what their voice sounds like in this mode, because I don't actually know, because I don't play with the fucking over-the-top Japanese voice acting. I'm a weeb, but not too much of a weeb.
渋いおじさまとご一緒だったみたいだけど。誰?
Okay. I gotta go to the next line first, because I won't get the noise from this. I wonder. I hate her voice, man.
それ誰? ひょっとして、この間の人かな?
Yikes. Doesn't sound entirely different. I could feel the back of my throat going dry. This was no longer a bluff. They knew everything. How do you know that? It took everything I had to finally force those words from my throat. My knees were shaking, because there's nothing this old man doesn't know. Mion sneered knowingly, and her laugh seemed to carry on forever. It's okay, what did you talk about? It seems like you got pretty worked up over it, too. We weren't talking about you guys. It didn't have anything to do with you or Rina. Isn't it a bit strange to hear our names come up, even though nobody asked about that? Rina's unwavering gaze pierced through my eyes and peered further inside me. I dug my own grave. My heart was throbbing so much, it felt like it was going to explode. You know what's gonna happen here? My parents are gonna come home, not like real life, but like in the game, because my parents are out, they're gonna come home, and they're gonna stop. Well, whatever you were trying to hide, this old man already sees through it all. Remember that. Couldn't even shake my head. It took everything I had to stop my teeth from chattering. She never let her gaze break from mine, even as she tilted her head slightly, and listened. The Higurashi started. Keiichi, you don't look so good. I think you should lie down. That's true. We should both head back home. As if nothing had happened, they both giggled at each other and started making their way out. Okay, man. So now the plot thickens. Because now I don't know. At first I thought it was just Rina that was crazy, but I hadn't moved a muscle since I had dropped the package of mochi. As they left, the door slowly closed behind them. All I could do was stare, as if I couldn't move until the door was completely closed. Just as the door was about closed, it opened again slightly with a sudden creak, sending my heart racing once again. A single eye peered in through that narrow slit, and Mion's hawkish gaze peered at me once again. See you, Kay? Yeah. I'd hate it if you miss school tomorrow, alright? Thud. The door closed. I wasn't able to move a muscle, even after their low laughter died off in the distance and silence once again enveloped the room. Coming back to my senses, the first thing I did was lock the door. They knew what Oishi and I talked about. Why? How? That's why I think there's something, like, supernatural going on. Because I don't think that they're so, like... I don't think they're so conniving that they've, like, followed me. Right? That they're, like, tailing me and they know everything. I think there's, like, some weird thing going on. I don't know if it's, like, mind control. Like, I don't know what it is. No, that wasn't important. Thinking about it now, all of it could have been overheard from the beginning when Oishi met me. Just as Mion said, I couldn't hide anything. Then what were they trying to tell me? That part was obvious. They were warning me not to say anything unnecessary. What did they deem unnecessary? I only talked with Oishi about one thing, and they were warning me that that was unnecessary. What was it that Oishi talked to me about? The incidents involving Oyashiro's curse that occurred every year weren't individual cases, but were connected as a whole. As well as the fact that there may be multiple perpetrators hidden within Hinamizawa. No, more precisely, that Mion, Rina, Satoko, and Rika were all suspicious. We're all sus? Among us? Boggers? Is that what they were warning me against? What kind of nonsense am I thinking about it? I hit my own face hard enough that it let out a loud slap. If only that would wake me from this nightmare, but for some reason it felt like I was punching a blanket. It was almost laughably painless. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. When did I become such a pessimist? Calm down. Calm down. Settle down and sort things out. The reason Mion knew I was eating lunch with Oishi was probably because somebody from Hinamizawa just happened to be there at the time. They must have told Mion that I was there. That made the most sense. Plus, come to think of it, she didn't ask me where I ate lunch, did she? Yeah, the question would be, she probably knew where you ate. Was it good? They were just curious. Poggies, sus. Dude, look, I added a new Poggers emote. So there you go. They were just curious since I was together with someone not from Hinamizawa. It's not as if they had any ulterior motives. That's it. That has to be it. Thinking about it that way, it was the same with Rina. I was just being strangely ambiguous about when I met with Oishi, and Rina was just correcting me on that. I don't know how this guy has somehow found, like, the worst possible thing to do in every situation. One, he's so clearly lying to himself right now, right? Like, he's so clearly just omega-lolling himself. And at the same time, I think that he's like doubting his friends when he shouldn't. And then he's not doubting his friends when he should. Like, this guy seems to be somewhat smart. He's clicked most of the fucking pieces together so far pretty seamlessly. I don't know, like, you know, there's probably more to it, but I feel like Mion and Rina have to be like puppets in a scheme. Like, I don't think they're the ones I just don't. I refuse to believe it. That's when I was bewildered. That's when I was bewildered by the change in character from the usual mild-mannered Rina, and was just startled by it. That's the most natural way of thinking about it. It felt like my mind was mixed up like a tangled mess of spaghetti. Deep red marinara sauce would have poured out of my nose and ears if you squeezed my head. Okay, Mario. Thinking that, I suddenly felt like vomiting. I really didn't want that to happen, so I stopped holding my head. Lately, I had no idea what anyone was saying. Spending time with them was fun. It didn't feel like there was any sort of hidden agenda. I really do think they're a good bunch of people. When I just moved here and couldn't make heads or tails of everything, they were really kind to me. Rena was really kind and always looked after me. As long as that strange affliction didn't rear its ugly head, she was really pretty cute. Mion is also a really good person. Dude, Mion is the better of the two. I mean, like, there's just no two ways about it. This guy is just a Rena simp. Just wrong. She didn't care about anyone's age or gender and was optimistic and outgoing. I was never bored when I was with her. And talking of not getting bored, rambunctious Satoko was a good person for that too. She was pretty bratty, but that was just the way she interacted with others. Rika was the same way. She didn't speak often, but that didn't mean she was always silent. They're my friends. But after hearing of the better untold secrets of Hinamizawa from Oishi and Tomatake, when I was told about Oyashiro's curse, things started going crazy. Then, hearing from Oishi that Mion, Rina, Satoko, and Rika were all suspicious, after that everyone changed. That's right. It all started getting weird after Oishi told me all that strange stuff. At that time, I really should have just not listened to those weird stories. I shouldn't even have asked Tomatake about the past incidents on the night of the Watanagashi. If I just hadn't gotten that strange sense of curiosity, if I just hadn't... That's right. That's why they... fucked? Killed? I'm guessing it's killed. Why is this censored? I don't know why that's censored. That's weird. That's right. So that's why they killed Tomatake. That impudent outsider speaking to the likes of me after everybody went out of their way to keep it a secret. They'll probably kill Oishi as well. I just want to know, is this my game or is this meant to be like this? I don't know why this is censored. It's quite odd. It's quite clear what they're trying to say. For trying to unearth what everybody was warning me was better left buried. Besides that, he was unforgivable for spewing words that made me doubt the others. Of course a guy like that is gonna be fucked. Killed. Both Tomatake and Oishi were nothing but outsiders after all. They were entities who couldn't coexist with the people of Hinamizawa. Those guys should just fall to Oyashiro's curse and just die. It wasn't their fault. It was my fault for not being able to hold back my curiosity. You know, they do say that curiosity killed the cat. In this case, you're the cat. It wasn't their fault. It wasn't. I settled into a daze. It was a lethargic feeling, like I had just gotten up, but the ominous chill that haunted me had subsided. I was fine now. I was no longer frightened. I had completely recovered. I'll go to school tomorrow, right as rain. I'll greet everyone. I'll take part in club activities. It'll definitely be fun. It had to be fun. I was one of them after all. That reminds me, I need to eat those mochi. Dude, this is where we're gonna get like a Monka W scene, so prepare yourself, because I absolutely know that something's gonna be really fucked here. I remembered the homework the two brought with them when they visited me. But wow, our club did delivery. That was something else. I'm worried here. I don't know what's about to happen. To fill my mouth with mochi while drinking tea. Oh, this was quite a delectable situation I was in. There were letters written from left to right on the newspaper. A, B, C, D, and E. Now then. They said Rena made one of these. I wonder which one. There wasn't much difference in how they looked. They smelled and appeared about the same. Dude, I'm worried. I don't know what's about to happen. This was a pretty difficult problem. Biggest difference was probably their shape. I wasn't sure what kind of person Mion's grandma was, but Rena had to be different from hers. Looking carefully, I could see one mochi was made very neatly. Oh, dude. I am terrified. I don't know what's about to happen, but I know it's not going to be something good. Looks like this challenge depends on whether or not this one is Rina's. Miana said her grandma made a ton of them, was told to give some out. So that meant 4 of these were from the large batch. And what about Rina? She probably only made 1. She probably spent quite a bit of time on it. E. Oh, yikes. For a moment, I thought it may have been a trap Mion laid as she knew I'd pick up on it, but that probably wasn't the case. I wouldn't be so sure if I knew Mion had made it, but since she said Rina made it, it probably wasn't a trap. Alright, my tea is ready too. I'll start with defending champ Mion's grandma. Let's see. Dude, I am monka-Wing right now. I am fucking terrified. Something bad is about to happen here, dude. I don't know what it is. I'm worried. Not bad. The smooth bean paste and soft, chewy texture left little to be desired. The tea I drank afterwards also accentuated the experience. Whew! This was an exquisite piece of work. How about Rina's? The creation was so delicate, one would think it was a high-class Japanese dessert. Since I normally had quite the appetite, I was slightly worried about the size of the portion. But well, first a bite. This is quite a difficult one to judge, actually. The ingredients were exactly the same, so there was little difference. What was different was how it was shaped at the end, so it was to be expected. So the deciding factors would be presentation and volume. The well-formed and well-sized champion versus Rina the challenger with a size you just couldn't get enough of. I've only had 1 bite of Rina's. I'd probably have to wait until after I was done eating to make a decision. Maybe there was something hidden inside. My prediction was right. My tongue touched something. I am terrified. It didn't feel like something edible, so I reached in with my fingers and grabbed it. What? What was this? Before I could fully comprehend what it was, I threw away the rest of the mochi I was eating as fast as I could. It slammed against the wall, causing the bean jam to splatter. Then after sticking for a moment, it slid down to the floor. I was dumbstruck by my own actions. What was I doing? Rina had gone out of her way to make it for me. How could I? Dumbstruck. I wonder if it's like a razor blade. I looked down at the hand that performed such a vile act, then I remembered what I'd taken out of my mouth. At first I thought it was a hair. Ew, was it a fingernail? Even though it was shorter than Mion's, Rina's hair was still quite long, and it wasn't that short. It was also a bit too hard to be hair. It was thick enough to roll around on my tongue. There was a bit of a metallic sheen on one end of it. There was a hole for where the thread goes through. Like it was a sewing needle. That's right. It looked very much like a sewing needle. Exactly like one. The end was pointed as well, quite sharply. It really did look just like a sewing needle. Huh? What do I mean by looked very much like a sewing needle a little bit ago? I couldn't answer, but a voice inside me already knew, and let me know by chattering my molars together. I couldn't stave off the terror welling up inside me. Suddenly, I tasted something metallic and felt a prickling pain at the back of my throat. I stuck my finger in the back of my mouth and felt to see if it was bleeding. Suddenly, I felt the urge to vomit. The sharp taste of bile irritated the back of my throat. I clasped both hands over my mouth, and after writhing in agony, I was somehow able to hold back the nausea. I was finally able to breathe normally again, but this time my heart was throbbing intensely. Then it finally registered. Exactly what was mixed in with the mochi. Was it... Oh, okay, sorry, he's saying, like, the sewing needle. I thought he was saying that the filling was, like... I was thinking, like, did she fill it with, like, blood or something? Before I could think of the correct word, my hands were already on the move. Splat. Plop. Splort. I tossed the rest of the mochi against the wall. The geometrical patterns of the scattered bean jam on the wall suddenly invoked a terrible omen in my mind. After looking away, I dashed out to the hall and flew upstairs to my room, where I stayed under my covers until morning. I clutched my own shoulders, howling madly in a mix of fear, anger, sadness, and frustration. There wasn't a thread of warning or reminder, nothing as simple as that. What had happened in Hinamizawa? What is happening in Hinamizawa? What would happen? I didn't know the answer to any of those questions. Where did I break a taboo? Regardless, now Rina and Mion and others, they consider me an enemy. And they thought I should just die. I won't let you kill me. Not for such a pointless reason. I fell into a restless sleep as I was crushed by my negative emotions. It was as if I was being drawn into a billowing, bottomless swamp. Get it, Omegalo? It's an Onikakushi. It's a swamp. Monka ass. Let's read this first. Those guys just now. They had national diet badges. Then it's prefectural assembly member Sonozaki and city councilor Sonozaki. That's interesting. The prefectural assembly member and city councilor are related. It's not. I was about to say it's not surprising at all. It's dirty politics, baby. It's dirty is what it is. Shouting out each other's names during elections. Well, one is up for election, the other one holds an assembly, and they double up their campaign activities blatantly. I don't know much about this stuff, but isn't that against the rules of the election? As long as they have no prior consultation, there are no restrictions on their political activities. Kuma, the second investigation division is going to be pretty tough for you. You should at least brush up on election laws. I'm not cut out to handle intellectual crime, because I'm dumb, says the police officer. There was prefectural assembly member Sonozaki and city councilor Sonozaki. Oh my fuck, am I okay? City councilor Sonozaki. Also, the mayor of Hinamizawa. So they're all influenced by the Sonozaki family. What crap. Looks like they were seen off by the deputy chief and the department chief. It came to me. That night, when the department chief invited me along to get some Odin, I thought that was it. You have a lot of connections. You might have heard something. Have you? Nope, not a thing. Ma'am, I'll take a tofu fritter and fish cake. The counselors stormed in on the police chief in a rage. Oh my, is that so? Ma'am, I'll take another bowl. Prefectural assembly member Sonozaki and city councilor Sonozaki were both intimidating. Our snot-nosed career police chief couldn't handle being yelled at by them. They're like Yakuza. A petition with your name came up regarding how the investigation of Hinamizawa's incident is being handled. Goodness me, I've not the faintest. No need to play dumb. You're reopening the past cases regarding Hinamizawa, aren't you? I've already got my hands full with Tomatake's death. Really? I hope so for your sake. There was a period of silence. While we were silent, we made headway on our food and drink. Whew, that was quite a feast. This month has been a bunch of losses for me, so my wallet was feeling the pinch. Much appreciated. Nah, it's nothing. Tell me a good horse again. I'll bet on the same one as you. I haven't been doing well there lately. I haven't been able to read the horses at all. Taxi! I'm going by train. The department chief is taking a taxi. I'll have my own car, but it'd be rash to drive it home. Can't blow it right before the retirement with a DUI. Even though he could still rattle off, it looked like his legs were already jelly. Pushing him into the cab, I gave the driver the department chief's address. Well, see you again tomorrow. Best wishes. Oishi. Yeah. The past incidents have all been closed. Stop lumping them all together. Those villagers half believe it's really a curse. Well, I'm not convinced. You're going to be retiring next year, aren't you? Weren't you going to pay off your mortgage with your severance pay and move up to Hokkaido with your mom? Mother pines to return to her birthplace. It's the least I can do. And the severance? Well, I'll enjoy it at the entertainment district. The chief said he may have to reconsider issuing your special retirement salary raise. A public servant severance payment is calculated based on their monthly salary when they retire. So a special promotion of 2 pay grades is given before retirement. How nice. This tops up the employee severance payment. That tends to be how it's done around here. Of course, it's not exactly a commendable custom. What do you mean? Incidentally, the difference that 2 pay grades makes to the payout is quite significant. I expect no less of our egghead chief. Quite the model-veiled threat. But, well, considering how our pay comes from the public's hard-earned taxes, it's the way of the time, I suppose. It certainly wasn't a laughing matter, but I'll laugh through it anyway. I don't think it's such a model response. But given how hard you've worked, it's not at all odd for you to take home such a good package. Personally, I'd like you to get it. If I can get it, well, of course I'd want it. You'll get it, as long as you're an adult about this. Sorry for holding you up here, driver. Thank you very much. I closed the door roughly, interrupting the department chief's conversation a bit rudely. It looked like he still had something to say, but he just smiled wryly and waved. I waved in return. The cab sped up gradually and soon disappeared among a sea of lights. Oh my god, fuck you, you scared me. Oh man, I wonder if I'll be able to repay that loan. So... yeah, that's what I said, dude. He's literally Professor Oak. Professor Oak just came on to me there. What the fuck? So now... again, every time with the tips, I like to try and break down what the secret meaning behind it is. So this is just giving more credence to the fact that there's some internal pressure going on from the Sonozakis, it would seem, for him to stop doing that, to stop digging about the cases, and that they're going to fuck with his severance pay. And that's basically a threat, that he's not going to get as much, or potentially might not get any, if he keeps going down the path that he's going down. A drug that makes you commit suicide? I mean, well, there's a lot of them. It just depends how much you take. Let's cut to the chase. Is there a drug that causes someone to kill themselves? Yes, it's called marriage. I got him. Not directly, no. It's quite a roundabout response. You mean that there's one that does it indirectly? It's possible to induce a suicidal mental state, is what I mean. It's hard to say. What would a suicidal mental state be? Like a person with a serious bipolar disorder, it's believed that some people are most likely to attempt suicide when swinging from depression to mania. True. This is true fact. Clinical depression and bipolar disorder are different. Yes, I am well aware. Clinical depression indicates a prolonged state of depression, usually with a long period, usually with a somewhat remittance time where someone goes from being depressed badly to being normal to being depressed badly, so on, so on. Not often in regular intervals, but it tends to come and go. Bipolar is not so much. Yeah. Whereas bipolar disorder is characterized by a passive depressed state accompanied by a very active manic state. Individuals with clinical depression suffer from low self-esteem and are quite pessimistic. Yup, but rarely commit suicide. That's true. They don't have the willpower to commit suicide. Nor does mania on its own lead to suicide. That has an opposite effect, filling the person with confidence and making them feel as though they're walking on the air. However, what he's going to say here now is when you have that in-between portion, it's scary, because you're going from your thoughts of depression where you don't have the willpower to commit suicide, but then you have the embraced, action response of mania. And because of that, it leads people to do things that they wouldn't normally do if they were fully in either state. That's interesting. Either state causes suicide, but when the condition changes, they might do so. There's a desire to commit suicide when in a state of depression, but they don't have the willpower to commit such a formidable act. But when they enter mania, they gain a burst of willpower, and then their body moves as they desire. I see. So it means they gain the willpower to commit suicide. That's how it goes. That's why patients are given sedatives during that time to keep them from acting on their impulses. And was Tomitake bipolar? People who suffer from bipolar disorder generally commit suicide by more civilized means. Yeah. Not so much like clawing your fucking throat. This isn't really, of course, not really civilized, but more so in the sense that, it's usually pretty isolated, not like a big spectacle. Well, it's always going to be a spectacle. You know what I mean. Self-harm is though going through withdrawal is completely different. Tomitake's death wasn't civilized. So one would think it was caused by some foreign substance. As I said from the start, tell me of a drug that causes someone to commit suicide. There are reports that methamphetamine overdoses produce a condition that resembles bipolar disorder. It's a stimulant. Barbiturate overdoses are also reported to cause erratic behavior. That's a sleep aid. There were no signs of stimulants. Yes, because I did take a toxicology report. Are there any other possibilities? All I can think of that is that it's some sort of illness, something like Graves' disease, which affects the thyroid and is known to cause symptoms that resemble bipolar disorder. But Graves' disease has many characteristic symptoms of its own. The deceased exhibited none of them. I wonder, is there something that could have happened more spontaneously? Something that fits this case and would cause someone to want to commit suicide all of a sudden? Are you familiar with organic mental disorders? In short, it's a condition where the brain is out of whack due to physical injury or illness. It can be caused by drugs, or it can even be caused by physical trauma, encephalitis, a stroke, or even tumors. Basically, even without a drug, one can succumb to an irregular mental state. The deceased was surrounded after being chased, and his life was in danger, right? All the stress could have messed with his brain's chemistry. He could have hit his head, and then possibly combined might have caused him to mutilate himself. It's a possibility. Let me reread this, because I think I just had a stroke. All that stress could have messed with his brain chemistry. He could have hit his head, and those factors combined might have caused him to mutilate himself. It's a possibility. Could you explain it to me in simpler terms? Basically, he knocked his noggin in the brawl, and that made him go haywire. Guess this means the assailants didn't have any intent to kill. They smacked him, hoping to nick some change, and just happened to hit a bad place. The two plump men laughed hoarsely. But of course it's not like that. Undoubtedly. Whether it was habitual drug use or something mental, the deceased's background holds the key. How's your investigation going? Oh my goodness, look at the time. I need to get back soon or Kuma will get angry with me. Kuma? Someone say Coomer? Yeah, good luck. Best wishes. Best wishes. Okay. I think I saved already. Let's continue. I wonder how many more sub-chapters there are. I think that was, what, 8? 9. So we're going on to sub-chapter 10 now. I'm assuming there can't be more than, like, 14 or 15. But, I don't know. Look, we'll do some immersive here. Ready? The sound of muffled footsteps stopped in front of the door to my room. A moment of silence, as if whomever they belonged to was ascertaining if I was inside. Of all those things I should have been doing, I continued on with my relentless slumber. I was very much conscious, but my body hadn't caught up yet. Even with danger bearing down on me from just beyond the door, it was as if I was completely paralyzed, unable to move. You think he's having like a sleep paralysis episode here? I think he might be having a little bit of a sleep paralysis episode. Without a doubt, this was sheer terror. Please just leave. Why isn't my body awake yet? If they came into my room right now, then... Ah! Eek! I sprung to my feet and threw my covers at my mom, who was opening the door. Whoa. Keiichi, what's the matter? Sorry. I was still half asleep. I thought it was still 1 or 2 a.m., but the morning sun was already streaming through the gap between the curtains. It felt nothing like morning. Yesterday I must have fallen asleep right after that. It feels like my guy has kind of opened like a... It's like he's opened a Pandora's box. And he can't close it now. And he's kind of fucked. And I should have gotten a full 10 hours of rest. But it didn't feel like that at all. My internal clock was completely screwed up, and my sense of balance felt off. I felt feverish enough that it was clear to me that I was still not well. Well, Keiichi, how are you feeling? Can you make it to school? I felt far from well enough. No, I wasn't mentally fit to go. I was still plagued with terror from yesterday. If I had swallowed that needle, what would have happened? Or what if it had pierced my tongue? My tongue? It was undoubtedly a murderous intent, but I don't think that was all it was. If they really wanted to kill me, then there were other more certain ways to do it. They wouldn't resort to such a dubious method as having me swallow a needle. Meaning, I didn't want to believe it, but going that far was just a threat from Rina and Mion. Aren't you glad you didn't die? But next time we'll use a more assured method. Like that. Something like sending a letter with a razor inside would have been a joke compared to this. Did you make it to the hospital? Did you take your medicine? Yeah, kinda. Something about my mom's dubious gaze bothered me. She seemed more concerned about her son missing 2 days of school rather than him being sick. It was definitely mental fatigue. I wasn't really physically ill. It'll be hard for you to get back on track once your daily routine is thrown off. Come on, get on up. They say wellness is a state of mind. I've heard that line many times before. I was given an award in elementary school for having perfect attendance, but it wasn't like I was healthier than everyone. Come on, go wash your face. Breakfast is already ready. There isn't much time before Rina comes and gets you. Mom's tone meant I couldn't argue about it, so I had to give up on skipping a second day. By the way, were you the one who got bean paste all over the living room wall, Keiichi? You shouldn't do something like that. Your father was quite angry. I didn't feel particularly guilty for doing it, so I didn't have much of a reaction. Also, Mom didn't question me any further about it. She headed back downstairs after she was certain I was getting up. What Mion said as she left yesterday, "I'd hate it if you missed school tomorrow," came back and dwelled in the back of my head. What did she mean by that? Now you can fuck around and find out, huh? I didn't even have to really think about it. She was saying, "Don't be absent." Taking that a bit further, it was the same as her saying I should just go about living my life as if nothing happened. If I showed any signs of acting unusual, it would probably result in them making their move. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on. I thought I had a good grasp about what was going on, but now I don't. I think there's like a weird demon possession thing going on, but I genuinely, wholeheartedly have no fucking clue. I just don't know. Like, there's two parts of my head, right? One is saying, like, well, it seems kind of obvious that they're, like, involved in some way. But at the same time, part of me is also thinking, you know, I mean, like, there's a lot of supernatural stuff that's been, like, poked at fun at in this game, right? So, and I just, I refuse to believe that my good old friends are, like, that they're evil. I don't want to believe it, you know? I want to believe in my friends. If I showed any sign of acting unusual, it would probably result in them making their move. If I acted differently, someone like Oishi, for example, might end up noticing that something is up. Meaning if I didn't watch my mouth or did anything differently from the norm, in effect, it would end up communicating something to those who were undesirable. And it seems that was something that the girls didn't intend to forgive. So if I just went along as normal, no harm would come to me. Was that how it was going to be? All that misery I experienced up until yesterday would almost creepily just fade away. It was an enticing deal. Just by forgetting everything I'd seen or heard these last few days, I'd be able to keep living on like normal. There's no way such a selfish thing could... Swallowed hard. I once again deliberated on the idea that I had just rejected. Mion was probably a good person who had her friends at heart. She was giving me, who had mistakenly broken some rule of theirs, a chance. Was what I did really something so unforgivable? And so to go back to what I'm thinking, like originally I thought it was just Rina, right? But clearly Mion's got some weird shit going on too. And, you know, Mion doesn't give me like red flag warnings like Rina does. So part of me is just thinking that she... Like that she... How do I put this? Part of me thinks that there's got to be something more to this. And the reason why I keep saying like demon possession. Because they clearly been talking about like some weird demon shit going on here. I don't know. Like... I just refuse to believe that, like... Because you gotta think, too, right? These are literally, like, 14 and 15. The oldest group of them are, like, 14 or 15. Like, Mion and Rina and my guy. The other two girls are, like, 8. Like... The one murder, which was the girl's parents, was, like, 3 years ago at this time. She would have been, like, 5. Like... It just feels like there's some bigger piece that connects all this. And also, my guy's being an absolute, like, fucking two-head. He's being a dumb fuck. I feel like... Because the one thing that keeps bothering me, which I said earlier, and I think it still holds true, is that I don't think that these weird, like, induced states that they're going under, I don't feel like they're aware of it. Like, I just remember when we were talking with Rina about them lying and hiding something. And it was like, she didn't seem like she knew anything. And then a switch just flicked and she was like, "You fucking liar. You're fucking lying too." And it was like, And even then, you know, Mion called. They were fine. Rina and Mion showed up. They were chill. And then it's like a switch flipped and they were like, fuck you, we're gonna do this. And I wonder if this is just like a weird, like, I mean, they're talking about mania. I wonder if this is just like a weird trance. Like, are these people, like, they sleeping with mold in their house? You know, Is a gas line leaking in? Like, what's going on? Like, are they getting brain damage or something? Like, I don't know what's happening. But Mion had given me another chance. She was saying, if I just forgot everything and kept living on like I had been, I'd be forgiven. Keiichi, your food is gonna get cold. Hurry up and get down here. Rina will be here if you don't hurry. I'm coming. I'm coming, brother. I grabbed my textbooks into my bag and hastily made my way downstairs. I picked at my somewhat bland breakfast. It seemed that I didn't have much time. It was already past when I usually met up with Rina. Given yesterday's events, she'd probably be here in the next 5 minutes. I needed to be ready to head to school by then. I had to forget everything that had happened the past 2 days. Forget it all and return to my normal life. For this to be normal, I'll have to be where I normally meet up with Rina. Today of all days, the rice was dry and hard to get down. Ding dong! I jumped at the sound and dropped my chopsticks. That chime signaled that Rina had arrived. Mom hurried me along. Come on, Rina's already here. Hurry, hurry. My mother's merry smile and my gloomy face were polar opposites. Honestly, I was reluctant to see Rina, who was waiting there on the other side of that door. The Rina on the other side, was it the Rina I knew? I couldn't keep her waiting. I needed to do things as usual. Morning! An invigorating greeting filtered in from across the doorway. I came since Keiichi was a bit late. Will he be okay today, I wonder? Like right now, she seems normal, right? The manner in which Rina was concerned was without a doubt the Rina I knew. But that was probably only if I reciprocated. Forget everything from yesterday. Pretend as though nothing had happened. Forget about the gruesome dismemberment. Forget about the mysterious deaths that happened the following years. Forget about the people falling to their death and the terminal illness and suicide, the fatal beatings and the disappearances. Forget it. Forget all of it. Forget that Rina and Mion were scary. Of course forget it all. Forget about all of it. Forget about the mochi too. Forget. Rina once again asked to make sure. Can you make it to school? Yeah, I'm fine. Great. Then let's go. Mia's waiting. Rina showed me her usual bright smile. I couldn't find any hint of deceit in her expression. My nervousness dissipated, giving way to relief. The music stopped. I almost shit myself there again. You see, Satoko was so insistent she could do it. As we were walking, Rina talked about a lot of different stuff, more so than usual. Then... Satoko is clumsy, so she failed no matter how many times she tried. How? She was so cute. Everything Rina talked about was just silly nonsense, so I replied every so often and laughed from time to time. It was a rather laid-back conversation. We passed by one of our neighbors, and they called out to us. Oh my, Keiichi and Rina, aren't you two a bit late today? Mion said she was going on ahead. Uh-oh, did me look mad, I wonder? We need to hurry up, Keiichi. After greeting our neighbor with a smile, Rina turned back to me and poked her tongue out. Not expecting that, I couldn't help but crack a smile. Keiichi smiled. What? Rina stopped and stared at me. I was thinking that you still hadn't recovered from your cold since you seemed down this morning, Keiichi, but now you seem fine. Fine. With a grin, she gently poked my cheek. It was a bright, sincere smile. Hey, Keiichi Maebara. How can you still doubt Rina after she shows you a smile like that? Maybe I just had a high fever up until today, and I imagined everything that I thought happened because I was bedridden and delirious. I really hoped that was the case. If God would grant me one wish, there's only one thing that I'd wish for. I would want what happened in these past few days. Oops. More specifically, from the night of the Watanagashi up until last night, I wanted all of that to have never happened. I wonder how many times I'd wish for this these past few days. As long as Rina kept smiling on like this, I think it might just become reality. So I wanted Rina to keep... I'm having a fucking stroke today, man. I can't read. Whew. Take a drink. So I wanted Rina to keep on smiling. Keep on smiling. So Keiichi, here it comes. Those mochi yesterday, did you eat them all? That vain wish of mine was instantly shattered. My heart began palpitating. The relaxed morning mood suddenly became frigid. Rina's smile was the same as usual. Her eyes were gentle as usual. Okay, so this is, I'm throwing out my theory again here. I don't think she's aware. I don't think Mion is aware of what's happening of like these weird outbursts they're having. I don't think they're aware of it. I just don't. What I think is happening, let's say they actually did have the intention of making me a snack, right? Like they wanted to make me something. They wanted, hey, we want you to be happy, right? And then, let's say while they were doing it, that weird possession state sets in. They finish making the mochi in the weird possession state. They stick needles in it, right? Seal it up, boom. They flick back to their normal state. They call me. They're like, hey, we want to stop by. I want to drop some shit off. Awesome. My guy's like, cool, kind of weirded out. And they head over. They come over. They're acting totally normal. They give it to me as like a gesture of kindness. And then they slip into the weird state again. They go weird again. And it's like, And then Mion is really weird. They giggle, they leave, and now Rina shows up and she's normal again. And so far, she might switch here in a second, but so far she's just been normal. Nothing's happened. I don't know if it's demon possession. I don't know if they got monoxide poisoning. I don't know if they're sleeping in a room that has mold growing. Like, I don't know what. But I think there's more to what they were talking about in the tips with like manic states and like I don't think everyone in this town is bipolar, but something is going on. Did you eat them all? Of course she wasn't asking the question at face value. In other words, Rina was asking, did you get the message? She was probably trying to convey that. And so this is what's happening, right? My guy is like digging himself a hole deeper every time. Because Rina might mean this. Like, okay, we're going to think about this like faces of a coin, okay? The good side of Rina isn't genuinely just asking a question. Like, yo, did you eat it? Do you feel better? And then my guy, because he's seen both sides of the face, and the good face might not be aware of the bad face and what it's doing. So then what ends up happening is my guy, because he interprets both, he doesn't know which is which. He's like, And so now he's sitting there like she's threatening me. But in reality, her right now, she might just genuinely be worried. Like, yo, like, are you good? Like, Ichi. Oh, God. I was reluctant to give an answer. Rina stopped walking and stared deeply in my eyes. Don't hesitate, Keiichi. Rina was acting the same as always, wasn't she? I need to respond in my usual way. Naturally, of course. But both my throat and mouth had gone dry, and my lips were stuck together. Hurry and answer, Keiichi. Not that much time had passed. I could still keep the conversation going naturally. I had to say something quickly. D? Rina playfully mimicked what I said when I finally squeaked something out. Rina's reaction was still normal. Seems there wasn't a long a pause. I need to slow down. It seems that there wasn't as long of a pause as I had thought. Somehow, I finally squeaked out the rest. Delicious! However, my strained efforts neither sullied nor brightened Rina's expression. For a moment, I panicked, thinking I had replied incorrectly. But after a few moments, Rina broke into her usual soft smile and giggled with a joyful voice that seemed to echo through the morning air. Being strung along by that laugh, I couldn't help but laugh as well. I see. Did you eat all of them, I wonder? My timid smile froze again. Did you make it without swallowing the sewing needle? Was that what she was asking? If I had swallowed it, then I wouldn't be here. No, I couldn't finish all of them. There's still some left. I was scared out of my wits, but that's how I played it. Huh? What about the homework to see if you could tell which one Rina made? That homework, was it due today? Yeah, it's due today. Me will get angry. There's probably a penalty game ready for you. We both laughed at each other again. To the casual observer, it was just a typical morning. If I could just let myself believe, and even I'd think it was just the usual morning routine. But I was certain I wasn't mistaken. There was something unimaginable buried beneath the facade of this giggling Rina. Lies! I recalled that unexpected, piercing voice that I could hardly believe came from Rina's mouth. The moment that image crossed my back, I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. Was it only at that particular time that something evil had possessed Rina? No, that was wrong. That was still Rina. Oishi told me, didn't he? Actually, I looked into her. Before Ryugu moved away to Hinamizawa, she was suspended from school. It seems she went through her school building and broke all the windows. Rina had a disorder that normal people didn't. No matter how pleasantly she smiled, that face would not change. But I couldn't even imagine how she looked as she broke all the glass throughout the school. One thing I knew was that it wasn't something spur of the moment. If it was some sudden outburst of anger, then maybe she'd break a pane or two. Fuck, I keep right-clicking, I don't know why. But she broke all the windows, all throughout her school. Just imagine going through your own school, breaking the windows with a bat. Damn. Swinging full force at each pane of glass, one after another, paying no heed to the flying shards. Your classmates aghast, unable to move from the sudden turn of events. That's one bendy baseball bat, I'll tell you that right now. If that's like an aluminum baseball bat, even if it was a wooden one, that's a bendy baseball bat. You broke that shit. I wonder where she could have found the most windows lined up in a row. Probably the hallway. Wind up, smash, walk, wind up, smash. Ugh! It was difficult for me to connect that horrifying image with the Rina smiling at me right now, but I had to imagine it. Impossible, because it was unimaginable. That naive way of thinking no longer worked. The unpleasant, piercing sound of shattered glass, the crunching noise as Rina treads across the broken shards, walking towards me. Rina's classmates going pale as they forget to even breathe. I wonder what they did as Rina came closer, breaking windows along her path. Did they earnestly try to bring her to her senses by saying something? Or did they jump at her, trying to stop her savagery? Or did they run to the staff room to call for the teachers? Probably none of these. In the face of that blood-curdling sight of Rina bursting window after window, undoubtedly, all they could do was silently clear a path for her. One sec, my mom is yelling. I will be right back. Okay, I'm sorry I'm back. You might hear my mom talking to my dog because they just got home. Okay, sorry, let's continue. Dumbfounded, just clearing the path for Rena to continue. It would be cruel to blame anyone for looking the other way. No, they weren't simply looking the other way. They knew it was the only way they could protect themselves. Sure, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. Whatever you want to call it. They had done something differently from the rest. They may have suddenly found themselves as Rena's new target. What would Rena have done to whoever attracted her attention? The answer was obvious. She would have undoubtedly acted according to her whims. Meaning, I would, be the next window. Rena, staring into my eyes, shards of glass crunching and crackling underfoot as she drew closer. I was also drawn into her eyes, paralyzed. Then Rena struck me with the bat, over and over again, like I was one of those windows. I crouched down on the floor, desperately protecting my head. Rena didn't care whether it was my head or my back. My pussy or my crack, I'm sorry. Zealously, she hit me again and again. What kind of expression was she making as she was doing this over and over again? I peered up to see. Her expression was so indifferent. It was completely unnerving. It's because no matter how many times she struck me, I didn't make as pleasant a sound as the other windows. Stop. She struck me continuously. Over and over again. The sound Rena wanted didn't come out. Our classmates standing around didn't try to stop her. They didn't want to be the next window. Somebody save me. Turning a blind eye unless we're hanging out? But of course, everyone in class scrambled to obtain the highest standardized test scores. They'd gain nothing from saving a cram school tryhard like me. Eventually, there'd be a faint sound, similar to when you crack open a walnut, but then some sort of reddish black spray would shoot out. Anyway, it wasn't that Rena momentarily lost herself in anger. After forcing myself to breathe and calming down my heart, I recalled what Oishi told me. And in the counselor's medical report, he recorded all the conversations he had with Rena. It shows up, and quite a bit at that. What does? She mentioned the word Oyashiro. Following that, Rena was suspended and had regular examinations at the hospital. Then, as Rena was undergoing counseling, she said it over and over. Oyashiro. It seems that Oyashiro she spoke of was like a ghost, appearing in her house every night, standing over her pillow, looking down at her. There was only a piece of their conversation, so I still couldn't see the big picture, but it was by no means a happy little conversation. Then what Rena did, was she saying that ghastly incident was a result of her being possessed by Oyashiro? Up until now, I didn't want to believe in Oyashiro's curse. That's why I wanted to say the mysterious deaths every year happened because of some sort of conspiracy. Every time I talked with Oishi, I was more certain that the deaths were the work of men and not of some curse. Except, if it was people perpetrating the incidents, my friends were somehow deeply connected. If I refused to believe that curse was real, then I would have to believe those who acted the kindest to me were deeply involved in the incidents. Why? How? For what reason? Was everybody? It was much more painful and troublesome than accepting that it was just Oyashiro's curse. In the aftermath, Rena had admitted to her doctor that it was because she was possessed by Oyashiro. I felt a strange sense of relief from that, so that's how it was. There wasn't a second side to Rena. She did that. Because she was possessed by something strange like Oyashiro. It wasn't Rena's fault. Oyashiro was the one to blame. I knew this was all backwards. Refusing to believe there was a curse, I wanted there to be a human perpetrator. Now that my close friends were the ones under suspicion, I changed my beliefs at my own convenience, saying it was Oyashiro's curse to blame. Which was the better choice? Accepting that Oyashiro's curse exists, or that Rena and the rest of them were deeply involved in the string of mysterious deaths. I didn't want to think about it. If I just didn't think about it, I'd be able to continue the same as always. I wanted to believe that. That was no longer possible. I had received their message. It was pathetic of me to try and bend the meaning to my own convenience. Regardless of whether my opponent were a human or a curse, I won't let it kill me. Dude, the problem is I haven't played the game in a long time, so I don't remember the exact details. But this kind of reminds me of Zero Escape a little bit. And I don't really remember why. It's like... God, I don't know. I'd have to go through the story again, but something about this is giving me Zero Escape vibes, and I don't know why. As if I would just bend over and give in, for no good reason at all. Keiichi, you've been making a really weird face. Why, I wonder. Inhaling sharply upon hearing Rena's voice, I came back to my senses. Before I had realized it, we were already at the entrance. Damn, dude, my lip is chapped. 1 second, fuck. Shaking my head a few times, I exorcised all those terrifying thoughts. No matter how you look at it, there's no way Rena could have done such terrible things. It was like I was trying to placate myself. As I slid the door open, a blackboard eraser loaded with chalk dropped down on my head the moment I stepped in the classroom. The chalk dust went into my eyes, inducing a brief moment of agony. Oh ho 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 ho. How befitting for the truant Keiichi. Good morning to both of you, Keiichi and Rena. Excuse me. Good morning, Satoko and Riko. Not quite in the mood for it. I didn't really react to Satoko's trap. Satoko braced herself as I passed by, expecting me to attack her. She seemed a bit disappointed as I simply walked by silently. What is this? How discouraging indeed. Keiichi doesn't seem back to his usual self yet. Yeah, take it easy on him for today, okay? Suddenly, there was a slap down on my shoulder. It hurt a bit. Is it my girl? Hell yeah. Dude, I like Mion. I refuse to believe it's her. Hey Kei, did you get enough rest? It was Mion. My mind was full with the stuff about Rena, but Mion was also a party of interest. Remember, Keiichi? That hawkish gaze from yesterday. Yeah, morning. What's with that unenergetic greeting? Did you eat the mochi I brought you? I'm like this because I ate them. Those words were itching to be blurted out. I really just didn't have the appetite. I ate a few, but quite a lot were left over. Huh? What about the homework? Do you have an answer for which one was Rena's? Keiichi said he forgot his homework. Sheesh, then we can't help it. Time for your penalty. Flashing a lurid smile, Mion returned to her seat. There was nothing from our exchange that would cause our classmates to suspect that anything was amiss. But of course, anyone listening to our conversations up until this morning wouldn't see anything suspicious. That's why it was so frightening. They acted in a way that, regardless of whatever happened to Keiichi Maebara, no one would ever suspect them. That fact had terrified me. Soon the teacher came. Teacher! You guys know that Van Halen song, Hot for Teacher? Just think it's appropriate right now. At least I think it's Van Halen. Let me search up. I am. Goddamn, I know my music. After she asked how I felt and took attendance, another dull, ordinary day began. You know, I noticed that now, and knock on wood, this doesn't keep happening. In the first, 2 or 3 chapters, even the 4th and 5th one when I was playing it, the game was, hitching every now and then and, freezing for a sec. It's not doing that today. It hasn't done it. It didn't do it for the later chapters yesterday either. I don't know why it was doing it then. Maybe it's just some silly shit. But this free study period was a convenient time to consider where I stood. I gently closed my eyes and pondered the ridiculous position I was in right now. First of all, what I shouldn't forget was how dangerous of a situation I was in. I had fallen out of favor with them. After interacting with Oishi multiple times, I could see it as I was getting closer to the heart of the matter. The warning yesterday with the mochi was a good indicator of that. No, calling it a warning was just my habit of understanding things. They probably had no meaning beyond stunting my progress and buying themselves some time. Until they had a method of completely erasing me, they were just biding their time. My dude jumps between, like, hating them and trusting them. Like, just fucking, he's just like bouncing between them, man. Pretty tilting. Either believe or don't. Be a believer or be a non-believer. Until they had a method of completely erasing me, they were just biding their time. Even though they were keeping me under their thumb with threats, it didn't change the fact that I knew too much. The chilling sensation at my desk made me recall Satoshi Ojo, the boy who was using the seat until last year when he disappeared. Was he also similar to me? Did he learn something he shouldn't have and was erased? Damn. I wouldn't let them get rid of me so easily. Never. Or were they really trying to kill me? I've had these contradictory feelings for a while now. Even though I suspected them, I felt I had to cover for them. Even having witnessed all of their suspicious behavior, a morning like this just made it all seem like an elaborate hoax. No, that's just what I want to believe. Doubting my friends? Covering for them? My life was in danger. Or was it? Actually, I was debating the wrong point. Given my current situation, those points were something that should have been deliberated on a long time ago. But really, Rina and the rest of them, were they actually aiming to kill me? The little voice inside me continued to torment me with these unresolvable trains of thought. Are you an idiot, Keiichi The answer should be obvious. But maybe that sewing needle might have just been an accident, right? How can you screw up and drop a sewing needle into a piece of mochi? The benefit of the doubt can only go so far. See, this is what I'm saying. Again, I don't want to hammer it because I said it earlier, but that's the reason why I think this demon possession theory might have something to it. But I do think... I hope it's not that, but it might be. 1 second. Did anyone know what happened with that Nintendo Direct? Speaking of, I just looked at the time. Did anything happen? New Smash character, didn't see all of it. Yeah, I see that Pyra and Mithra from Xenoblade 2 are going on. Anything else? I don't give a fuck about Smash. So. Let's see. Who cares? I'll look it up later. I don't want to stall too long. Let's continue, because I'm getting into this. This game, I'll be real with you. The first 2 or 3 sub-chapters of this game, they were kind of cucking me, okay? And I understand why. It's just to get you to know the characters. But I bet you there's a lot of people who have played the first 2 or 3 chapters of this game and then just stopped because they were like, okay, whatever. But it's starting to get good now. And I want to know. Both Rina and Mion had acted and behaved suspiciously, but maybe it was all some sort of misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding? It wasn't just suspicious. It was outright ludicrous, right? Ludacris, the rapper. Rina just corrected me for lying, and Mion only asked me about what I had for lunch. Rina was standing outside my door, eavesdropping for a solid hour. She was probably just waiting for my phone call to end. For a whole hour outside your room? And is it normal to go home afterwards without saying anything? You heard from Oishi, didn't you? About what Rina did at her former school? But at the hospital, she said it was Oyashiro's fault. She... Cut it out, Keiichi Maebara. Don't you realize they're out to kill you? And of course he said it out loud. I inadvertently blurted those words out loud. Hearing myself say that so directly left me dumbfounded for a few moments. Afterwards, I had to look around to check if anyone else had heard it. My little soliloquy cut a little too close to the truth. Even though I could feel the murderous intent from Rina and the others, part of me somewhere was still trying to deny that. This late in the game, such hesitation could be fatal. I knew that. But I was just your average student. A man living his normal, ordinary life. you think I could suddenly believe that my friends, who I had been happily laughing together with up until last Sunday, now intended to kill me? Right. You're too soft, Keiichi. This time I remembered to keep my voice down so only I could hear it. There was only one thing I now understood. I was too soft. Charmin ultra soft, you might say. A little bitch. I didn't completely understand how dangerous Rina and the rest of them were. No, I wasn't trying to understand. I was too soft for not listening to Oishi when he was earnestly showing me the heart of the matter. I didn't listen because I was too busy pretending to be dejected. I didn't comprehend it. I was just running away. I didn't comprehend it, so nobody had any notion to try and kill me. I need to get rid of such naive thoughts. As I made that resolution, I heard the bell signaling the end of class. So soon. The day was already over. I didn't recall eating lunch or doing anything in class. My friends were putting their desks together in preparation for club activities. Not long ago, I probably would have happily jumped into that circle. See, this is where they bring in the sweet piano music. It's like, oh, they're worried about you. Oh, you're being weird. They're scared. And then they turn and they're like, give me your fucking soul. It's like, okay, chill. It's just a joke. I'm just joking. One sec here. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, sorry. My Keiichi, how rude of you to even think about leaving. The way Satoko spoke was so typical and familiar, it almost physically hurt. Keiichi, is today not a good day, I wonder? We were gonna win big together. Seeing Rina's expression, which said she was really looking forward to today, was hard to take. Hey Keiichi, maybe Oishi is just some enormous jerk trying to separate me from the others by lying to me. Ugh! Trying to expunge such weak-minded thinking, I slapped myself in the face. Hey Keiichi! Yeah, was Rina really trying to kill me? I wish someone would tell me if it was a hoax. It was a hoax. I didn't care if it actually was one or not, I just wanted someone to say it was. Yet another weak-willed thought. How did I ever become this naive? Are you alright? Does your head hurt? Apparently, that was how my inner dilemma appeared to Rina. You're pale. Can you make it home by yourself? Maybe I should accompany you home, I wonder. No, it's okay. Sorry. I can get home by myself. Just have the meeting without me. Upon hearing that I wasn't going to participate in the club meeting, Mion pouted unhappily. Since Kei was so bent on a revenge match, we were even going to play the deduction game from before, too. Keiichi doesn't have the burning desire for a rematch? How pathetic. I wouldn't fall for some dumb taunt. Without even a real retort, I grabbed my bag and was about to get up. Someone's hand perched itself gently on my head. Keiichi doesn't seem to be well. How very unfortunate. It was Rika. She was stretched up as far as she could, doing her best to pat my head with her petite hand. It felt so nice, which made things even harder. I don't want to know what was getting harder, bro. She's way too young. Sorry, everybody. See you. That's all I said as I quickly left the classroom. They said something to me as I was leaving, but I couldn't make it out. I managed to make it all the way to the entrance in that state of mind, took my shoes, put them on, and went forward. 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 Harden that heart, Keiichi. May borrow. They were, for some unfathomable reason, trying to kill me. They were plotting something dubious, watching my every move. But I couldn't hate them, because weren't they my friends? Part of me lamented my naivete, while the other part lamented the fact that I had lost something important by lamenting over it in the first place. It felt like my personality was being ripped in two, along with my body. If this is what Oyashiro's curse was like, then it was just too harsh. Hey, Oyashiro, I was wrong for not believing in your curse, but I believed in it now, completely. Your curse does exist, so seriously, give me a break. I beg you, come on. Dinner was unusually bland. I had no flavor or aroma. It had no flavor or aroma. This guy's got COVID. The miso soup that normally tantalized my appetite instead tasted like nothing but boiled water. Dude, that's a white person meal, hell yeah. Dad was eating with us that night. It was a rare occurrence in this household. When he got into his work, he ate and slept on his own schedule. My dad never cared about the time. Since my dad was at the dinner table, It either meant he had just reached a good point to take a break, or he was in a slump. So yeah, he just doesn't understand the motivation creators have. Your partnership was just a verbal agreement, wasn't it? If it's so hard to agree on things, why not just end it? I feel like it's an industry with a lot of back scratching, but when it gets in the way of business... I wasn't able to pick out much of my mom and dad's conversation, but I could tell it wasn't a very pleasant topic. That, of course, made the disgusting food even less appealing. Staring listlessly at the exchange between my parents, my mind wandered off to the same thought process I had going all day long. Look, dude. Again, I'm gonna say it. Like, there is you're at an impasse here, okay? And there's one of two ways to go about it. One, you keep dancing around the issue like you're doing now. You go crazy, and whatever happens is gonna happen anyways. Or two, you nut up, you shut up, and you get in there, and you ask, what the fuck is going on? No more glitter, no more sheen, no more icing. I wanna know what the fuck is going on. Stop being such a no-spine little bitch, man. Get in there, do something. Are you afraid you're gonna lose to Rena? She's like probably fucking 4'6", 80 pounds dripping wet. You're not losing that fight, man. Let's go. Staring listless. I already read that line. Friends close to me. No, they used to be friends, but I could no longer trust them. Right now, I was greatly lacking in allies. People I trusted. People I could depend on when push came to shove. There was something I just didn't have. Having just one ally would be incredibly reassuring in the current hopeless situation I was in. I put down my chopsticks and looked over at my parents, who were still talking about work. The first course of action that came to my mind was to tell my parents everything. Currently, there wasn't a single person from Hinamizawa I could trust 100%. That meant the only people I could trust were my parents. But if I told them everything that happened up until now, would they understand? Rena, for example. That neighborly Rena, who was so diligent in looking after me, came to get me every day, and sometimes brought over a share of what she made. How could I explain that she wanted to kill me? No matter how I explained it, it would probably be difficult for anybody to comprehend. My somewhat eccentric dad wouldn't understand, and my high-strung mom would probably drag me off to a psychiatrist in the blink of an eye. Sadly, that was the amount of trust that existed in this relationship. Even if they did come to understand, what could they possibly do? This guy has, I forget the name of what it's called, but there's this condition. I think it starts with a C, and I think it's a French word, where a person thinks that, like, everyone around them is not who they really are, and that they're all out to get you. And I forget the name of it. It starts with a C. It's like French or something. Let me see if I can find the name of it. Capgras delusion, or Capgras syndrome, also known as imposter syndrome among us poggers. People who experience a syndrome will have an irrational belief that someone they know or recognize has been replaced by an imposter. Not exactly the same, but I was getting there. Unless they could uncover the truth, they wouldn't be able to protect me. No, by informing them of these unnecessary things, I'd be putting my parents in danger as well. Considering that the victims in past incidents were often married couples, I couldn't even joke about it. For the entire Maibara family to have an accident or to just vanish into thin air, it was easily possible in Hinamizawa. What was important here was knowing that something unnecessary put you in danger. The most unsettling question was, how did they know that I knew? As long as they didn't know, my parents might not fall victim. That was one way to think about it, I guess. At least it was like that in my case. After I found out, things started becoming odd. In other words, it meant the following. As long as my parents didn't know anything, nothing would happen to them. And as I said that, a death flag was planted, which means that this house would be a safe haven as long as my parents were in. I knew these were just assumptions based on conjecture on top of conjecture. Wanting this house to be a safe haven, that was the pinnacle of my weak-willed method of thinking. I had to concede that it was not completely safe. It was only safer than the outside. I knew that I couldn't rely on my parents. No, I couldn't risk getting my parents involved. Then the only person who could be my ally would be Oishi. Him and him alone. He was the only person who understood the situation I was in. He didn't care so much about my safety, but he was, without a doubt, passionate about solving this case. I almost put an extra A in there. It was a bit frustrating. Oishi was basically the whole reason I was in this mess. Now to get out of it, I had to rely on him. Meaning, it was all going according to his devices. It was just my job to look appetizing while bobbing in the waves as bait. Then, when the fish started gathering around, Oishi would pull up the big haul. It was slightly infuriating, but even I thought that was the best course of action. So then what should I do? Patience was the first rule of fishing. Just keep waiting until the fish actually bite. But I wasn't simply bait. There were lots of ways for me to struggle before being devoured. When they struck, I needed to somehow dodge just enough and tag out to Oishi. No question, it was going to be hard. The timing to bring Oishi in would be difficult. He was in the city, not Hinamizawa, so if I phoned him in my moment of need, it would take him about 30 minutes to reach me. So I needed to run away for those 30 minutes. For example, if we set up a rendezvous point for dire situations or something, I'd just have to hide out there until Oishi arrived. Okay, I can almost see it now. I was still being chased around in the dark by boogeymen, but now I knew which way to go. I would never have imagined this would be so reassuring. Oh yeah, it would probably be best if I had a concealed weapon for when things got rough. Typically, that would call for a switchblade, but that wasn't too reassuring for combat. Also, since it was recognized as a weapon by the public, that also wasn't good. Really, when the time comes, a long weapon like a bat would work in my favor. I remembered there was a metal bat at school. I could be confident with that when push came to shove. If I pretended I was practicing my swing, then it wouldn't be suspicious for me to always carry it around. I could go to school early tomorrow and secure it. Just possessing a weapon may be enough to deter them. Also, one more thing, insurance. It could be something like a note or memo. I could write down everything that's happened as a sort of journal. In case I suddenly vanish, the journal would be left behind. With my journal in his possession, Oishi could, or should, be able to avenge my death. I left my parents engrossed in their conversation about work and went back to my room. Not a terrible plan of attack, but there's one fatal flaw with this plan. If somebody finds out about your journal of the people that you don't want to find out, you are mega fucked. Like, you are just mega fucked. Like, you are fucked. Fuck squared. You are donezo. So, you might want to keep that in a really, really safe place. Maybe even the prison wallet might be a good idea. I tore out a piece of paper from a notebook and made my way to my desk. Last time I wrote a journal was for summer homework in elementary school. In the off chance something bad happened, the police could use my diary as a lead. So I should only write down the facts. How should I start? I jotted down my thoughts as they came. I, Keiichi Maebara, am in fear for my life. It made me laugh nervously. It was a line that showed up often in detective stories. I never even dreamed that I would be in this type of situation where I'd write it myself. I do not know why they're after my life. Rina and the others were suspicious, but I had no proof, and that's why I couldn't write anymore. I laughed wryly at myself for writing such a passage draped in mystery. Would the police be able to get the hint from reading this enigmatic passage? I could only pray that they would. What I prayed for the most, though, was that this journal never needed to play its part. Here, I laughed nervously. It was too simple, so I wrote down one more line I just thought of. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Oyashiro's curse. Was that too much? I probably shouldn't write more than that. If I wrote any more, then it would just seem like I was delusional. In order to appear to the reader that the person who had written this was of sound mind, I chose not to write anything else at that point. This is your first major fuck-up. You should do it anyways. Because if they think that you believe in a curse, they probably think that you're a fucking whack job anyways. You might as well go the whole 12 yards, champ. I chose not to write anything else at this point. I just needed to add more as I learned about the truth. I folded the paper and thought about a place to hide it. By hiding it somewhere obvious, there was the chance that they would uncover it instead. On the other hand, if it was in too obscure of a location, then there was the risk of nobody finding it at all. In the end, I decided to take the clock off my wall and stick my folded note on the back of it with scotch tape. After that, I put the clock back into its normal position. Yeah, it didn't look like anything was hidden behind it. Now I needed to set it up, such that, if anything happens to me, my parents could find it. I looked at it from countless angles until I was satisfied, and I made my way downstairs. My parents were still talking about work. It didn't look like it was going to end anytime soon, so I cut in. Sorry to interrupt. I have something I want to talk to you about. I never started off a conversation like that before, so my parents were both startled. They stopped talking and turned towards me. What is it, Keiichi? I have a favor to ask of you, so please listen. Just in case, yeah? If it's not urgent, can we do this later? Right now, Mommy and Daddy have something urgent they're talking about. I didn't think their talk was more urgent than mine. In any case, I stated my request. Just in case, okay? If I die. Both of my parents' eyes went wide as saucers. If I die, I want you to put the clock on my wall in my coffin. If they did that, then they'd probably find it. My memoir. Both of my parents remained wide-eyed, not moving an inch. I couldn't blame them. I made that clock in shop class and I really like it, so please. What's the matter, Keiichi? Did something happen? Mom was finally able to ask me without a questioning gaze. Now, see, this is the problem here. He's kind of involved his parents, even though he said he didn't want to. Because this is sort of odd for you to just walk up and be like, yo, when I die, I put my clock in the coffin. It's like, it doesn't really make much sense. You kind of just came out of nowhere with this. Of course, this was a normal response for when someone's son suddenly talked about a subject like this. I felt bad about making them worry, but right now, I just wanted them to think about the clock in my room. With the awkward mood leaving the room in silence, I decided to go back up to my room. I want to get to school early tomorrow, so I'm going to bed. Good night. Saying only that, I left the living room. I need to get to school early tomorrow and secure the bat. I should make today the last day I went to school with Rina. Dude, I feel so bad. I feel like he's fucking up here. I might be stupid, and I might be the guy that if I was in this situation, that I'd be the one that ends up with my neck clawed out dead on a fucking country road. But I would have just went, like, full turkey and confronted at this point. It feels like he's dancing around the issue, and he's making it, like, 10 times worse. Like, figure out if there's something going on or not, and go from there. It feels like he's kind of just dancing around. He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know if they're evil. He doesn't know if they're good. And he's sort of fucked himself, because now if they end up that they aren't evil, then he's drove such a fucking deep wedge between them that I don't know if they could ever make up for it. Like, it's just odd. As I climbed the stairs, I heard my mom call my name, but I pretended not to hear her. It wasn't something I could talk about with my parents. If I talked about it, it would only make things more dangerous. The fight that had begun was mine and mine alone. I couldn't rely on anybody. I wouldn't be killed. Not when I still knew nothing. Okay. Huh. Not feeling so hot. I just feel like he's fucking up here. That was at 6:33. When was this? 5:24. Yeah, so they're about an hour each. And then yeah, so this is just multiple pages. I wonder if these carry over. I doubt they do, because each game on Steam is technically a separate thing. Okay, so let's think a little bit about this. Let's watch the tip, and then let's revise my little notepad I had earlier, and we'll update it because it's full of not right info anymore. Not feeling so hot. Because I refuse to believe that they're evil. I like Mion, I like Rina. I don't really care about the other two. I want to believe that they're good. Keiichi's been feeling down lately. Maybe he's in a bad mood. I wonder. Maybe he's on his period. That's a possibility, Mion. Me, that's gross. Yuck, 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 yuck. What do you think? Don't know. Could it be that Kay, maybe... I don't know. That day, Kay was in that car talking to some tubby middle-aged guy, right? Boom, right off the bat, we've got new info from this. Their memories are shared. The memories between both sides are somehow shared. Because right off the bat, I'm assuming they're not in their weird glass-eyed fucking face right now. They know about the event. And we knew that from Rina's weird outburst at us, like 3 chapters ago at this point, that she knew about that. So this might not be a split personality. I don't think it is. It seems as though all the beliefs and memories are shared between the two. There's just a difference in the actions. But again, I'll read this and I'll go back to what I'm doing. He was talking in the car to some tubby middle-aged guy, right? Yeah, no mistake. That Oishi. She knows his name, too. Not totally surprising. She is she is in the family of city people and people who know him. He probably fed him something fishy. He looks serious. Keiichi's face was so pale. Excuse me. You see, you might not know this, but he's actually the messenger of Oyashiro. Huh? What do you mean? Whenever he shows up, someone is demoned away. No lie. Oh? Is that so? The year before last, when Rika's mom drowned, right? Right before that, she was visited by Oishi. Now that you mention it, he was around before Satoshi transferred out, too. Transferred? Huh, you're so sweet, Rina. So this time he's appeared before Keiichi. So Keiichi is going to be demoned away, too? An empty silence hung in the air. Then it was suddenly interrupted by loud laughter. Fuck me. So first things first, Mion clearly knows more than Rina does. Because she was like, transferred? Like, transferred? Like, Because remember that Rina did tell us that she thought that he transferred out. So, Connor, if you're still here, I'll explain to you the situation in a little bit more detail of what happened. One second, my mom needs something. Okay, my bad. I'm back. So, first, Connor, if you're still here, let me check so I don't sound like a retard if you're just not here anymore. Okay, it seems you are. I'll try and give you a little bit of a background because I know you weren't here for the other large portion. I think you've been here for a decent bit today. So the whole meme, my guy transferred into this weird village town. They have a summer festival that they hold, or actually it's kind of earlier on. It's like a spring into summer festival. And every time the festival happens, somebody goes missing and dies on the day or night of the festival. My guy goes to school with these 4 girls that you just saw in this chapter. The green-haired girl is Mion. Orange-haired girl is Rena. They're kind of the two of focus so far. Every one of the murders has been connected to my group of friends, including the 2 smaller ones, in some way. Whether it be like family members, whether it be that the people who died had altercations with people in my friend group. Basically, my friend group is like the one thing that's connecting all the people. Now, the big thing that's been bothering me is I've been trying to figure out whether or not there has been like a split personality meme going on or what. Whether or not these people were like, whether these people are acting evilly or if they have like an evil side to them or something that they don't know about. And I still stand by that. I don't think my take on that has changed yet, necessarily. But currently, the big thing that you need to know for the point that I'm going to make is my guy is in a club with them, like a school club. It's basically a board games club. It's really all you need to know about it. So one day, they were playing Clue, okay? And another thing to note, to my understanding, Mion and the 2 younger girls, so the green-haired girl and the 2 younger girls, have been residents of this city their whole life. The orange-haired girl, as we just found out today, lived here as a kid, don't think she had a relationship with the other kids, left, and then came back, okay? So, we were in this game club, and we were playing Clue. Or whatever they called it. I'm assuming they couldn't call it Clue because of copyright, so they were calling it something else. Some deduction game. And they were like kind of joking, and so all the victims in the thing, or all the people, the perpetrators or whatever, because you know how in Clue there's like Colonel Mustard and you know all the other fucking people, they just replaced all those names with their names. So it was like, oh, Mion, blah, 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 blah. So my guy got Omega rolled in Clue, and he wanted to play it again because him and Rena, the orange-haired girl, were going to cheat so that they could win. They were going to show each other their cards so they would have an advantage. Then he was going through the board game because everyone else like didn't want to play or something, and when he was going through it, he noticed the name Satoshi. Now at the time that this was brought up, we didn't know who the fuck Satoshi was, right? Like, he was a nobody. He was just a name. All we knew is that he used to be a student at the school. We found out later, Satoshi, they said that Satoshi transferred out of the school, right? We found out from the old man, Professor Oak, that guy, that Satoshi is actually dead. He was killed, I believe, or he went missing. I don't remember. It was one of the two. I think it was actually went missing. He didn't transfer out of the school like they said. And so the one thing, you guys can probably hear my dogs. I'm sorry if you do. The one thing that was sort of odd is my guy was talking to Rena, and he was asking her, because he thought Rena was a transfer student. At this time, he didn't know that she lived there as a child. And she had only showed up a year prior. So a year before him. So a year before the current events are taking place. He asked her, like, oh, like, how did you get invited to the board game club? Because, you know, he got invited, like, pretty close to the first day that he showed up. He was like, yo, like, Rena, like, how did you get invited to the club? Like, you know, what was going on? And she was like, oh, it didn't actually exist. It formed while I was here. Okay, so it formed a year ago. Hasn't been around forever. It's been formed a year ago. When my guy asked her about Satoshi, who, mind you, also transferred out also around a year ago, he asked her about Satoshi if she knew who he was or what happened to him. She said no. She's like, I don't know. I must have missed him, was what she said. He must have transferred out before I came in. But this is the thing. How could Satoshi's name be in the Clue board game that they were playing when the board game group was only formed after she showed up and his name is in there, but she says she doesn't know what happened to him? It doesn't really make sense. There's like actually genuinely just an consistency. She's lying about what's going on. Whether or not, like, I don't know what her reason for lying is. She might genuinely believe that he transferred out, but it doesn't make sense that the board game would have had to have been bought at some point after she showed up. And if she's saying that she missed him, that he transferred out before she showed up because she didn't know who she was or who he was, how would it make any sense that then his name was in the board game that was bought afterwards, after she showed up? It don't make sense. So, I'll leave you with that, because that's like the big like thing that's kind of been bothering me so far. Oops, not that. Where is it? Here. We're gonna just... actually, how much can we save? This can go. This is not really important. And this can also go, because it's false now. So, hey, how's it going? Yeah, I've been trying to get my theories going. We're gonna try and lay out everything coherently so far. We're gonna see if I can get this. I'm assuming that we're within like the last handful of chapters or sub-chapters for this. Because I think this is 10 or 11. I don't know if I saved actually. Did I save? Okay, I did. Yeah, that was 10. So we're somewhere near the end of this first section. But let me write this down here. So I need to think. I need to dig deep in the brain. So let's get like some, before we make some theories, let's get like the facts, okay? The facts don't care about your feelings. Also, let me make the font way smaller here. This is way too big. Hopefully this is still big enough for stream, but I need it to be smaller so I can write more. So the facts, okay? Each murder has... I keep saying murder. I shouldn't say murder. I'm assuming it's a murder, but it could just be a death. Okay. Let me get rid of this. Oh, I didn't even realize I didn't clip the one side of this. One sec. Let me do one of the... Oops. No, that's not what I want to do. Nope, not that either. This. There we go. Okay, sorry. Let's continue. Okay. So... Her name's Sonozaki, right? Hmm. Okay. Okay, let me think here. Look, so let's also, I'm gonna say something. Why is my guy I guess he's worried that he's going to be killed. But so far we know that every murder has only taken place on the night of the Watanagashi. So why is he afraid? He should just be going big balls. Like, what the fuck is he afraid of? He shouldn't be. Like, I mean, this is obviously a very headlong way to get yourself killed. But it seems so far that people only die on the night of the Watanagashi. So what the fuck is he, like, freaking out for? Okay. What else is there to talk about? Let me go through the tips real quick. I know you guys won't see this because it'll be behind the thing, but I just want to look at all the tips here and see if anything jogs my memory. Okay. Okay. Tomatake is the most recent murder, and his girlfriend, I want to say her name was Takano, has gone missing. Oishi is concerned about my friend group and thinks they might be directly related to the disappearances and deaths. Okay. Now let's get into theories, because I don't really think there's a whole lot that I can lump in here that doesn't, like, end up falling into the realm of theories. So now we got our theories. Okay. Number 1. And this could be very wrong. And, we'll go, as of end chap 10. I don't think that Rina or Mion are responsible for Tomatake or potentially any other death. It seems too simple. Not the correct form of two. Too simple. Okay? They are, however, lying about certain details and keeping some things secret. And this will be like, initially, Oyashiro curse. Oh, I should also put this up here. Rina was a resident of Hinamizawa before, left, and came back. She is not a true transfer student like Keiichi. Rina had weird outbursts when she was out of Hinamizawa and claimed to a psychiatrist that it was because of Oyashiro possessing her. Okay. I don't really want to make like any sweeping claims yet because there's not a lot to know. I only want to put really important facts here. I was thinking about putting other little things like, oh, like, should I put, you know, that Mion's family runs a thing, a clothing shop? Should I write that Rena's real name isn't Rena, it's actually Reina? Like, that stuff seems a little bit tiny. Should I talk about how yada yada from all the little tips? Like, they're important, but we'll worry about that later. The only other thing that I do want to put up here is Mion seems to know more than Reina does, seeing as she commented on Satoshi's transfer, which Reina seems to be unaware of. Mion also commented and said that Oishi is the messenger of Oyashiro. That's all we're gonna say. Now, I don't even know. I'll write down my current theory. I think that the weird states they go in, or they enter, are like a form of demon possession. It would seem as though they are not conscious of what goes on during those states, as they act as if nothing has happened. Rena's outburst. Hey, what's up? Why was it direct bad? And I'm guessing you were left a little bit disappointed. Oh, it's fine. You don't. I don't really care. You can tell me what was in the direct. Is it like an update of like Toadstool Golf or whatever from the GameCube days? That's pretty hot. That's pretty hype. Yeah, I saw the Pyro and Mithra stuff on Twitter. I had it open on my other monitor and I saw it. big Fire Emblem fan here. That sounds good. Okay, well, I don't feel like writing much more because it feels like most of the shit that I write is going to get changed in like a second anyway, so I don't feel the need to like go super deep into it. Plus, I don't want to stall much longer. You guys can keep going. I'm going to continue here. Actually, I'm going to get water real quick. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Ow. Dude, you're not getting the Prime 4 announcement. Are you fucking kidding me? There's no way. Didn't they just like re-scrap that game like a year ago? There's no way it's near a playable state yet. Oh yeah, I should also... Sorry, I lied. I do have to write a little bit more. Keiichi is being a fucking clown. He should just confront them directly. Think what he is doing right now is going to drive a wedge in his friendship, as I personally don't think his friends are guilty. They may know more than they should, but I don't literally think they have killed anyone. At least yet. There we go. Just had to add that. Breath of the Wild 2. That game that I could just never finish. Okay. No, what happened? Oh yeah, I already know. The Dota anime. I saw that. I actually don't think it looks too good. I'll watch it, but I don't think it looks too good. Oh. I gotta clear my throat. I'm gonna mute my mic for a second. I'm still here. Yeah, I don't know why I couldn't finish it. It just didn't pull me in very much. It's not that it's a bad game, and I know that if I could force myself to play it, I would like it. But it felt like it really lacked direction, and the story just felt kind of weak to me. This is the thing, right? Like, if I am actually going to sit down and play a story game, like any game, like, put it this way. I care more about story in a game or in, like, a show or a movie more than anything, right? Like, character development and story, I think, are, like, intertwined. And you have to have good characters to have a good story. There's some exceptions, but almost always. And I just felt like that game kind of just neglected both. You kind of just bounced around, like, to really tiny, like, sections of the game with new characters that were like, oh, wow, look at this new character. Wow, so cool. And then you leave them and you never see them again. Like, when I was playing through the Zoro area, I actually really liked the story of that princess girl or whatever that, like, sacrificed herself. And then they just didn't give a fuck about her for the rest of the game. I think I got through killing 2 divine beasts, and that's when I stopped on my first playthrough. Ugh. Excuse me. Skyward Sword HD. That's another game I didn't play. You know, I've never actually really played a ton of the Zelda games. I've only played a portion of Majora's Mask. I think I probably finished Majora's Mask the most because I used to watch my cousin play it all the time when I was a kid. This was the first time I'd ever woke with such clarity. It was 5:59, just moments before my alarm would go off. Really? I'd probably like it then. I was amazed at the precision of my internal clock. Almost read that as cock. I had made preparations for the next day of school before I went to bed. I changed quickly and descended to the deserted lower floor. It appeared that my mom was still asleep. Neither breakfast nor lunch was ready. Yesterday, I just unilaterally declared that I would be leaving early today, so it couldn't be helped. Wait, I should make it... Never mind. I slid on some bread and topped it with instant cocoa. Just as I was finishing up breakfast, Mom rose groggily from her slumber. My, Keiichi, you're up early. Is there some sort of school event? Not really. Answering bluntly, I picked up my bag and stood after stuffing 2 slices of bread down my throat. You're leaving already? What about lunch? If you don't wait a bit, I can't make it. If I waited for her to make my lunch, then it would end up being the same time as usual. If I did that, it would raise the chances of me running into Rina and Mion on the way to school. Yeah, from today onwards, I was going to school alone. Yeah, I've never played any of Twilight Princess. I'll be real with you, I haven't really played any Zelda games. I feel like it was kind of just a train that I missed. I was like super into Mario games, I never really touched Zelda games. I'll be fine for today. Then what will you do for lunch? I'll slip out and buy some bread or something at the store. Really? Then here's some lunch money. Be sure to bring me back the receipt. I took the 1,000 yen bill from Mom and slipped it in my pocket. Oops. It's pretty early. Is Rina up this early as well? Nah, just me. Did you tell Rina that you're leaving early? I have no reason to tell her every little detail now, do I? Feeling it difficult answering the onslaught of questions, I made an annoyed face. Tell Rina that I went ahead when she comes. Hey, Keiichi, wait! It's not that I didn't trust my parents, I couldn't rely on them. They couldn't help me. I could only hope that they didn't get involved. It was safer that way. My mom's annoying voice, dude, Squad W, what the fuck, was cut off by the slam of the door. For the first time since I moved here, I headed down the road to school alone. Up until now, I had always walked down the same path at the same time each day. So I was always met with the same people at the same places. But today was different. I didn't meet the people I would normally, and nobody was at the place where I would normally have met them. This is subchapter 11. We just finished 10. Of course, Rina wasn't in the spot where we usually met, and there wasn't anyone at the spot where we would have met up with Mion. The length of the tree's shadows, the morning air, and the brightness of the sun, it was a completely different type of morning from what I was used to. Without a doubt, it felt strange. It left me with the impression that I had destroyed the illusion Hinamizawa had set up for me before it had enough time to prepare all the props needed to deceive me. My, Keiichi, you're so early today. Is everyone meeting early this morning? The person who called out to me was someone we always passed by as they were taking a walk along the edge of the fields. Their name was, I forgot. What an interesting name. Of course, this wasn't the spot where we usually passed each other. I woke up early today, so I thought it'd be a good change of pace. That's all. I threw out a random excuse. What about Rina and Mion? Are you by yourself today? Well, yeah. I was being asked the same type of questions my mom was asking, so I answered them in the same uninteresting, vague manner. It wasn't funny being asked where Rina was each time I passed by someone, but maybe it was to be expected. It was because for so long we were always together so amicably. Even I felt that if I let my guard down, we could still be friends. Stop it, Keiichi. Don't think about that anymore. You spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go soft, didn't you? I mean, I kind of respect him for, like sticking to it and being like, fuck yeah, let's go, like, no fucking around, like, one way or the other. But I feel like he's doing it the wrong way. He's going too hard in the one direction. I think he should be going in the other direction. I think he should trust in his friends. But you spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go soft, didn't you? Beep beep! A car horn blared out from nowhere. It's probably Oishi. Even though I was walking, lost in thought, the horn was way too close. A mechanical behemoth barreled at me from behind, catching me completely off guard. By the time I turned around, the van's hulking chassis was almost on top of me. I'd seen plenty of cars veer to the opposite shoulder to avoid pedestrians, but this car was doing the opposite. It felt like there was somebody on the opposite shoulder. The van was swerving in my direction to avoid them. That blissfully ignorant train of thought delayed me from realizing something much, much more important. What, that you're about to be fucking hit? Yeah. That large mass was hurtling right at me. Was it gonna hit me? The inside of my head instantly flooded with a painfully cold liquid. In that moment, the scene before me, no, time itself had frozen. In the silence of that frozen moment, I compared the van, so close that I had no way to dodge it, and my body, the upper half, twisted awkwardly in order to look behind me. There was no way I could dive out of the way in my current position. If I lost focus now, this moment would unpause, and I would probably be plowed over, caught in a silly pose. Bend my upper body over towards the patty by the side of the road. If I bent far enough, I'd get away with just being hit. Dylan! If I bent far enough, I'd get away with just being hit by the side view mirror. How's it going? As soon as the thought crossed my mind, the temporal stasis was shattered by the deafening sound of the van. The side mirror struck my shoulder, sending me spinning off through the air like a top locked in a contorted position. Kasplash. Sent tumbling through the air, I crashed into the muddy patty by the side of the road. My entire body was soiled and drenched. It's going, Dylan. We're making theories about what's going on. A lot has happened since I think the last time you jumped in here, so it's like almost impossible to catch you up, but you know, maybe you'll catch a little bit as we read on here. But the choice I had made in that instant was unmistakably for the best. I was covered in mud, but when the alternative was being hit by the car, it was the closest I could be to being unscathed. Rising out from the patty, I had enough in me to glare over at the stopped van and yell profanities at the driver. I'm not sure if it was able to see me, but the van sped off suddenly. Wait, damn it! This is what they call a hit and run, wasn't it? I couldn't help but continue yelling out profanities. The disgrace from being covered in mud hurt me more than any physical wound. I slogged through the muddy patty and made my way back onto the road. This is a crime, goddammit! Shit, I'll track you down and sue you. This is America. We sue everyone. If I go looking for a van, I'm sure to find it in this little village. The path I was on had rice paddies on either side, and it had become so narrow that one car could barely fit through. It wasn't a place you could tear full speed down in a car, let alone pass by pedestrians. Now, this dude is going to start to get, like, a persecution complex. He's going to think now that, like, and maybe he's right, but I think he's a bit cracked. He's going to think now that, like, this car was trying to kill him. Fitting with the demon possession meme that's been going on in this game, I mean, it might be possible, but not only was it a narrow road, but the car just now was closer to my side of the road than the other when it went past me. Even as I cursed, I was desperately trying to suppress the dark cloud roiling up within me. This wasn't just a hit and run. That car just now was trying to run me over, wasn't it? Thinking back, I did feel like there had been a car creeping up on me slowly for a while. That's right. As soon as I'd parted ways with that person taking a walk, I had a feeling that whole time, or I had that feeling the whole time. If it had wanted to pass me, then it had no shortage of chances. Normally, I would have felt suspicious and turned around sooner, but I was lost in thought, and now was kicking myself for not realizing it was there sooner. And then, when the path became narrow, and there was no one else in sight, he floored it. If I had hesitated for even a moment, I didn't mean to skip that. If I had hesitated for even a moment, the result would have been no laughing matter. As the adrenaline rush from nearly being run over subsided, and the realization of just how terrifying the preceding events were sunk in, there was no doubt about it. The van was intentionally trying to hit me. A cold, viscous sweat seeped from my scalp and slid down my back before dribbling off. I struggled to avoid falling into a panic. There was still the possibility that this really was just an accident. Calm down, Keiichi. But also, don't be so naive, Keiichi. Being that lax will get you killed next time. You need to always be on your toes. Don't give them any openings. If my enemy was really out to kill me, then next time they would use a more reliable method. If that time came and I was acting like I was now, getting covered in mud was the price I had paid for my own naivete. Covered in mud but without injury, not even a sprain. I guess this was what you would call the silver lining. I began walking, this time cautiously. I couldn't even show a hint of carelessness. I had suspected only Rena and the others up until now. No, it was because I had suspected them that I had believed there were no other enemies. Oishi had said so, didn't he? There was a possibility of a village conspiracy. Was I really mired so deeply in this situation that I had no choice but to try and carry on as usual? Wouldn't it be safest just to hole myself up in my house? But the moment I abandoned my regular routine, everyone around me would abandon theirs as well. It was just too horrifying a thought. This dude is he's cracked. I recalled the tales Oishi told me of when Hinamizawa was still called Onikakushi. A frightening tale of an entire village of demons hunting their prey, surrounding them, and eating them alive. One must not interfere with the demons. One must pretend not to see it. The enemy were numerous, the whole village. Their villagers, with their unwavering faith in the curse, could do nothing to help me. The strong sudden flash of sunshine made me slightly dizzy. I had no idea what was going on anymore. When I suspected it was the work of man, I would catch a glimpse of Oyashiro's curse. And when I suspected it was Oyashiro's curse, somebody would poke their head out. What was coincidence? What was intentional? Who was my enemy? Who was just a bystander? This is what I'm saying. The problem is that this guy is casting out everybody. It's impossible to know who's friendly and who's not. This is why I think he should have confided in his friends, even if it would have made him seem weird, even if it would have potentially even made things worse, because at least if he went to his friends and it turns out they are evil, and they actually are trying to kill him, and there is a village conspiracy, at least then he fucking knows. Right now he knows nothing. He can't discern one from the other. No, what I really truly wanted to know, how did I end up with the proverbial bullseye painted on my back? Eventually, an answer in a form I could understand will appear. I don't care when that will happen, because until then, I cannot die. That alone fueled my resolve to fight, and will keep me alive. Whatever you say, champ. I mean, whatever. I remembered seeing the metal bat in the gym storage shed, but there was a padlock on the door barring my entry. At the very least, I wanted to get my hands on it before everyone else arrived at school. I circled around the school grounds impatiently. But all I could find were things like pieces of lumber, nothing that I could bring into the classroom easily. Then I had an epiphany. I could search inside the classroom. If it was something in the classroom to begin with, then there wouldn't be a problem. I could tell that everyone's indoor shoes were still in their lockers. So they do wear indoor shoes. I actually didn't know that. I was asking earlier, when we first started playing, if they would take off their shoes when they went inside. Obviously they would, but it seems they have slippers or something that they switch into. I guess makes sense. Good thing I came early. Nobody else was here yet. The teacher might be here. I wondered, what could I find in the classroom? I didn't think I could find an especially effective weapon like a bat. You could find a meter stick, break after one hit, but I mean, it's something. But it couldn't be helped at this point. Until the gym storage shed was open, I needed to find a substitute. A lingering hint of naivete whispered that there was no way I'd be attacked at school, but such soft ideas would never protect me. To think that they were slowly making their way into parts of my life that I had once thought impenetrable. In the worst case, my own house might not be safe anymore. That was an incredibly frightening thought. But I believe that not considering the worst case scenario would have been even more frightening. Anyways, I will survive. So long as I live, then I will definitely be able to escape this labyrinth of nonsense. I thought he was going to say, so long as I lived, I will survive. I was like, well, you're not wrong, but definitely. My exploration of the classroom came to an impasse. Not much was to be expected. There was no way there would be anything that could be a weapon in the classroom. In case of an emergency, there was probably nothing I could do but swing my own chair around. My gaze landed on the lockers that had come to be used for personal storage. The locker that Mion used to store her pile of games was among them. There was one for each person in the class, all lined up. Of course there was one for me as well. Oh yeah, there was supposed to be a tracksuit in my locker. Seeing me covered in mud would be strange. I should go change later. But first I needed a weapon. If one of my classmates came, it would be hard to rummage through all the lockers. I swiftly began opening the lockers one by one. They were mostly just filled with things like gym clothes, personal items, and umbrellas. An umbrella. If I couldn't find anything better, then this would have to be my weapon. Hell yeah, dude, we got Mary Poppins out here. I was about to give up on finding anything decent when I opened a locker that had exactly what I wanted. It was, without a doubt, a metal bat. I don't know why he's freaking out here. Who knows, man? You might have a Nihon fucking baseball star that's going to your school. You never know. Future baseball star. I'm guessing the implication here, of course, is that it's Rina's. But it was well worn and pretty beaten up, but there was no doubt it was usable. In that locker that reeked of mold, there also hung a baseball uniform. Wow, you don't say. Maybe that's like exactly what I just said. It was probably the locker of a student in a Pee Wee league or something like that. If that was the case, then he probably asked for it back. At that time, I could hear the voices of the children scuffling their way noisily in from the hallway. Amongst them, I could make out Rika and Satoko. Good morning. My, you're quite early this morning, Keiichi. I nonchalantly hid the bat I was holding behind my back. But what is with your outfit? You're covered in mud. Yeah, I had a little incident. You know. Washroom. I'm gonna change now, so cut me some slack. With that said, I began taking off my clothes. Satoko began to blush just as I expected her to. I mean, yeah, she's like 8 and you're like 15. What's the matter with you? Changing in front of a lady. Have you no tact at all? I would think that a lady staring at someone who's changing would be the one lacking in tact. There's no changing room for the boys, so deal with it. As Satoko feigned disgust, she went into the hall, still blushing. Conversely, Rika continued to stare at me, preparing to change. If Rika is a lady as well, then I don't think it would be appropriate for you to be watching. I'm not a lady, so it's fine. Okay, well, it's not wrong. I mean, she's like 8. She deliberately pouted and looked at me with upturned eyes. And starting now, you're a lady. If I'm a lady, then I suppose I must. You can't argue with that logic. Rika, appearing to be satisfied with being considered a lady, made her way to join Satoko in the hallway. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Rika stopped suddenly and turned back towards me. Are you gonna start playing baseball? It seemed that Rika had noticed the bet. Yeah, just, I was feeling a bit out of shape, so I thought I'd just try practicing my swing. I think it's wonderful you're taking care of your health. She was talking like an old lady despite her appearance. After saying that, Rika started to leave again, but stopped and looked back at me once more. Please don't lose that bat. The other thing that I get very weirded out by in this game is that it seems like... Oh, I should write that down. There seems to be an all-knowing nature to those who are possessed. I know you can't see this, I'm just writing this down right now. Mion and... Oh, but maybe not. You know what? I'm not going to erase this because I'm not sure. Because judging by that one clue that we just had in the last chapter, the hint or whatever they were called. I think it was... I don't know what they were called. Tips? I don't know. Mion and Rina seemed as though they actually did see me going into the car with with Professor Oak. So if that's the case, then it doesn't make... Then they're not like... It's not like they have like some omniscient like quality of knowing stuff that they shouldn't be able to know. The question is, we don't know yet how they knew that I went out to eat for lunch with Oishi. How should they we haven't figured that out yet. So I can't say for certain if it's like they're divining information that they didn't actually know when they're possessed, or if whatever is possessing them just has access to their memories, and in that case, they actually did know where I was going, and we just haven't found out how they knew yet. The fucking word salad there, but you can maybe find the meaning in there. Seems she already knew that I took it out of someone's locker. There was no name on the locker door. I didn't know whose bat it was, but I would be borrowing it until they complained. It wouldn't be for long, just until the gym storage shed was open. After quickly changing into the tracksuit, I checked the time. Still had plenty of time before class began because I came so early. I took the bat in one hand and went outside to the schoolyard. That was, of course, to practice my swing. I needed to make it known I would always have a bat on me so I could practice my swing. At some point, the sunlight had become even stronger. Disregarding my classmates as they made their way to school, I took my position in the shadow of the school building. I wasn't the academic type, and I wasn't much of an athlete either. I might get muscle pain if I just suddenly started swinging. I should at least start out with some warm-ups. I doubt anyone would think I was doing something out of the ordinary, which was the exact opposite of my actual mental state. I gripped the bat and swung lightly. The bat was by no means light. The weight would make it a reliable weapon when I needed it to be. Of course, I could only pray that the moment I needed to use this as a weapon would never come. Just carrying it around could deter attacks against me. At least that's what I hoped. Kay, what are you doing? Being bombarded with such a hysterical voice, I jumped. Whoa, Keiichi, are you on the baseball team? I didn't mean to skip that. The baseball team? It was Rina and Mion. was surprised to hear you went off ahead. What are you doing, Kay? Can't you tell by looking? I'm practicing my swing for the championship. You can say it's part of my diet if you want. Diet. Kay, are you really that fat? You didn't know. I actually have a beer belly. It's plump and jiggles. Plump and jiggles. Rena, you don't have to imagine something weird like that. To disrupt Rena from imagining something that vulgar, I ruffled her hair messily. Well then, hope you make it to regionals at least. This old man will cheer you on. Regionally speaking, it seems that Oshima High is pretty strong. They say their southpaw, Kameda, is amazing. Good luck. I don't know if this is like some reference or something, but I don't know. Seems they've already taken me for a baseball nut, but oh well. Well, if I really did make it to the championship, it would be a cinch. After all, I'd be the pitcher and catcher. Kappa Pride. I'd pitch the ball, then run past the ball I just threw, and change over to being the catcher in a burst of super incredible explosive speed. You'd have to throw pretty slow for that, bro. I laughed dryly at the ludicrous image. Coming back to my senses, I smashed the bat against the ground. Damn it! What am I laughing at? I pounded the ground over and over. With each impact, the reverberation traveling through the bat stung my hands. That's actually true. I played a lot of baseball in my life. If you ever play baseball when it's fucking cold out, you can experience this firsthand. If you don't use batting gloves and you get a fucking fast pitch and it's cold and you're using like really a metal or a wooden bat, but more so a metal bat, and you fucking hit a ball and it's cold out, the reverberations fucking kill your hands. If they smile at me like that, I'll... Don't allow anyone close to me. Don't trust anyone. No matter how many times I tell myself that, if they made me smile like that, I already knew quite well that there were demons dwelling in my smiling friends. But I just couldn't believe it. Did that kind of split personality really exist? He said it, okay? He's finally putting the words in my mouth. I said this earlier, that I thought there was a split personality. He's finally saying it. Like how Rina confessed to the doctor, were they simply being possessed by Oyashiro? In other words, did a supernatural being like Oyashiro really exist, and was it possessing everyone to try and kill me? I think that's kind of the train that I'm on. Yeah, that would be wonderful. If only everyone were actually my friends all along, and everything was just Oyashiro's fault. You damn fool, Keiichi Mibara. Come on now! I yelled out, drawing out all the power from the pit of my stomach, and raised the bat violently into the air. Stop being so soft! I screamed out with all my might. I beat the metal bat into the ground over and over. With every impact, my weakness was being beaten down. Smash. Brothers. Ultimate. Forget. Smash. Brothers. Ultimate. Don't be soft. Charmin. Smash. Know your enemy. Smash. Like hell I'd let them kill me. My shoulders heaving up and down from my ragged breathing. I heard the first bell ring just as I calmed down. Okay. I gasped with a sudden realization. That was the final bell. As I felt all the tension drain from me, I let out a deep breath. My mind was in a muddled state for much of the entire day. I didn't feel like I was awake, but it didn't feel like I was asleep either. I couldn't say it felt especially comfortable, but I felt a kind of relief that the sanctity of the school part of my daily life had yet to be violated. How long would I have to keep on living like this? I could only grit my teeth and bear with it as this living hell slowly gnawed away at me. Eiichi, come on. Club time, club time. The sound of Rina's voice brought me back to my senses. Come on, Kay. Stop spacing out. Bring your desk. Everyone was moving their desks together as usual. Now, I'd make a meme, but I don't think anybody would get it, so I won't. But this is the Brian Ortega Modelo meme right now. Keiichi Mibara was given a choice. And right now is where I think the path of friendship, I mean, it could be salvaged, but this is like in a game where, like a Telltale game. Actually, if it was a Telltale game, it would converge anyways, so we'll scrap that. This is like in a game where it tells you, like, this choice will have an effect on the game. And you're like, oh, really? He's at an impasse right now where he can either choose finally to trust his friends or not trust them. And he's almost certainly going to go down the not trust path. And this will be like Not that it won't be possible for him to eventually knock himself back to, like, the trusting my friends path, but he is, like, really going to make this hard for himself if he doesn't, so. That's right, it was happy fun club time, but I had no intention of taking part. I haphazardly stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag as I prepared to go home. It was a weak-handed gesture to avoid having to actually say, I'll be going home now. What's this, Kay? You planning on going home right away again? Mion sounded quite disappointed. I'm just not in the mood. Can you let me be for a while? The tone of the words that spilled out from my mouth matched Mion's disapproving glare. It felt like the air in the room had dried out. Satoko looked like she was about to say something, but perhaps dissuaded by the mood, she swallowed her words and stayed silent. Nobody said a thing. I took that to mean that I could leave if I wanted, but the collective gaze of the four of them, like the tiny pins used to mount an insect in a display, held me in place. Rina was the one who cut through the heavy mood. Keiichi. You just didn't like playing with girls, I guess. She said it in such a melancholic tone that it sent a wave of pain racing through my heart. If this pain was going to kill me, I wanted to be the soft part of me that could still feel pain. I tore at my chest, violently tearing out the pins that held me in place. That's not it at all. I'd only be hurting myself by saying anything more, so I swallowed my words. Cutting things off there, I turned away and exited the classroom. They didn't speak a word to me as I left. Now I feel bad, man. Now I feel sad, man. This is what I knew was gonna happen. He's gonna alienate them. He's doing it right now. I don't like it. It was a long, dull trip back home, but I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of the bat, which was already soggy from sweat. Realizing that, I wiped it down with my sleeve. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want it to be slippery. Brother, I'm gonna tell you, it's not gonna make much of a difference. Since this morning, I'd become especially sensitive to the presence of cars. Even while walking, my ears perked up and sought out threatening sounds and presences that could be closing in. Presences. And that was why I could hear it. Without a doubt, there was footsteps. The footsteps had matched up perfectly with mine for a while now. So what he's saying is, every time he takes a step, every step he takes, someone is watching him. Kidding. When he's stepping, they're stepping in sync with him. So that it doesn't make any noise, right? It's like when you're playing like a horror game, and you stop walking, and then you hear like, and it stops right after you. It's because they're not in sync with you, and it scares you. So what he's saying is, he's walking like, and they're also going in sync with him. Those footsteps had matched up perfectly with mine for a while now. From what I could sense, it was just one person, but I had no intention of being careless. Did they intend to follow me like the car this morning until we were in a good location to assault me? Then it wasn't a good idea to keep walking like this. You should confront them. I stopped walking and looked back. The wooded path crowded with trees responded with silence, as if there was nobody there to begin with, but I wouldn't be fooled. I was certain footsteps were following me. And just as I stopped, the footsteps stopped as well, meaning the person following me wanted to keep their distance. That was, without question, proof that I was their target. I held my breath, waiting for that presence to panic and starting moving again. The trees rustled with the sound of the wind. The Higurashi also joined in the dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus into disarray. Had 5 minutes passed? Or had I been like this for a whole 30 minutes? It was hard to breathe. It was so hard to breathe that I might have suffocated. It seemed I would be the first one to panic. Without a doubt, he was lurking in the shade of that tree with bated breath. Then I'd make the first move. I fixed my grip on the bat. I raised up to my shoulder to be ready to swing at any time. Hey! I know you're there. With all my might, I screamed at whoever was hiding in the shade of the trees. But the presence in the shade didn't budge. Until the moment I found them, they had no intention of revealing themselves. I know already. I know you're there. I screamed out angrily at them again, but even still they didn't move at all. Then I'll go over there myself. With all due vigilance, I approached. Step by step. Stepping into the tree's shadow, I saw a human figure there. That figure was curled up like a small animal. Rina! When she realized I had found her, her expression softened. She seemed apologetic, but wasn't going to speak a word. Do you have some business with me? I wouldn't accept the silence and scream the question at her. Not really, it's just, Rena was in a panic, with tears welling up in her eyes, but it was obvious that she had been following me. What about the club? Since you're not, I'm not. That shouldn't matter. Don't mind me and just play. But I'm just worried about you. Thinking about how I'd been acting up until now, it wasn't hard to imagine my behavior could have been perceived as strange. My dinner is ready. Serena was concerned. I'm gonna grab my dinner. I'll be right back. We'll finish this chapter, and then we'll see where we go from there. One sec. Okay, I'm back. Oh. Dude, I actually feel really sad. This guy's fucking up right now. And this is either about to go really good or make things even worse. Serena was concerned. At a quick glance, that's how it would seem. But I wasn't going to let my guard down that easy. So I gotta get my food ready. I'm putting pepper on my craft dinner, okay? This is going to take a while. I'll just wait. Even if it really was the case, she still wouldn't have to do something like try to tail me. She should have called out to me when I was leaving and gone out right with me, but Rena didn't do that. She kept her distance from me and matched my walking speed. On top of that, she matched the sound of her footsteps and deviously tried to hide her presence from me. Then after she realized I noticed she was there, she held her breath as she tried hiding from me. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her, but without a doubt she was tailing me. Man, this guy has a persecution complex, man! Stop following me. Still glaring at Rena, I continued walking on. Dude, I am actually feeling so sad right now. After I walked for a bit, she ignored my command and began walking again, so I yelled at her once more. I told you not to follow me. But my house is in the same direction. Then walk ahead of me. I'll start walking once I can't see you anymore. I moved out of the way and waved my bat violently to urge her forward. I'd like to go home together with you. Making a pitiful expression, she meekly squeaked out the words in a voice that she knew would cut into my heart. That agitated me to no end. I knew it was a lie. If you wanted to go home together, then you should have called out to me. Now you're just blurting out random lies. I'm sorry. It seemed that the seething anger within me was written all over my face. Even without me saying anything, Rena had understood what I was feeling inside. If you get it, then go. I swung the bat, urging her to walk. Rena looked back and forth between me and the bat and started walking hesitantly, then stopped again. Go on then. Hurry. I'm going. So please stop with the bat. It's scary. Rena guarded herself while pointing at me holding the bat. She may have realized that I wasn't planning on using this bat for baseball. I lowered the bat, but still guardedly opened the way for her. Go. There's no problem now, is there? There was nothing else she could protest. She passed by me timidly so as not to set me off. As I watched her pass by, she stopped completely after having barely moved at all. Hey, don't stop. Uh-oh. But a powerful gust blew past us, barraging my face with dust. How convenient. She's gonna be in my face now. The dust got into my eyes and clouded my vision. While rubbing my eyes with my left hand, I swung blindly with the bat in my right, protecting the small opening I had presented. Rena didn't even try to attack in that opening. Attack me? No, she hadn't budged an inch. I could tell from the sound of her fluttering skirt in the wind. As her skirt settled, so did the silence. At that moment, the voice inside of me immediately warned me of impending danger. I was caught by surprise. The smell of the air had changed. Without me realizing it, the air around me suddenly felt like a calamity was about to befall me. It was like the air had suddenly become invisible concrete, like Rina and I were locked in this space. Rina didn't move an inch. She's like a Legion commander. She just challenged me to a duel. Also unable to move, I stared at her back. Rina was the first to break the silence. Instantly, she altered her stance. It felt like I had just witnessed her shift from Rina into that other person who looked like Rina. But the voice was one I knew well, which filled me with a kind of bewildering pity. Carelessly, I felt relief upon hearing that pitiful voice. Excuse me, but can I ask you something? Oh, come on, please, just bring this out in the open. Too shy to even turn around, Rina squeezed her voice out desperately as she trembled. What? Well, why do you have a bat, I wonder? The question Rina asked was by no means unexpected. I can carry whatever I want. But you didn't have one up until today. Why so suddenly? Sorry, I don't want my food to get cold, you know. It doesn't feel like it's working, but it clearly is. I don't fucking know. It's alright if I decide to do something suddenly, isn't it? Is it strange that I have a bat? Because, Keiichi, you're not the kind of person to play baseball. It's weird. I couldn't tell her what kind of answer she was looking for, and I was getting tired of answering her. I just suddenly got the urge to play baseball. Is that so weird? It's weird. She answered instantly, and that annoyed me slightly. Okay. Oh, I must have... I hit space. I'm stupid, because I thought this was... She answered instantly, and that annoyed me slightly. I just suddenly wanted to play baseball, and I wanted to practice my swing. I'm carrying around a bat. What's strange about that? Strange. Weird. Definitely. Why you too? Your ramblings are annoying me. Is it that strange for me to have an interest in sports? I tried to sound a bit more threatening to end the conversation. Until my suspicions about Rina were cleared, I had no obligations to answer her questions. I'm sorry. Don't get so angry. Rina still didn't turn around and spat out words of apology one after the next. Just one last thing. Tell me one last thing. I don't feel like talking anymore. Hurry up and go. I yelled loudly at her. Thank you for the follow. Sorry, I was tunnel visioning. I'll read chat here in a minute. I think we gotta be getting close to the end of the chapter. And probably the end of the stream. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache. Even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. Before I was able to threaten her again, she asked her final question. Why is even your bat the same? What did she mean by the bat was the same? I had no idea what she was talking about. What are you saying? I mean, why is even the bat the same? I don't understand what you mean at all! Say it clearly. Even still, Rina didn't turn around. After inhaling deeply, she screamed. I mean, why is even the bat the same as Satoshi's? Satoshi being... Huh? Upon hearing that name out of the blue, I became dumbfounded for a brief moment. Yeah, so this is where we find out that she was lying, which we knew she was lying. Because she contradicted herself earlier. Alright, I'm gonna eat a bit here. No, that couldn't be. Rina had tried to cover it up by saying he transferred, but Oishi told me quite clearly that he was missing. He was the student who sat at my seat up until last year. He was believed to have been demoned away by Oyashiro's curse. I didn't know the details about his disappearance. The aunt he lived with was killed the night of the Watanagashi by a drug addict, and not long after that, he suddenly vanished and was now missing. That Satoshi and I were... What? Are we gonna get like a 9-head here, like, I am Satoshi? Could it be Satoshi Hojo? Oh, this is who the bat is! So I grabbed it from his locker, which I'm guessing is untouched. It was a bit difficult to see, but that was what was written on the white tape at the end of the bat. I see, so this was Satoshi's bat. Oh, this was Satoshi's bat. Since nobody was using it, I borrowed it. It's not a problem, is it? That's not it. The way Rina said that made it seem like this bat was something that should never be touched, like it was some sort of offering at a shrine or a memento of the deceased. I could only stand there, perplexed and unable to respond. Rina continued speaking without waiting for a reply. Why is it that you're doing the exact same thing Satoshi did when it happened to him? Rina was talking about more than just the bat belonging to Satoshi. It was the same with Satoshi. He joined a baseball team, but he didn't really like baseball. What does that have to do with me? Satoshi also suddenly started walking around with a bat one day. He joined a team, but he wasn't the type to play sports. What about it? I closed my mouth before I could say that out loud. Listen carefully, Keiichi. Rina's trying to tell us something important. I know, tell her to get to the fucking point. Satoshi also one day came to school all by himself all of a sudden, just like Keiichi. Then one day, he suddenly started practicing his swing, just like Keiichi. Then one day, he suddenly began carrying the bat around with him, just like Keiichi. Then one day he suddenly what? Rina had swallowed her words. Rina's sudden silence brought a hush back to the surrounding area. It was then that I could finally digest the content of the entire conversation. She was saying my chain of actions was exactly the same as Satoshi's. What was the meaning of this? Up until now, I'd forgotten all about Satoshi. I never paid much thought to him in the first place. Not only that, I didn't even know anything of what he'd done. My actions today should have been my own creation, after all the planning I had done. But they had been the exact same as Satoshi's? Then Satoshi, no, more importantly. If both Satoshi and I acted the same, then there was a really good possibility that what happened after would be the same. Rina, that day, what happened to Satoshi? Rina knew. She knew what became of Satoshi. No, forget about what happened to a guy in the past. Rina knew what was going to happen to me. Answer me, Rina. Satoshi, what happened to him? With that, I grabbed Rina's shoulder violently and forcibly turned her around to face me. She's gonna have her fucked up eyes. As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel through my entire body. I told you, Keiichi. You can't scare me anymore, lady. It was that person I didn't know. At least it definitely wasn't the Rina Ryugu I'd been talking to up until now. That voice just now didn't have a trace of the trembling or emotion that it had before. The amount of regret I felt for turning her around so carelessly was unsurpassed. That gaze, it pierced like a cold needle. You could say like a cold sewing needle. The smile on her face that invoked an image of having been carved out by a knife. Chills went down my spine. My mind froze under a layer of rime. Both of Rina's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away. As if to remind me of the fear from that time before, Rina brought her face close to mine, so close that I could feel her breath. Her face had filled my entire field of vision. Then, her sharply shaped lips grew even sharper, like the curve of a crescent moon. She grinned. I told you, Keiichi. After a short pause, Rina repeated the same words again. Satoshi, you see, transferred out? Transferred meaning what? What Rina meant must have been some new definition of transfer that I was previously not aware of. My throat and lips dried up. I couldn't even acknowledge what had just happened, or what I had just heard. All I could do was swallow down my own saliva. That's pretty hot, man. As I pepper my food. It would seem that Rina saw that as a nod. She pulled her gaze back and spryly stepped back 2 to 3 paces. As she did, my legs gave out and I fell to my knees pathetically. Rina and me on my knees underneath her emotionless smile. This had to be a very odd sight indeed. Seeing me in that pathetic state, she neither scoffed at me nor held out her hand, but I could neither stand nor escape with her gaze shooting through my eyes. There was undoubtedly a metal bat in my hand, but right now it was useless to me. I was like a fly caught in her web. Heavy sweat beaded all over my body. I could feel it dripping from my skin. But you won't, will you, Keiichi? Rina finally released me from that cage of time, which felt like an eternity. But her question was missing something important, and was incredibly vague. Once again, I swallowed hard, urging her on. Do what? What did she not want me to do? Transfer out, you fucking dumbass. This guy doesn't know context clues. Can someone inform him? He doesn't know context clues. He doesn't get it. He just doesn't. Transfer. Is this the end of the chapter? I got an achievement, pinch hitter. Satoshi and I had a what? All my well-planned actions throughout the day turned out to have been nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi had done. Satoshi, had he really been in the same situation as I was now? The friends he had gotten along with had changed suddenly, and for no reason, at least none that I had noticed, planned to kill him. Then, fearing for his life as I am, he got a bat to protect himself, and carried it around every day to practice his swing. Perhaps our good friend here, Keiichi, is like reliving this killing somehow. And one day suddenly, he transferred. Pretty innocuous. My blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to course through my veins. Starting near my heart, it radiated outwards, from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part of me without recourse. What did she mean by transfer? Was Satoshi still at wherever he transferred to? Was he the only one who would be able to understand me? Would he be able to tell me why it all ended up like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Before I knew it, I was at my front door. You don't say. The frigid knob was hard to turn. There was nobody home. It wasn't that odd of an occurrence. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the single key attached to my first seal keychain. I was about to say, the music stopped. Are we about to get a Doki Doki here? I stepped into the entryway. Just as I was about to take off my shoes, a chill ran down my spine. Someone had entered right behind me. I was a classmate messing around, standing right up against my back. You're kidding, right? That'd be my imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to be able to hide their presence within my personal space, all the way through the door. But there was undoubtedly someone behind me. But, hey now, Keiichi. How do you know they're there, even though they're behind you? I don't know, man. You know, like the scene in Doki Doki where you walk in the room and you're like, whoa, that's a Doki Doki. I don't know what the literal mean is, or what the literal meaning is. I just mean in regards to the game. How do you know they're there even though they're behind you? Because I could hear the sound of flowing hair. There's no other reason I'd hear that sound. That was the presence. Because I could hear the sound of them blinking. I guess blinking does make a sound, but dude, you got some good ass hearing. Keiichi Maibara, there's no way you could hear that. Exactly, dude. My most base instincts. Okay, I mean, this is the dangerous play here. The dangerous play, if he's gonna really stick to his guns, is to just fucking swing around with the bat. Just, yeah! Now, it's dangerous because I still think that he's gone about this the total wrong way. I would like to hope that his friends are not guilty. He clearly seems to think otherwise. It was just my imagination. There was nobody behind me. I began to erase the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me. But at the same time, I asked myself, if there was nobody, then what was I feeling? As an uncomfortable sensation crawled up my spine. Actually, wouldn't it be better if someone was there? If there was nobody there when you turned around, would you be able to accept that? I'd be able to answer all those questions just by looking behind me. I didn't have enough courage to even do that simple task. Right, I could try speaking to them. The person behind me might answer, right? It was a random thought. I don't care how I went about it. Just so long as I didn't have to turn around. If I'd calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that that wouldn't have solved anything. Who is it? I spoke in such a hoarse... who is it? I spoke in such a hoarse, broken voice I couldn't believe it was my own. I could almost feel them contemplating their response. I felt it. There's no way I should be able to do that. Calm down, Keiichi. It's all in your head. That time I was certain I heard it. Oh, Jesus Christ. I just got chills. As if hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry, I was certain I could hear the sound of someone inhaling. I heard it. I heard it. I heard it clearly. It was a girl. A young girl. I didn't know who, but a tiny speck of courage in me, how reckless it was, inspired a primal yet fitting solution to this current predicament. A scream. All the force in my body released from my lungs and through my throat, seizing all thought processes in my head. Suppressing all my thoughts and emotions, I began to collapse like a house of cards, somehow managing to twist my body and look back as I did so. It's Rika or Satoko. It was definitely there. Right there. Somebody was there. Until the moment I turned around. Until I brought the area behind me into my field of vision. They were definitely there. Dude, this guy's doing the philosophy meme. If no one experiences something, does it really exist? A tree falls in the woods and no one hears it. Did it really make a noise? Was there actually someone behind you? Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnants of the presence suspended in the empty space. It couldn't be. They were invisible. They looked like they weren't there. Were they actually still standing there? I was gonna say it's Satoshi, but they said it was a girl. As I screamed, all the emotions I was holding back burst free in a violent wave. However, I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. It's kind of like throwing up, you know? You feel like shit and then you throw up and you're like, I feel good now. It's just what happened, except emotionally. The turbulent wave of pent-up emotions was skillfully diverted into a torrent of aggression. The emotion was definitely required to extricate myself from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. In my state of heightened lucidity, I entrusted my body to the fury. The metal bat held firm in my right hand, as if drawn there by a magnet. A mid-level sweep would be the hardest attack to dodge. Exactly, because if it's a mid-level sweep, if it's at your legs, you can jump. If it's your head, you can duck, you can step back. If it's in your mid-drift, buddy, you can't duck it, because it'll hit you in the head. You can't jump it. You fucked. I brandished my will to fight. The after image of that amalgamation of metal flashed as it swung from left to right, beating against the entryway. The bat slammed into the right wall, right here. Wah! So I guess he's left-handed then. You're swinging a bat. I mean, I'm right-handed. I played baseball. You'd hit the left. I guess he's left-handed. Very calmly, I transferred the force of the rebound into a sweep to the left. The door of the shoe cupboard was split into pieces. Those two swings whiffed through empty space. But they seemed to have a great psychological impact on my enemy. I could feel the panic emanating from that space. The attack wasn't the only thing required. I extracted the bat from the cupboard it was embedded in and screamed as I spun my entire body around in a large arc. My screams shook the air. My parents, looking on, were like, what the fuck is the matter with him? Imbuing my ferocious swing with even more destructive force. Said power, but whatever. Crack! Without mercy or restraint, my violent strike, with certainly fatal force behind it, shattered the top of the cupboard. None of my attacks struck the enemy, but my ferocity had certainly seemed to impact them. Breathing heavily, my entire body soaked in sweat. The invisible enemy there, but not there, dispersed. When I was certain that the enemy had retreated, I locked the front door and latched the chain. No way had it only feigned retreat, and was now inside my house? Once again, I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presence. Does my guy have like fucking EMS? Yeah, he slayed the evil cupboard. Like, he's like, oh, I feel a vibration in the frequency. This guy is literally playing Phasmophobia in his own house right now. Are you there? Can you give me a sign? Ah! And then he attacks the cupboard. I had succeeded in fending it off. At that moment, the tension drained from my body, and I let out a deep sigh of relief. All of the emotions I'd been holding back chaotically merged together and began to flood out. A hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment, and disbelief all mixed together and began to flow through my body. Unable to deal with each individual feeling, I beat them all back with the strongest: exhaustion. Even in this moment, I remained composed. After checking that all the doors throughout the house were locked, I guess his parents aren't home. He did say that. After checking that all the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up to my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. I straightened my back and tilted my head back a little. After clearing my mind of all my idle thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. What was that at the front door? There was definitely something there. Thinking about it, maybe it was just an apparition I dreamt up in my confused state, but I really didn't think that was the case. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Compose yourself. No matter how calmly I thought about it. What just happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon. And without a doubt, something was behind me. It wasn't some sort of illusion I saw amidst my confusion and disorientation. Proof? This is me responding to him. Proof? Question mark? Like, I had just one piece. When I asked who is it, they inhaled as if they were about to answer. That sound had clearly reached my ears. The situation I was in right now was still unclear. Either I'd been possessed by the supernatural phenomenon known as Oyashiro's curse, or this was a ruse by the village who believed in it and were imitating it. Either way, their motives were unclear. The roundabout way it had been done was also a mystery. If it was perpetrated by humans, then that would mean admitting that it was Rina and the rest of them doing it. But it would be solvable. Oishi and the rest of the police would surely arrest my enemy. But if it was a manifestation of Oyashiro's curse, I wondered what would happen. Oishi very clearly declared that curses didn't exist. At that time, those words were pretty dependable. But as things were now, with the rising possibility that the perpetrators were not human, he suddenly seemed quite unreliable. If I told Oishi this was the work of Oyashiro's curse, what would happen? I couldn't imagine his reaction, but it would go without question that a void would expand rapidly between myself and Oishi. With me having so few allies to begin with, and not being able to confidently declare whether or not this was a curse, there was no merit to doing that. I'd better keep the facts of what just happened at the doorway to myself. It would be better if I didn't add what happened here to the memo behind the clock. There was still the ever so slight possibility that I was actually confused when I thought I was composed, and I was just going berserk in the entryway. Be real with you, champ, that seems like the most likely option to me so far. How wonderful would that be if that was really what happened? I would be able to refute Oyashiro's curse. But if I denied Oyashiro's curse, then that would mean admitting that Rina and the rest were the perpetrators. He's kind of got himself in a catch-22. You either believe in something that's unbelievable, or you assert that it's false, and then also believe something that you don't want to believe. Wow. If I said that Rina and the rest weren't the perpetrators, that would mean believing in Oyashiro's curse. But denying both of those, I'd be admitting that I myself was losing it. Seems very accurate. The three options from which I couldn't choose became a trilemma of sorts. They mixed together and formed a whirlpool in my mind, making my head spin. Once again, I straightened myself and leaned my head back slightly to cool myself down. Calm down, Keiichi. Accept what actually happened as reality. Stop thinking of anything more than that. But I couldn't help but think of it. How wonderful it would be if it turned out I was delirious, and everything up until now was a figment of my imagination. Oyashiro's curse wouldn't exist, and I would still be the bestest buddies with Rina and the rest. I would have to be crazy. That was the first time in my life I'd ever wished for such a thing. Phone's ringing! The phone rang noisily downstairs. Generally, there were no calls for me, so I never really answered the phone much. Since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I squirmed off the bed and went downstairs. Hello, this is my bar resident. Hello? Keiichi, this is Mom. I intuitively had a bad feeling about this. I wonder if Rina, like, called her somehow and was like, your son's kind of a fucking loony. It was because I thought she was going to ask me to go out and buy something, so I took the initiative. What? I don't mind having instant noodles for dinner. Still a lot of them. The other day we went out as a family and bought a whole case of cup noodle. I wanted to get a bunch of different kinds, actually, but they refused since the individual packs were expensive. Instead, I got a whole case of the mega-sized pork bone and ginger-flavored ones. My parents don't like strong flavors and didn't touch any of them, so the cupboards were still full of them. So you see, there really isn't holy fuck, I just had a stroke. So you see, there really isn't a need to go shopping, right? Keiichi, I'm not asking you to go shopping. Both Mommy and Daddy have to go to Tokyo right now because of work. Huh? Right now? This was really abrupt. No, we're already here. We left this afternoon. It's quite a distance to Tokyo from Hinamizawa. Gunning at full speed down the highway would still take 6 hours. That is a license, but since he doesn't like the highway, they likely took the train. It would have taken longer. I'm thinking you might understand since you heard us speaking last night, but it has to do with Daddy's contract. Right now, things aren't going so smoothly. Now that she mentioned it, I did remember that they talked all the time about how his job prospects weren't looking so good. Daddy's really sensitive about things like this, so if we leave things as they are, it will affect his work. Part of my father's peculiar, fragile, artistic personality, his emotions change as easily as the fall sky. You could also say he just couldn't take criticism. True. Something like that can be done over the phone. Keiichi, this is your father's job, so can you support him a bit, please? Anyway, it's faster to talk about it in person, so there wouldn't be any misunderstanding. As their son, there was nothing more I could say. I didn't read that, but I could say once I started talking about work. So we'll be back tomorrow night. Keiichi, will you be fine on your own? It's not like I'll die or anything. Death flag firmly planted. Keiichi, you shouldn't speak so lightly of dying. If there's something troubling you, just talk to us. I believe Mommy will be able to help out. Yesterday, I did bring up if I died rather abruptly, so I suppose they were a little worried. But really, I was more depressed by the fact that nothing would be solved by telling them. I didn't plan on dying, at least not while I still knew nothing. I would never allow it. If I solve the mystery, then die, it's okay. I won't die, I won't. I'll survive even if I have to gnaw my leg off. Yeah, see you then. Tomorrow morning, make sure to wake up and eat your breakfast. And don't forget to take a bath and brush your teeth. Yeah, see you. The call ended like that. Sometimes my parents went off to Tokyo for business meetings, but Tokyo was far away. They normally did things by phone. The times it did go were normally planned out in advance. It never happened this suddenly. I couldn't say those circumstances didn't feel strange, or rather unnatural. Anyway, I only needed to recognize the reality of the situation, that tonight I was the only one in the house, that when my parents came back from work, I'd be gone, missing, vanished. Looking back on the series of events of the previous 5 years involving Oyashiro's curse, it wouldn't seem that strange at all, except it actually would seem very strange because you seem to forget that all the things only happened on the Watanagashi, and it's not. But, come to think of it, it was getting pretty late. I didn't think it was good that the only light on in the whole house was from my room on the second floor. It was the same as broadcasting to the enemy that my parents were gone, and this was their chance. First, I ran to the living room, flicked on the lights, and turned the TV on to a reassuring volume. Next was the study. I similarly turned on the lights and some music. With this, from outside, it would look like my parents were here. Once again, I went through the house, checking to see if there was anything left unlocked. When I saw the veranda and the laundry still hanging out there, I went pale. That would have made it too obvious. I need to take it down. I snatched down the laundry haphazardly and erased all traces that my mother wasn't there. It should be fine now. Ah, the garage! They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car, but they had gone up to Okinomiya Station. The garage was empty, wide open, and in plain sight. This was not good. I panicked and rushed out the back to close the normally open garage door. It should be fine now. Ah, I need to get the paper. Mom always got the paper. Since they left in the afternoon, the evening paper was still out there. My premonition was correct. I pulled out everything from the mailbox and dropped it in the entryway. With this for sure this time, it should be fine. Come to think of it, leaving the cupboard busted like that from my little freak out was kind of bad. I'll just say I tripped and fell, and the bat I was holding smashed into it. Even so, just leaving it in its current state wasn't good. I should clean it up a little before Mom got back and scolded me. I remembered that there was a broom and dustpan in the closet. I was going to get them. The phone rang once again. Hello, this is the Maibara residence. Oh, is this Keiichi? Is your mother around? This guy literally just fucked up. You did all that to make sure. And then you literally get on the phone and you're like, oh, she's not home. Yeah. I think she'll be back soon. Wasn't a good response either. Now they might say they'll call again or to tell her to call when she comes back. That's fine. Wasn't really anything important. Well then. Sorry for the bother. The scenario I feared didn't play out, eliciting a sigh of relief. Oh, no, you should still be a little bit fucked. That call was fortunate in more ways than one. I had to deal with I'd had to deal with any telephone calls coming in from my parents tonight. I was somehow able to deal with the phone call just now, but I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improvisation. I need to make up a good story to explain why my parents weren't home. Or that my parents were home, but they couldn't answer the phone at the moment. They were making tempura and couldn't step away right now. That wasn't good enough. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well. Was I going to be safe enough? I was thinking about it on the way back to my room when the phone rang once again. It was like they were calling because they knew I was going to lie. I didn't want to pick up, but I knew I had to. They'd suspect my parents weren't here. I should have just taken the phone off the hook under the pretense that I didn't realize that it was, but since the phone rang, I had to pick it up. I prepared myself and lifted up the receiver. Hello. I stopped announcing this was the Maybara residence. I had no reason to be kind to someone I didn't know the identity of. But unlike my uncouth voice, the person on the other side sounded goofy and lighthearted. Hello, my apologies for calling so late. It's Oishi from the Okinomiya bookstore. Oishi, is that you, Maybara? Good evening. Good to hear you're doing well. Wait, just a moment, please. Why would you go to your room? You guys are dumbass, man. The last time you did this, you got eavesdropped on. Why would you not just stay in the living room? It was the same no matter where I was since there was no one else home, but I wanted to be in a spot that felt a bit safer while speaking on the phone with Oishi. Sorry for the wait. How are things? Anything change? Since then? When was then exactly? There was something about the brazen way that he talked that rubbed me the wrong way. The last time I spoke with Oishi was 2 days ago, the day I stayed home from school. I met Oishi on the way back from the hospital, and we headed into town for lunch and had a talk. Then after that, Rina and Mion came up to check on me. Whenever I spoke with Oishi, they always knew about it. It was like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may well be found out by them as well. Hello, can you hear me? Sorry, what did you say? I asked if anything's changed. There wasn't an answer, so I got a bit worried. Not really. The words stopped in my throat. There was a ton of stuff that happened. All of it baffling. I would be like checking on the other side of your door right now. You know? What should I talk about? I didn't understand any of it, but I should try asking. If I didn't ask now, I may never have another chance. That night when my parents weren't home, I had no guarantees I would make it through the night safely after all. Well, Oishi, it seems that someone's after me. Really? It could all just be a coincidence, but the day I missed school when I was sick, the two of them came to check up on me. Which two? Rina and Mion. Now we have reached the point of no return. They started asking about how I had lunch with you. What next? They left me some mochi when they came to visit, but there was a needle inside. Fortunately, I somehow didn't swallow it. I wonder, could that have just been a threat? About the needle. It was one of those common sewing needles you see all the time. There was a hole in the Sorry. It was one of those common sewing needles. I'm having a fucking stroke. You see all the time. There was a hole to thread string through. Not that, Maybara. The needle itself. That's evidence. It could be used as proof that they threatened you. Where's the needle? Manga W. What's gonna happen? That's right, that's it. I dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. When I tossed the mochi, I'd overlooked it out of terror, but that needle was a valuable piece of evidence. Let's see, I threw the mochi and needle at the wall together. If it was there, then it would be on the living room wall. But she cleaned it. Could it be that it dropped into the gap between the wall and the carpet? I frantically searched by running my palm along the carpet, but nothing turned up. I tried moving around the sofa and desk, pulling up the carpet, then flapping it around, but I couldn't find the needle. Did my mom clean up everything without noticing? It was 2 days ago. I didn't know what day they collected the burnable trash, but it may still be in the trash bin in the kitchen. I rushed into the kitchen, opened up the lid of the pail, and poured out the contents. Even at a glance, I could tell it would be incredibly difficult to find the needle in the pile of trash. I was about to say, you're looking for a needle in a haystack, but then they made the joke for me. I was looking for a needle in a trash stack. I know, I'll try running my hand through it. It was a bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. If I felt a small prick, I'd be able to find it. pretty tactless method, but it was the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash with my hand. Filth flew about. There was nothing more disgusting than this, but it was not the time to be concerned with such details. I continued on for a while, but nothing turned up. I wanted to search more thoroughly, but I was still on the phone. I shouldn't keep Oishi waiting too long. Later, when Mom got back, I'd have to ask her if there was a needle. I hastily began scribbling on the notepad affixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? I scrawled the words with a red pen, then dashed back up the stairs where I had been keeping Oishi waiting for far too long. Hello? How'd it go? Couldn't find it. I was really overwhelmed when it happened, and I see. It would be great if you could find it. Keep it safe. That's right, the needle wasn't the only incident. I had to tell him about the morning with the hit and run. Also, Oishi, that isn't all. Actually, this morning, the van was definitely aiming for me. I could say that without question due to the circumstances. Did you see the license plate? I can search for it from here. Damn, at the time I just flipped out yelling at him, but I didn't look at the plate. What failures on my part with the needle and the plate number? I was so focused just protecting myself that I let some of the most important details slip out of my grasp. You don't say. I punched my pillow, annoyed at how worthless I was. I'm sorry, I don't know much more than that it was a white van. Nothing to fret about, Maybara. Anyone would be shaken up after being hit. I guess all of this isn't a coincidence, is it? Oishi started to hem and haw over the phone on the other end. I could imagine him folding his arms. Also, Rina's acting strange. How so? What Rina said on the way home today, asking why I was so much like Satoshi. Now I can say it with confidence, that Rina knew what happened to Satoshi. She knew that there was more to it than just him simply disappearing. Rina knows. She knows something regarding what happened to Satoshi and the kid who was demoned away last year. What would that be exactly? Rina said I was the same as Satoshi. She said something to the effect that the way things are going, I'll end up with the same fate as Satoshi. Fate, you say? God, I play a lot of Fate Go. Sorry, kid, what were you saying? Exactly what kind of fate did she say would befall you? Transferring out, she said. Transferring out. Rina said Satoshi transferred out. So given how things are going with me, I'll transfer out too. Oishi let out a stern sigh and then grumbled loudly. Maybara, it was probably some sort of threat, or maybe some type of warning. I thought so too. At that point I started to think. Would it be prudent to sum up everything that had happened up until now as the machinations of some human perpetrator? Other than the theory of it being Rina and the others, I was left with Oyashiro's curse actually existing as the only explanation. Of course, I couldn't tell that to Oishi, except Rina's strange behavior could be proof of either scenario. Whether it was Oyashiro's curse being real or everything being a part of the conspiracy committed by all of the villagers, Rina was involved. Rina had to know something. Rina was suspicious. What exactly was Rina? I couldn't help but think she was somehow involved with the prior string of mysterious deaths. Holy fuck. Excuse me. I seem to recall that Oishi had admitted that he had dug into Rina's past a little. He was probably just downplaying it when he said a little, meaning he had actually dug pretty deep, most likely. I wanted to hear about Rina. I wanted to know what happened at her previous school, among other things that were still unknown to me. If Rina was somebody I should suspect. No, not that. I wanted to know the truth. Tonight, I was alone in this huge house. Even though I said I couldn't count on them, I had lost the security I felt I had just by my parents being around. It wasn't like this house was some sort of fortress or a castle. If a malicious person decided to use brute force, they'd easily gain entry. There were no other residences close to the Maybara residence. No one would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. I had never felt as much resentment towards my father's artistic temperament. I read artistic as a very different word for a second, and the fact that he had this house built in such a remote location, as I did right now. I wondered if I would still be here by tomorrow morning, so I had to ask. He didn't hear it. He didn't hear it! That was the doorbell! Dude! Stop! I'm Monka Wing, but I'm trying to eat at the same time. About Rina. About what happened to my previous school, this door's gonna swing open. Actually, regarding Rina's... I noticed a sound that had been going on for a while now. Since I was so focused on the call, I hadn't paid attention to it at first, but I finally realized it was the doorbell. The time was 7 o'clock. It was past the time the postman would be making a delivery, and past any sensible time for a neighbor to be visiting. I considered just acting like nobody was home, but that wouldn't be good. That would ruin all the work I put into making it look like my parents' war home. I need to answer the door. Hello, Maybara. Sorry, someone seems to be at the door. I'm going to see who it is. A guest? I see. My apologies. Should we end this phone call now? That'd be a problem. No. I'll be back in a second. Do you mind if I just leave the phone on? It's fine. I don't mind. I dropped the handset on my bed and dashed down to the door. I needed to make up a good excuse to get them to leave. I had a hunch it was the lady who called right before Oishi did. In which case, it would be one of the neighbors who's friends with my mom. I'll just say mom isn't feeling well and went to bed early. That would be the easiest option. Alternatively, before you answer the door, okay? Before you answer the door, good sir, look through the fucking peephole. They exist for a reason, okay? Look through it or call through the door first. Don't open it. It'd be hard for her to ask me to wake up my mom if she's not feeling well. The bell continued to ring at regular intervals. If someone didn't answer after you rang the bell so much, you'd normally give up and go home, wouldn't you? Without removing the chain, I opened the door slightly and peered out to the visitor. A chill ran down my spine. I knew it. Somewhere, deep inside, I prepared for this moment. I tried to escape by imagining it was the easiest person to deal with, one of my mom's friends. It's Rena, of course. Good evening. Rena. There shouldn't be any reason for Rena to come over at this hour. The timing also made me feel uneasy, because it was just as I was about to ask Oishi about Rena. I wish I could have chalked this up to mere coincidence, but those unsettling words from Mion several days ago echoed back to me. There's nothing this old man doesn't know. Are you alone, Rena? Yeah. And that Mion wasn't with her. That didn't change the situation. Why did you come here? Hey, Keiichi. I'd like you to open the door so we can talk. Can I come inside, I wonder? It was true that speaking through a chained door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate, but at my house, the chain has to be on at night. Don't worry about it. Then it can't be helped, I guess. Rena looked at the ground sadly, but she kept smiling at least, and her effort to keep that smile up was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging at my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. As long as I stayed like this... Sorry, I just gotta assess the merchandise real quick. It made my heart ache. My life wasn't in danger. What I really feared more than the possibility that hoodlums would assault me if I removed the chain was trusting Rena enough to remove the chain and having my chain and having my friendship betrayed. As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Rena. Since it didn't seem like I would remove the chain from her silent urging, she appeared to give up on trying to get into the entranceway. Have you eaten yet, Keiichi? No, I haven't. Since my mom wasn't there, dinner wouldn't be ready no matter how long I waited. I laid down when I got home, was woken up by the phone, and didn't have a chance to eat since I used up all that time talking. I was gonna have cup noodles in any case. I could just eat whenever I wanted to. No, not yet. What about it? Haha, then good. Look here. I brought a bunch of dishes. Rena held out a stack of boxes wrapped in a cloth. If I could use your kitchen, I can heat up the miso soup and other stuff. It's fine. You don't need to do that. But there's a lot of tofu and vegetables in it. Does Keiichi not like that type of stuff, I wonder? There's no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup with lots of ingredients. White radish, carrots, burdock root and potatoes, dense and fibrous root and vegetables, and my dog fucking barking again? Yeah, that miso soup looks incredible. I also brought rice, so if you microwave it, it'll be ready to eat in no time. Without a doubt, rice needs miso soup, and I, Mr. Keiichi Maybara, need to fucking pay attention to the situation at hand. Stuffing rice down your gullet, sipping miso soup in between ravenous bites. Oh yes, how wonderful it is to be born Japanese. Also, I made some pickles. I made sansai pickles this time. Or sansai, however you say it. I'm calling it sansai. Before I had moved here to Hinamizawa, I scoffed at the mountain vegetables called the sansai. I got scared when the music stopped for a second, but I was captivated by their charm the first time I tried them. Such a deep yet light flavor, and still, my guy is not paying attention to the situation. Those so-called supermarket vegetables taste rough and overpowering in comparison. If you had to describe them, they were the vegetables for the uninitiated. To become an expert such as myself, you first had to partake of sansai. It was common knowledge around here that the Ryugu family's traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious. No matter what kind of pickles they were. They'd go so well with it. Can this guy get to the point? And also. But wait, there's more. So delicious. It seems so delicious. Farewell to my unhealthy self who said he'd make do with cup noodles. Rena appeared to be in good spirits, and she was offering such a delicious-sounding dinner. This guy is such a fucking dumbass. The stress evaporated from my gut, and hunger reared its voracious head. At the same time, my wariness of Rena suddenly dwindled. Rena did say she was alone. It shouldn't be a problem letting her inside. Though the possibility that it was laced with poison still hadn't been ruled out. At that moment, a cold chill ran down my spine once again. And the music changed, so I knew something was going to happen. I couldn't understand why such a sensation had occurred just then. But the voice inside me was sounding the alarm. The happy Rena speaking of this charming dinner was dependent on one premise. And that premise was that tonight, dinner hadn't been made at my house. Meaning, it was under the assumption that my mom, who should be making it, wasn't here. At any normal household, 7 o'clock would be around the middle of dinner time. If my mom were here, we'd be eating dinner around this time as well. The fact that she brought over all the makings of a meal at this time was inherently strange. Unless she knew. Rena, did she know that my parents weren't home? But there was also the chance that this was a bluff. I had turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were here. There was a chance that Rena was unsure if my parents were home, but I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening paper. There were plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It was hard to say that Rena didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not. But there was no reason for me to confess that right now. I should try holding on to that fact as long as I could. First of all, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, Rena wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Well, I'm eating my dinner right now. I'm quite grateful, but dinner will be ready pretty soon. Huh? Is that so? I know you went through all that effort and everything, but well, unable to think of a good way to refuse, my words trailed off weakly. But some of this could work as side dishes, I think. I'm sorry. We have more than enough already. My mom always makes quite a few sides, so... Huh? You have side dishes? With a smile that bordered on a cringe, I dodged her questions apologetically. But the feeling I tried to ignore began creeping up my back again. I spoke as if my mom was setting down dinner right now, but it didn't mesh well with what Rena was saying. Rena was talking as if she was aware of some obvious fact, and that I was aware of it as well. So Keiji can cook. What did you make, I wonder? No, well, it's not that, Or, she didn't assume that you made the dishes. She might know your parents aren't home. So she's like, oh, you can cook. What did you make? This girl is not trustworthy. I don't know. Whether she's good or bad, she's not trustworthy. Did you really make them? Side dishes? Did you, Keiji? It wasn't me who made them. My mom did. No, she's making them. Right now. So you see, I'm sorry, but I can't eat what you brought. Rena fell silent in that moment. At that moment, I felt that the light had suddenly disappeared from her eyes. How about I try guessing what Keiichi's dinner will be? It doesn't matter what I'm gonna eat. Holy fuck, I'm gonna not kill my dog, but he needs to shut up. Let's see. The conversation might appear natural at first glance, but Rena was firmly in control. It felt like I was being interrogated. Your dinner. I wonder, is it something that can be made with just hot water? Hey now, stop with the insults. I can't believe you belittle my mom's extravagant dinner like that. Tickets sold out, full capacity already. It's that amazing. I tried my best to put on a strong front, but I couldn't grit my teeth quite right. So instead I looked like someone who was borderline hysterical. But Rena showed no reaction whatsoever, even to that silliness. Keiichi, did your mother really leave you dinner? No, you see, she didn't leave me dinner. She's making it right now. It's almost time for dinner. Rena had taken that assertion of mine, that my mother was home and making dinner right now, and completely ignored it. I could tell that the more I panicked, the colder Rena became. Hey, Keiichi. At that moment, an uncomfortable chill crept in from the gap in the doorway. Is your mom home, I wonder? I couldn't keep up the charade anymore. Rena, she knew full well that my parents weren't home, but I'd come too far to admit that now. Anyway, my parents were here, and we'd be having dinner soon. That was a situation I had concocted, so I answered. I told her she was here. She's here, of course. I could feel the humidity drying out from the surrounding air. Rena's eyes were becoming even more frigid, piercing me with their gelid glare. I've actually never seen that word before. Quick search up of that. I think it's gelid?
Gelid.
Gelid, no, I had it right. Icy. There you go. Why? Huh? What do you mean? I tried acting casual, but that facade was torn off me the instant I looked into Rena's eyes. That look, it informed me of Rena's response faster than she could open her mouth. Why have you been lying to me, I wonder? Fuck, now my mom's being loud. I'm not lying. That's a lie, isn't it? It's not a lie. Lies! Rena's outburst sent a jolt surging through my body. Rena and I were still separated by what few inches that slightly ajar a still-chained door could afford. But despite that, I was still being cornered. My house, which I'd considered a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway, where no one could save me. Shall I guess your dinner, Keiichi? Let's see. I knew now that Rena had already known that my parents would not be here tonight, but it was still so strange that it had come to this. Even if she somehow knew that my parents weren't home, there was no way she would be able to guess what I'd be eating tonight. I mean, it's kind of obvious. If your parents aren't home, they're not making dinner, you're probably eating instant food, you dumb fuck. But Rena said she'd guess. How could she guess? How could she know it was instant cup noodles? That's right, isn't it? That I was going to eat. Wait. The cooking repertoire of a man who can't do housework is probably nothing but cup noodles. Exactly. Looking at this statistically, it was the most probable answer. That didn't mean she was guessing. I don't think you'll be full with just noodles. I think having rice and stuff will definitely hit the spot. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Dude, you know what? I'm gonna be real with you. And this is from an outside looking in, okay? Grab the bat, unchain the door, and tell this bitch it's time to fucking throw down. I'm sick of the fucking shit. If you're evil, pull out a knife and fucking kill me. Let's go. XYX speedruns. Thank you for the follow. Pull out a fucking bat and let's deal with this. Enough of the dancing. Okay? No more dancing. Rena was just reading certain tells of mine, but the fact that she was inferring what I was thinking alarmed me. It wasn't as if she was actually reading my mind. If it was being read, then she was a demon. No, not a demon. Things like that couldn't possibly exist. Do you like them? Do you mean noodles? No. Blank, 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 blank. It's 7 letters. Not demons. 7 letters. Rena indicated that the point my answer was addressing was wrong. Her rebuttal... Every single time they've ever given us this, it was censoring out killing. Or kill. Do you like them? Do you mean noodles? No, killing. That doesn't really make much sense. Indicated, her rebuttal was so short that I momentarily didn't understand the words Rena had spoken. Sorry, Rena. What did you say just now? Huh? About what? Just now, you asked me if there was something that I liked, didn't you? It wasn't long before I regretted how carelessly I'd pushed forward with that question. It was such a simple answer, that was why I wasn't able to comprehend it. Pork bone and ginger flavor. I wondered how I appeared in the moments my mind went completely blank, until the moment I was able to recover. As my field of view began to distort... Also, dude, if the door chain is open like this, you could just put her hand in, slide it up, you know, like... slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction. So like this. I lost all sense of balance. Why do you know that? I didn't even deny it. That was the type of frenzied state I was in. How could Rena know even this? Not even caring as I mashed my head against the door, I fixated my gaze on Rena. She didn't even flinch when she saw me do that. I certainly did buy them. I bought a bunch at once. I bought a whole case. How could you know that? Why, I wonder. Quite strange, isn't it? Come on, give me something. Give me some info! How could you dodge the question at a time like this? The chain and the door suddenly were no longer protecting me. How do you know? Why do you know? Answer me! You bought them at 7th Mart, didn't you? A shiver ran up my spine. I tried covering it up with an angry facade. Like I said, why do you know that? I was behind you, following you the whole time. What are you saying? I couldn't understand why she was saying she'd been following me all this time. That's because Rena was right behind Keiichi's back the whole time. Like that night? The night I was absorbed in my phone conversation with Oishi? I didn't even sense her being there, standing behind the door, behind me, standing there just like that. Keiichi was picking out the noodles. I was watching the entire time. You picked out so many different flavors, didn't you? Then your mom got angry. If you were going to pick the expensive ones, then you should just pick one type, she said. Then Keiichi picked out the big box of pork bone and ginger flavor that he loves so much, didn't he? I like it too. Pork bone noodles. But I can never eat a whole big bowl myself. My brain was paralyzed during my senses, dulling my senses. It might have been a defense mechanism to diminish the fact what I was feeling to non-traumatizing levels. With the fear being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was cleared away. Then I could understand what Rena was saying and started to put meaning behind her words. Even so, my fear hadn't subsided completely. It was like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, eyes closed so I didn't have to look down. It didn't actually solve any of the basic problems. I slowly took a step backwards. And as I withdrew, Rena advanced. So, Keiichi, can you open this? We can eat dinner together. I'm sure it's going to be delicious, so, okay? Rena's pale, slender fingers squirmed through the crack in the door at one time. Or one at a time, as if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. If she had unlatched the chain from the door, the feeling of terror would have just exploded within me, but Rena didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain. I tried my hardest to light the fuse to the powder keg in my heart, trying again and again. Clatter, clatter. But it doesn't light. It doesn't light! Open up, Keiichi? Please go away. I beg you, please go away. How can you say something so mean, I wonder? Please go away. Go away. Go away! The powder keg inside me finally went off. No smoldering. It just exploded. I tackled the door. The force through the door had knocked Rena momentarily off. That's right, my man. Let's get going. I couldn't hesitate here. Unflick the chain, you fucking pussy. This guy's a loser. She's got fucking food, and you got a bat. This guy's a bitch. I grabbed onto the doorknob with both hands, planted my feet firmly, and pulled with all my might. But the slamming sound I so desired didn't happen. I could feel a tiny, disturbing bit of resistance keeping the door from closing. And the source of that was Rena's fingers. Damn, so did he slam her fingers in the door? Each of those fingers wriggling, squirming around like the tendrils of a carnivorous plant through the crack in the doorway. It hurts. It hurts, Keiichi. It hurts. It wasn't a harsh shriek, but more of a yelp as she was trying to keep back. Go away, go away, go away! I kept on pulling on the door with all my might. I didn't even realize that if I didn't loosen my pull on the door at least momentarily, Rena wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out, and that was why the door wasn't closing. It really hurts, Keiichi. I'm sorry if I was messing around too much. I didn't care one bit for her apology. No matter how much she apologized, it didn't change any of what she had done up till now. It didn't change anything. It hurts, it hurts. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Go away, go away, go away! A scream. Rena couldn't leave even if she wanted to because I'd trapped her fingers. Rena's white fingers had become deep red and were no longer even squirming. Now, you want to think about this. You want to use some real some real power in this conversation. Start asking questions now, and tell her you won't let her leave until she answers. Otherwise, you break all her fingers. Maybe they even come off. Sucks to suck. Maybe you should listen. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go away. Go away. Go away. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Rina's apologies were occasionally twisted with pain, but like a broken record, she was intent on repeating it over and over. Go away. Go away. Go away. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I pulled on the door even harder. Finally, Rina's fingers were somehow able to slip out from their imprisonment in the doorway. The moment that happened, the door soundly closed, and I could hear the thud of Rina falling on her butt on the other side. I locked the door immediately. It made a loud clunk, voicing my rejection to Rina. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Keiichi. I'm sorry. Open up, Keiichi. Rina leaned against the door, apologizing profusely, and nothing else. After confirming that I was sufficiently sealed off from her, I trudged away from the entryway. On the other side, I could still hear Rina echoing her apology. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Those pitiful words, they would be forever seeking my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about this at all. It wasn't out of any sort of malice. I felt a sort of hazy sense of relief that I was able to escape from Rina. Before, Mion had threatened me at this doorway, saying there was nothing she didn't know. Now at the same place, Rina told me the same thing. My feeble attempts to disguise the fact my parents weren't home had served no purpose from the start. I should have just pretended to be out and not even opened the door. My meager plans hadn't helped at all. In Hina Miyazawa, it was impossible to outwit them. Even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get as far away from Rina as possible. 1 step, 2 steps. With each one, her sniveling apologies became more distant. I sprinted up the stairs and dove into my room. As you would expect, I was finally no longer able to hear Rina repeating her endless apology. Diving into my bed, I was startled by the hard lump I felt. There was something in my bed? It was the receiver. I finally remembered. I was in the middle of a call with Oishi. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time had passed since I went downstairs. Could it be that my clock had run out of batteries? Uh-oh. I had talked with Rina for so long, how did almost no time pass? But the hand of the clock was ticking forward 1 second every second as usual. As I put the still warm receiver to my ear, time, which felt frozen, began moving once again. Hello, Oishi. Sorry to keep you waiting. No, not at all. I didn't wait that long. It became apparent the amount of time that had passed between myself and Oishi was different. Damn, dude, we got some relativity, dude. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. It drove home just how far away Oishi really was. Rina came just now. Did she come to play? I wasn't confident that I could coherently explain the situation to Oishi, but I didn't need to right now. Right now, I needed to know about Rina. That's right, I was planning to ask Oishi about Rina, but Rina's little visit had interrupted the conversation. What was true and what was false? I couldn't tell. The one thing I knew was a single grim reality that Rina was suspicious. I might be able to figure something out if I asked Oishi about her. Up until now, I had regretted it whenever I forced myself to ask about things that I was better off not knowing. But looking at it that way, you could say I'd hit rock bottom. There was no possible way I could feel any more regret than I did right now. No, rather, I wanted to know if there was anything beyond this I would regret more. Forget about tomorrow. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility for something to happen tonight. I wanted to know everything I could. I was absolutely not going to die like this. Not without knowing anything. I definitely won't. Regarding Rina Ryugu, I did a bit of digging. Yeah, well, it wasn't much. I understood that Oishi was talking in circles. A bit meant I dug so deep it'd be hard to discuss with you since you're her friend. I want to know everything from your research. I don't think you'll be very interested in what I have to say, though. Oishi. I spoke as calmly as possible to Oishi, who was continuing to avoid the issue, and then I said it. I think Rina Ryugu is suspicious. Even if the past incidents were from Oyashiro's curse, Rina Ryugu is involved. Do you have some sort of proof that makes you believe Rina is suspicious? The manner in which Oishi spoke became very firm. You have some sort of proof. That was him talking as a detective. I only have circumstantial evidence. I see. I could tell over the phone how disappointed Oishi was. Pulling on the fishing line when he felt it bite, only to reel in the bait. Disappointed, but ready to cast the line once more. That's how it seemed. Oishi, you can't do anything without physical proof, can you? What I meant was, you can't come and save me without proof. I stuck that barb in there. As Oishi loved roundabout ways of saying things, he understood me just fine. It's fine, Maebara. I'll protect you. That was not the least bit reassuring. Oishi was just using me to continue his investigation. I was gonna get killed, and my corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That's all I was to him. Whether I'm alive or dead may be of no concern to your investigation, but it's all over for me when I die. Oishi went silent on the other end of the line. That may have been a bit too blunt, but I didn't care. All I needed to relay to Oishi was that I was currently in a very dangerous position. So please, tell me about Rina. Satoshi transferred out. Not too far in the future, I'll probably also do what Rina called transferring out as well. But you won't be able to find my corpse. You haven't even been able to find Satoshi's body yet. Alright, Maebara, calm down. I was already suppressing my agitation, even without Oishi having to tell me. It wouldn't solve anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust in the police. It would seem that I could only depend on myself and the bat Satoshi left behind to protect myself. Then, I at least wanted to know about what happened before Rina transferred schools. You're aware that this won't be very interesting, right? Oishi, realizing my resolve couldn't be swayed, finally caved. Right now, to me, there's nothing that I'll find uninteresting. Please. There are a few things I need you to agree to. Okay, please keep this confidential. Also, part of this may be speculation. Not all of it may be true. Are you still interested? It might not be true. I don't understand what you mean. There isn't one main investigation for the mysterious chain of deaths in Hinamizawa. Each one is treated as its own individual case. Thus, Rina Ryugu has never been linked to any of the investigations. Basically, you see, this isn't an investigation of Rina done by the police. It is a personal inquiry, is what you're telling me. This will make things a lot quicker since you understand. All of this is from either phone calls or meetings and interviews, so they aren't corroborated. I'm asking you to take this with a grain of salt, is what I mean. Do we have an agreement? All of it is just from what you heard. Yes, my apologies. It's my personal investigation, you see. That thing. Before you said you saw Rina's chart, didn't you? I'm sure I heard you say that. Oishi paused for a moment on the other end of the line. I told you that too. Please pretend you didn't hear anything about that. I didn't care about Oishi having certain obligations and responsibilities. What do you mean, chart? Am I having a stroke? I don't remember that. I also didn't care if there was no proof. Even if they were just rumors, there's no smoke without fire after all. Please tell me, Oishi. Understood. Oishi finally opened those tight lips of his. It seemed that Rina lived in Hinamizawa a long time ago. She had moved to Ibaraki Prefecture just before starting elementary school. Then following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident with the breaking of the school windows happened. Then Rina confided to the doctor. It was Oyashiro. That was everything I knew. There isn't much difference between what I know and what you know, Maebara. Then what part did you investigate further? I didn't need to ask. It was the incident right before she transferred back to Hinamizawa. The incident Rina was responsible for, and what she divulged to the doctor afterwards, correct? Yes. After you learned about that, you started suspecting Rina and the others, didn't you? Yes, I did suspect them. So they're the ones after all? No, that's not what I meant by suspect them. Oishi was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less than reassuring. Then who did you suspect? That it was Oyashiro. Huh? That Oyashiro's curse really exists. Yeah, right. Well, Oishi's laugh was quite dry, certainly not the kind that would make you want to join in. Oishi resumed the conversation. About the dubious circumstances behind Satoshi's disappearance, the course of events leading him to delve into Rina's past. Just then, there was thunder in the distance and the heavy rain started pouring down. You know what's gonna happen? Our fucking phone line's gonna get knocked out. came without warning, a downpour fiercely beating the ground. I had left the window in my room open a crack to let the heat out. The violent wind danced into my room, making the curtains flap wildly. What is it? Nothing. Dude, you left your window open? She's gonna scale the roof, or scale the building. Nothing. It suddenly started raining heavily. Sorry, please continue. I got up while still on the phone and grasped the window. I said at the beginning it was an incident, but because neither the school nor the victims filed charges, the police were never involved. So you see, those involved were very reluctant to talk, regardless of there being a victim who had one eye beaten so badly that it had permanent damage. It could have been the school, or possibly some individual who made arrangements to keep this from going public. Also, the psychologist was very strict about their professional ethics. Hello? Hey, Bara? Can you hear me? Is Rena right there? There was the figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. Even in the torrential rain, they didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe. In the shower, which more resembled a waterfall, droplets of water dripped down from her hair. Just standing there, both arms dangling at her side. In one hand was a stack of boxes, wrapped in a cloth. Her eyes focused on my room, focused on me as I was about to close the window. Her mouth was methodically repeating a chewing motion. It was as if she had something hard to chew on in her mouth, with her cheeks puffing out. What could she be eating over there? How could it be that at this time I was more enthralled by Rena instead of the shocking developments being brought to light by Oishi? If it hadn't started raining, I wouldn't have gone to the window. Then I wouldn't have noticed Rena, nor would I have noticed that. Rena's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something, she was repeating something. What was she repeating to me? What was she saying? Why was I, right up against the window, fixated on her? Hello? Maybara? Can you hear me? Hello? I'm sorry. Huh, Maybara? I'm sorry, is what she's saying. Hello? Maybara? What's the matter? Even in this torrential downpour, Rena was still apologizing. The other self inside me drew the curtain hastily with my right hand, blocking my view of the outside. But even doing that, Rena's relentless apologies still reached my ears. I'm sorry. If I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? Please stop. I'm sorry. Damn it, why should I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can't forgive you? Or can't you forgive? I won't be killed. If you won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive. We get it. Maybara, if you can hear me, then please respond. Hello? Well then. And there it finally is, split personality. Okay, we'll watch these, and that'll be the end of the stream for the night. We'll go with the split personality first. I see it in movies quite often, but what is it exactly? Multiple personalities are thought to be escapism. Multiple personality disorder is a form of escape. Correct. The exact mechanism is not fully understood, but it's believed to be a type of defense for the brain to retain mental stability. Hypothetically, poor people imagining themselves as wealthy is a form of escapism, is it not? Is this also a form of multiple personality disorder? I wouldn't go that far, but broadly speaking, one could infer that. It's something that occurs in us all. Oops. Does a split personality occur when one cannot tell which is reality and which is the escape? That's difficult to say. There are some who agree with that, and some who disagree. There is no consensus. Then is the occurrence of multiple personalities still an unknown phenomenon? Something not fully comprehended in the psychiatric field? Unfortunately, that is the current state of things. We can only put our hope in future research. But it's sort of cool having a split personality. What kind of people get split personalities? Recent studies find that those who develop it, or rather, those who are more susceptible to developing it, may be genetically predisposed, or may have had abnormal mental development. Some say that childhood abuse increases the chances. Speaking of which, Person A here experienced abuse as a child. Didn't he? How sad. Person A has 7 different personalities. Let's watch a video of him. Right after these commercials! So that was just like your meme about... And at the 7th mark. And this is her, like, stalking me. The 7th mart was a bargain supermarket with food and alcohol. What's this, Keiichi? So many. There's no reason to get all different kinds, is there? I flopped all the different colored cup noodle bowls into the cart. Cup noodles have gotten so elaborate recently, and there are a bunch of different types. I want to try each one of them at least once. I knew it was pretty selfish of me, but I thought I'd at least give it a try. Keiichi, buy them in a big case, it's cheaper. Dad faltered. Well, I had a feeling it'd end up like this. Now that Dad has thrown his hat into the ring, I'd have to compromise. Then I'd only get to eat one kind. I'd get bored with it. I was resisting as a formality. I'd already given up inside and wasn't sure which case of noodles to get. If you can't pick, then Mommy will pick for you. You don't have to rush me. I quickly searched the case of noodles for what I want. Pork bone and ginger, large cup? Hey Keiichi, can't you get a more normal one? If I let Mom pick, she'd err on the side of safety and get soy sauce or salt flavored. So when I plonked a large box of pork bone flavor in the shopping cart, Mom looked back at me with an expression as if to say, "These ones?" To show her this was my last compromise, I began explaining the choice. Pork bone is good. You get a large serving, but the flavor isn't too strong. I remember insisting that the noodles I picked were the right kind. In this frozen memory in time, this encapsulated world, I didn't have the power to look around my surroundings. So I did what I could and reached out with my hearing and vision, sharpening my senses to find the presence I overlooked. Is this guy going fucking Eye of the Somnium files? He's diving into his own mind? No matter how much I searched through my field of vision, I couldn't see Reina. I rewound the situation, searching, but of course I couldn't find her. Then was she spying at me from my blind spot? I go through the sound and presences again, looking. I could sense the other customers. They were all mixed about, moving as they please. There was nobody looking over this way, and no one trying to get behind me. Not here. Couldn't be here. Probably wasn't here. I would definitely notice if someone was right behind me, even when I wasn't on my guard. I smiled wryly at the thought of using a vague word like probably right before contradicting it with definitely. Then I paused my mental replay as a chill ran down my spine. There was definitely a presence in the shadow behind me. There was a terror unlike any other. It was a presence. If a presence really had manifested behind me, I would definitely have turned around to check for it. But the world had moved on, and there was no way for me to turn around. While carrying that frightening shadow on my back, I was gleefully running around the store, searching for a case of noodles. Running through the instant noodle section, bad-mouthing my mom. But there was a presence constantly at my back, sticking to me like a shadow. No way to see what it was, realizing it now after the fact was horrifying and repulsive. In that moment of time, I was running around gleefully, carrying that cardboard box. Tip-tap. But listening to that moment again, I could hear footsteps other than mine going pit-pat with every step. Tip-tap, tip-tap, tip-tap. Pit-pat, pit-pat, pit-pat. Tip-tap, tip-tap, pit-pat, pit-pat. We get it. While I was running, the sound of those barefoot footsteps going pit-pat were right behind me. Me running around gleefully in that closed-off moment in time, but I didn't hear it. No, I heard it. That's why I remembered it. I didn't think I had heard anything. That's why I didn't turn around. That is why I didn't turn around. In that moment, the pip out of those footsteps were following me the entire time. I couldn't run faster and escape. I couldn't run any faster than I had ran at that time. I couldn't turn around. I hadn't turned around before, not once. Then I returned to my parents and started talking. The shadow-like presence was right at my back. Since I didn't move, the shadow didn't move. That is why it made no sound. That was all. At that time, I hadn't taken a single step while talking with my parents. I was just standing there. This was undeniable. And yet, I heard it. A pit-pat. That shouldn't be. If I took 3 steps, it followed 3 steps. Wasn't that the rule? There was no sound other than that. At that time, the entire world had gone dark. A sudden darkness. It was the end of my reflective journey. I was tired. I wanted to end it. Someone turned on the light, except my body couldn't move, as if I was sewn into that moment in time. Pit-pat. My past self's hair stood on end. That's impossible. I can see the end. Now that's just breaking the rules. I hadn't moved, so you shouldn't be moving either. I couldn't move. You shouldn't be able to move either. Follow the rules. Yet the sound echoed in the darkness once again. The hair on the back of my neck pricked up on end. It was so close that it was hard to tell whether it was touching the hair or not. Why couldn't I move? Like how the presence was moving behind me. I quickly realized I could move. It's just that I was scared and didn't want to. But now was the only time I could turn around. It was something unforgivable in this moment in time, but I needed to turn around immediately. As if my entire being was trying to force me to stop, it began to administer a pain like a needle being stuck into my every pore. I'll turn around. I'll turn around. I'm not scared at all. I'll turn around. The scream I was trying to vocalize, I turned around. At first, I couldn't understand the meaning of it. What? What is this? Just as a person's mouth might bite into an apple, slurp the juices, and finally discover that it was an apple, my mind began to process the scene before my eyes by eating the apple. What? Munch, munch, chew, chew. Meaning that what in front of me was Gua. That was a very symbolic ending. We'll have to come back to that one. Okay, well, I have raid in an hour, and I want to finish my dinner. I'm guessing that we're very close to the end, because I don't really see where it could go from here. That's all for today. I don't have raid tomorrow, though. So whenever I stream, I'll be able to do a decently long stream. I'll install number 2, since I'm guessing that we're probably going to finish number 1 while I'm playing it tomorrow, and we can kick off number 2. You know, however it goes. Let me make sure I save. Okay, I'm gonna go eat my dinner. I'll be on tomorrow, sometime around the same, maybe a bit earlier, hard to say. Yeah. So I'll be on sometime around 12 to 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Have a good night. Bye-bye.